Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today we're gonna be doing some live recordings. I feel like I've done enough Path of Exile 2 for the season, and I really want to kind of like record down some of my thoughts, I guess, like on the season itself, and kind of like go over everything. I don't know where we should start out with. Like, a state of Path of Exile 2 would be probably a good one. Like, I really enjoy the current state of Path of Exile 2. Probably the best season they've done yet, so maybe we could start with that. Let's go ahead and get started. I'll be in voice chat, but I'll probably be muted, so, yeah, because I'm going to be recording one way or the other. Is that on the screen, or is that... Anyway, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. I guess we could start with State of Path of Exile 2. Man, I'm only got one shirt on. I usually put an undershirt on, but man, it's too freaking hot. And it's gonna be even hotter today. I got some of my aluminum creations out of Hawk because I'm gonna use them as like temporary heat batteries. It's the stupidest idea in the world, but it'll work. Like when I used to melt metal, I had like my own little furnace, and I would like melt metal, and I would pour shapes, and I would do really cool things. Like, I mean, for instance, I did a batarang. Was pretty cool. Did a batarang. So that's solid aluminum. So like basically, you know, my plan is like, oh, I'm hot. Okay, just shove the batarang down there. It's gonna work. I got all sorts of crazy stuff that I made back in the day. Like I got hearts. I got moons. I even got some pretty cool crosses. So I actually found these. Bruzak's probably going to be mad at me because he wanted one of my crosses, and I told him I didn't have one. And I didn't have one at the time, but now I do have one. I found them. My bad. Maybe I'll send him one anyway. Alright, so I think State of Path of Exile 2 is a good video to start with. I really like the season so far. I don't think I've done a State of Path of Exile 2 video yet. I did like an end game thing, and I did like a video on like damage. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I did the current state of endgame, which is really not quite the same thing. I should probably retitle that actually, because I don't think current state of endgame. Let's do beginner's guide to endgame. That was really kind of more what I was going for with this video. That title makes more sense anyway. Alright, so let's go. If you guys never have joined me on these live recordings before, it's pretty simple. I just hit the intro button, hit the record button, record the content, and then, you know, do my thing, and then I finish. Like it's pretty simple stuff. All right, so 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So I haven't really done this video. I've been playing the season for like 30 some odd days, and like I probably could have done this video sooner, but I'm gonna do a State of Path of Exile 2 video. This is an interesting video for me because I would definitely say that this season, 0.50, the season of the no new class, and everybody was upset about it. Honestly, I think 0.5, or we're up to like 0.54B or something like that now, is unequivocally, in my opinion, the best season are rather, like it doesn't really matter which term you use, but league, season, they're all interchangeable. Ever, right? It's literally the best season ever, in my opinion. Like I know I'm prefacing the entire state of the Path of Exile 2 with, like best season ever, but it really was. Like, I really think this league has been the best season, and I'm gonna go over like what I think about the season and why I think it's the best season ever, in many different ways. Now, a lot of the stuff that has been fixed was fixed in previous seasons. Like, like the armor layer was fixed by adding in like armor applies to elemental damage. That they finally added in like better, layers for evasion, so you can put in deflection and evasion and armor are probably in the best place they've been in a very long time, like defensive layer wise. The unlimited support gems, which was a change in a previous season that allows you to actually use the same support gem multiple times, was a huge change that was absolutely amazing. The added overall like usability of a lot of the classes, like they kind of went back and they touched up on a lot of the abilities, like for instance the Gemling Legionnaire, which kind of got nerfed in a previous season because, well, one of his specialties was being able to use multiple support gems back in the original launch of the game. Well, they took that away from him when they gave the support gems to everybody. Well, the Gemling Legionnaire finally has his shine back because now he has additional like quality bonuses on abilities, which is really cool. And those additional quality bonuses allow him to get another effect, which is just really cool on the abilities, giving him, just massive amounts of increased damage, like utility, like reduced mana cost. As you can see, like reservation efficiency, which is pretty awesome. Essentially making the skills cost less spirits, and overall just really kind of like moved the Gemling Legionnaire back up into the upper echelons of the ascendancies. And there's also new ascendancies. The martial art ascendancy is really good. The spirit walker ascendancy is really good. And one thing I've noticed, and this is something that I talked about on stream a couple times, is that old ascendancies are bad. um, and all the new ascendancies, ascendant, I don't even know how to pronounce it. You know what? Let's just call them like. I need a ascendancies. Yeah, let's just here. I'm gonna copy and paste. Let's just do this. All the old ascendancy classes are bad, and all the new ones after I want to say Huntress. All the new ones that were introduced after Huntress are good. Like, and they keep getting better too. Like, it's like they're refining the formula. And this is kind of a really simple like way to explain this. So as they make new ascendancies, and each ascendancy that they make, it's like they're refining the overall formula of what makes an ascendancy special. When I first played Path of Exile 2 a long time ago, one of the things that I didn't really like was how samey every single ascendancy felt. Like almost every single ascendancy felt like the same exact thing with just a slightly different seasoning, essentially. Like, oh, that's a, beef with salt, and that's beef with pepper, and that's beef with paprika, and that's beef with old time seasoning. Like it was basically the same exact thing, just being served up to you in a different way. But as they got to the Huntress, I noticed that the ascendancy started to get better, and they started to get more unique, as I will say. And every ascendancy after the Huntress has been getting better and better and better. And I hope they go back and they actually touch up some of the older ascendancies that aren't really the greatest. Now, I will also say that Titan, which has been around for a long time, is a very good ascendancy. Specifically, like I do actually really enjoy Titan, but like a lot of the older ascendancies, like the Chayula monk ascendancy, is really bad. It has been really bad for a while. I haven't tested the new changes to it, but like I can't bring myself to do it because every single time they update the Chayula ascendancy, I go back and test it, and it's still just as bad as it was before, if not even worse. Um, in fact, it feels like a net negative. It's like one of the worst ascendancies I've ever used. But Yeah, I digress. The A lot of the ascendancies have kind of lost their luster because, well, like the better ascendancies have kind of taken their place, and I guess that's fine because the older ascendancies just need a touch up. Um, the campaign itself, they did a lot of work on the campaign. So let's take a quick talk about the campaign stuff that they changed. So one of the things that they did in the campaign was they made it so that you could actually have a little bit of a like an interesting clues of where you're going, right? So like in a lot of places, in a lot of games and a lot of areas, like when you go to a specific zone, there's a clue. There's a reason why you go there. You're following something. Like there's a pathway. In this game, there really wasn't that in the beginning. Like it was very unobvious which way you were going. In fact, a lot of the times you just wandered around aimlessly trying to look for what you were looking for. Well, they changed that. They kind of made it so that as you're walking around, you start to see hints and like keys of what exactly you're looking for, which lead you in the direction of what you're trying to get, right? So like in the case of this early area with the count's like sentencing area with where you got to get the runes and what's his face, the angel of death is like sitting there and he's hanging on his post, right? Well, as you're walking around, that's a rune tree, and the rune tree is glowing. It's got like its own magical powers and whatnot, right? Well, like you'll see as you're running around these glowing roots that kind of like lead toward the tree, giving you an indication of where the tree is. And the same thing goes for like the fungal area. The fungal area, you see fungus going toward the tree and so forth and so on, kind of like giving you an indication of the correct direction. Here's one right here. So this is one of the glowy roots. That's a clue, essentially, not a direct arrow indicator on the map telling you exactly where to go, but just simply something that gives you an indication of where you're going. And they gave the entire campaign this treatment where basically they kind of made it so that if you actually paid attention to the clues of what's going on in like the atmosphere, the land, like the in some cases like in one of the areas, like when you're following the lava flow, which I believe is in the volcanic warrens. You basically follow the flow of the lava, and by following the flow of the lava, you'll always end up at the boss. You have to kind of pay attention to which way the lava's flowing, and then you just kind of go in the correct direction. In Act 1, when you're trying to get to the Red Veil is along the river. So as you're running around in the riverbank area, if you follow the river will always lead you to the Red Veil because you can clearly see on the map that the river leads to the Red Veil, right? These simple changes that they made to the campaign were actually very welcome. And they streamlined Act 3 a little bit too, which was actually really welcome as well, because Act 3 was kind of convoluted as well. They going to the Azok Bog and like running around that whole zone and trying to find everything. And they also kind of like did a little bit of a touch up on Matlin Waterways, replaced the levers with pads, which it's better. I mean, it's not fixed, but it's better. Overall, I think Act 3 is in a much better place than it was before. And in general, like the entire campaign, which was already very enjoyable, I believe has become even more enjoyable. It's just like even better. And I think that most people who play Path of Exile 2 actually really enjoy the campaign. Like the campaign is a fun thing to go through. You get tons of stat points and skill points, and you get to test out your character there. They also made another change to the campaign, which was later. It wasn't a point 0.5 change. It was like a 0.53, I think, or a 0.54. I can't remember. One of the changes that they made is that you don't have to be max level to put on a unique item anymore. So a lot of the unique items that were tied to a skill specifically. So if you looked at things like Life Sprig, Life Sprig was one of those things that has a skill on it, right? So when you look at Life Sprig, it has a level 18 mana drain skill. Well, level 18 skills have a specific level requirement, and because of that specific level requirement of the skill, you would be unable to put on a Life Sprig on a low level character because of how they had set things up. Well, the thing is that now that's no longer the case. So when you put on a Life Sprig or any other like wand that has a skill on it, it will downgrade the skill appropriately to the character's level and not basically use the skill as a means to detract you from using the item. In other words, for campaign users who are having fun running through the campaign and you want to utilize things like Life Sprig or the Wicked Quill or, like the Sanguine Diviner that has Bone Blast on it and so forth and so on. And there's tons of uniques that have skills attached to them. The skill level is no longer a deterrent that will prevent you from putting on those uniques. And as long as the base level of the item is low enough, you can equip it regardless of what the skill level is, which means that campaign got a lot more fun because now you can go back and you can play with some of these crazy uniques that have skills on them, and you can actually level with them all the way through, which is really cool. So you can go buy yourself like a level 20 Life Sprig that has like the highest level Life Sprig that you can get on it, and then you can equip that at level 1. I'm not even kidding. You can equip it at level 1, and you can just wear that the entire way up, which is amazing. And that's just one of the cool changes that they made to the campaign. Overall, I think the campaign was already in a good place, but they decided that they wanted to touch on it further, and they did a good job. Moving on to the campaign. I say this because the developers themselves said that they wanted endgame mapping to feel like an extension of the campaign. That they understood that people actually did enjoy the campaign and that they didn't want people to get into the endgame mapping and feel like the mapping was like this completely different thing that, just kind of like wasn't fun. Right? Well, I think they did a really good job. I did a video about like the beginner's guide to getting into endgame mapping, so I'm not going to dive into this like crazy amount. If you want to check out the the full endgame mapping video that I did, that is up on my channel right now, and you can see that for yourself. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Yeah, so here it is right here. It's Beginner's Guide to Endgame Mapping, A Path of Exile 2. Hasn't really got very many views, but whatever. I'm no stranger to content not getting views. In fact, when I first started, nobody watched any of my videos, and now I have 100,000 subscribers, so... so I'm going to briefly go over it, but if you want a full thing, I would suggest you check out the Beginner's Guide to Mapping. But basically, in a nutshell, to sum it up, and no fannying about, what they did was they made a quest line for every single endgame activity. So there are currently... what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 endgame activities. Of course, there's a little bit more than that if you count some other things, but let's start with the main 6. So there is currently the endgame activity for Ritual. Ritual is kind of like a gambling window where you basically just keep refreshing it and gambling and hoping for really good items in there. A lot of the times you don't get jack diddly, but it is what it is. There's an entire quest line around the Ritual. You get to fight the Bodak, and it's pretty neat. The Delirium, not my favorite at all. You can definitely make some good currency on Delirium, but I just really don't like the mechanics. The Simulacrum, which is the boss fighty area for this particular mechanic, is actually kind of cool. I still don't really like the Delirium itself. The Bodak fight was the best fight you ever had. It was the worst fight I ever had. You must be a ranged spellcaster or a ranged bow or crossbow character, because it was the worst fight I ever had. Just tons of ground degen and just nastiness. And it was stupid. Breach has been really fun the entire season. I actually really like Breach, all of the mechanics of Breach. The Hive castles, the whole entire thing when it comes to Breach is amazing. I like the not only the Breach encounters now are much better because the unstable breaches can be stabilized and you can basically kill all the monsters, and then you get rewarded for stabilizing the breach by getting bosses and rare monsters. You can even get Zesht Marshal Zest, Vrun Marshal of Zest will come out of the thing as well, which is really cool. Overall, like just really good mechanics. And then on top of that, they also added in the tree, which is where you can basically poop out items, which is pretty cool.
You've got some
Um,
goods in.
so if you go to the tree, let me grab some hive blood before I go there, so I can show you what it's like. Every single quest line essentially has a hub. So you can see the hubs here. This is the Well of Souls. This is the Temple hub. This is the Breach hub right here, and so forth and so on. There's the Delirium hub. Basically, when you come here, there is a tree that you can actually like poop out items from, which is really cool. There's a lot of very special crafts that you could do, like only with the tree, like minion belts and caster rings and whatnot. You can basically make a Soge. It's pretty cool. But you put your womb gift in there, which you get while you're doing your runs, and you get to essentially just create items. In this particular case, I believe I'm set up to create minion items, hoping for that glorious +1 minion skill belt. And of course, you can also generate just currency, like catalysts, for instance. I have mine set up to generate catalysts. And there's rings, there's amulets, there's all sorts of crazy stuff you can do with the Genesis tree. Absolutely amazing. It's a very fun way to reward you for diving deep into the breach mechanics. Moving on to the next one, we've got the Abyss. The Abyss is all around the undead and essentially like closing the undead abyss fractures that appear on the earth. I mean, you can clearly see like them on the map, which is one of the cool things they added. So if you look here, you see these like stitched up portions of the map. And yeah, like this is basically where I've closed the fractures. So as you do the maps, you'll close them. But like when you actually find this place, though, these are all open, and it's very obvious that the like undead monsters are rising to the surface of the world. Really cool mechanic, good money involved, very good for crafting. The quest line is pretty cool with Kulamak and going through that. And then moving on to the next one, we have the Expedition. Expedition is a brand new one. It's also kind of an old one. So basically with Expedition, Expedition used to exist, but doesn't anymore. It kind of took away a lot of the stuff that Expedition had. They took away the Recombinator. They took away quite a few of like the mechanics for how Expedition worked, and they basically just kind of like completely reworked it. It is sort of the same as before, but not the same. It's a pretty cool mechanic, and then they added the tree on top of that. You can get like tons of freaking currency from it. There's a whole quest line involved, kind of like Indiana Jones style quest line where you're hunting down relics and looking for the runes and the information that you need, and then finally you find like the Triskelion flame, which is apparently the relic that you were hunting the entire time. It's pretty cool. In fact, you can clearly see that the Expedition like points here are actually in the Triskelion flame, which is basically a 3-pointed star, and then they've got like some extra points too because they probably wanted to add some extra points. Then there's the temple. The temple is kind of like a build your own dungeon thing. There is a boss at the end. It's Atziri. She's got 4 boobies. She's pretty cool too. Very interesting. Like when I first encountered this, but it's not really my cup of tea. As you can see, I have no points in it because I've just avoided it entirely. Um, and then the Atlas tree, in the previous versions of the game, there's been a lot of ways to like generate Atlas, your Atlas points, and none of them were really good. Like when the game first started, there were like do a certain number of maps and we'll give you points, and then it turned into like do the corrupted zones and we'll give you points, and then it turned into like it never really was the greatest in terms of like building points. Now you can essentially build your points just by simply doing the castle, which is really cool. You have like a whole quest line that you go through to do the castle, and there are bosses. There is the Western Enigma Chamber and the Eastern Enigma Chamber, which are bosses that you have to fight. Once you fight those two, you get to fight the main boss at the Burning Monolith, which is the Arbiter of Ash. And then once you fight him, you get to fight 2 more bosses, which is the Patriarch Halls and the Matriarch Halls, which allows you to finally go up to the top of the tower, which is where you get to fight the Arbiter of Divinity. It's pretty cool stuff. Like the whole quest line leading up to it, you get to learn a lot about what's going on within the world, like what the castle is and why it exists. And then from there, like, what do you do? Well, there's tons of cool stuff that you can do. You can travel out throughout the world and look for these crazy, like, individual maps that have, like, insane modifiers on them. Like, contains 3 additional map bosses. You can look for the unique maps. This one has the map bosses possessed. There's also a bunch of unique maps that you can look for, like the megaliths, the untainted paradises, which give you tons of EXP. You can also look for more breach or abyss or like, but basically any of the mechanics that you're actually interested in, like going into. If you want to fight the boss multiple times, which you may want to because it's the easiest way to get all your Atlas points, you're going to have to look for more patriarch halls and matriarch halls, which look like this on the map. You can see there's one right here. And there's one right here, which you can get more boss mats, and you can basically go fight the boss again. And every time you fight the boss, you can basically clear out an entire zone in here and get more Atlas points. It's actually been a much more enjoyable endgame. I've actually had fun going through it, whereas in previous seasons I didn't want to engage in endgame. So like overall, I think that the campaign is now a success. They've done a good job. I do think that there's still some refinements that they can make to the campaign. Overall, like I think that the hubs themselves probably should be inside the castle. It's kind of odd for me to say because there's kind of like a dichotomy of what you want to do and what you know you have to do, and then like you not being able to do both things at the same time, right? So like let's say you want to engage in breach. Well, if you engage in breach, you're not building any points in the Atlas tree, right? So you're not going to actually build points by engaging in breach because breach is outside of the castle. On top of that, like you don't really get anything from any of the mechanics unless you actually go do the quest lines or at least start the quest lines, right? I think that it would be more interesting if you could start the quest lines inside the castle where it's obvious that you need to be, but not exactly sure how they could address that. But overall, like I did feel like the campaign was just more fun, just a lot more fun. Um, on top of that, they also added in these crazy little side boss characters. So you got like Doriani, and you've got Hilda, and then you also have Jado, which I haven't activated Jado yet. But they basically allow you to modify your maps in various ways by giving yourself more revives, increasing the modifiers, irradiating the maps for you. And all of this has felt like really good. Like being able to customize your journey in a way that's more interesting to you has been just more fun. Also, like no matter what person you are, there's certain mechanics that you're not going to enjoy. Like I don't really enjoy Temple, and I don't really enjoy Delirium. I think that Breach is amazing, and I think Abyss is amazing. Expedition is fun, and I don't really particularly enjoy Ritual. But like, you don't have to do mechanics that you don't want to do anymore, right? So there was a time in the previous versions of the game where you kind of didn't have a choice. Like whether you wanted to do a mechanic or not, there would still be other mechanics on the map besides the ones that you were interested in, right? Well, the way that they have it set up now, and especially with the Doriani, which allows you to irradiate maps, you can basically irradiate an area, and then you can essentially just stack a specific thing on that map and only get that type of map, right? So if I go into my tablets, and let's say I look for breach tablets, right? And I were to pull out 3 breach tablets, and I go to any place in the zone and I click on one of these maps, right? If I put in 3 breach tablets into the list and I run a map with 3 breach tablets, there will only be breach in this map. And in this way, they've essentially allowed you to control exactly what the maps have on them instead of them being so randomized with a bunch of stuff that you're not interested in. Like, if you don't like Delirium, like I don't like Delirium, how many times when you load into a map have you been like, ew, Delirium? And like, because the mirror for the Delirium will be like right there at the spawn. Well, you don't have to see it anymore. Like, if you run 3 Delirium tablets, you're never going to see a Delirium again. Or sorry, 3 breach tablets, you're never going to see Delirium again. Like, and you can do this for anything. You can actually mix and match the tablets now, which is something that you couldn't do before as well. So, like for instance, let's say you really like Breach and you really like Abyss. Well, you could run 3 tablets, but instead of running 3 Breach tablets, you could run like one Abyss tablet and two Breach tablets, and then you'll have essentially Abyss and Breach on the same map. You can even go 1-1-1. So, like, let's say there's three different mechanics that you're interested in. Like, maybe you really enjoy Ritual, maybe you really enjoy Breach, and maybe you really enjoy Abyss, and you want all three of them on your tablets, essentially, right? Well, you can do that as well. So you can have one Breach, one Abyss, and one Ritual, and you'll have all three mechanics on your maps. But guess what you won't have? You won't have Delirium, because Delirium is not one of the tablets that you chose. And in this way, they've really kind of like upped the game on the end game mapping to make it much more fun in general. Like, just my personal opinion, I think that this is just amazing. Because I really, really enjoyed not having to do mechanics that I was not interested in doing, and I think that's their entire goal. Their entire goal is to allow you to choose what mechanic you're interested in doing, and not force you to do mechanics that you're not interested in doing, which is pretty neat. Um, and then going even further than that, like the maps themselves just feel more fun. Things have been balanced much better now. I feel like I die a lot less to like random things. One of the things that I noticed in some of the dev talks is like Jonathan and Mark talking about how they have like a list of like what monsters and like what abilities are killing people the most, and they go through the process of checking those and trying to see why they're killing people. And it comes to find out a lot of the times that they say when they check this stuff that the like upper percentage of the most killing abilities or most killing monsters in the game are usually bugged in some way, shape, or form. And they end up fixing them. And over time, it seems like they've done a really good job curtailing a lot of the bugged monsters and getting the game back to like like not randomly getting one shot by things that you don't understand what's going on, right? Like, as if a monster's bugged, he's doing like 10 times normal damage or something under certain conditions, and you go up to fight him and he just like lays you down on the ground. It's not really something that you can account for as a player. It's just something that ends up happening, and you die, right? Now, each one of these, I forgot to talk about these guys. Each one of these guys is actually leveled up by doing their specific mechanics, so it's another kind of like a quest line. Doriani wants you to go attack corrupted zones, so you need to clear corrupted nexuses, or nexis, or whatever the plural of that is. And once you clear those, you clear 4 of those, he basically gives you all your points. Hilda wants you to hunt a bunch of monsters. In fact, I still have yet to do Hilda's first quest even. I think it's over here somewhere. Yeah, slay the great beast to earn Hilda's favor. And then Jado, I'm pretty sure Jado is actually these, which is the deadly map bosses. In fact, yeah, you can clearly see right there it says Jado's Spycraft. So once you do the mansions, these little vaults, you can essentially unlock Jado. Each particular like guy has his own quest line, and once you've completed them, you get access to all the buffs that those particular like I don't know, they call them end game mapping ascendancies. So I guess that's kind of the way to think about it, because it allows you to kind of curtail and point your character, your maps into what you want them to do, right? Like Doriani, I think is my personal favorite. I looked into the other ones and I wasn't too like incredibly impressed. But like he has things like 10% chance when completing a map to make nearby maps accessible, which makes the entire mapping process much less arduous because he'll just randomly activate maps around you, which makes it much easier for you to like progress. The maps are irradiated is absolutely insane because like previously you had to put an irradiated tablet in, and irradiated tablets are random, right? So if you put an irradiated tablet in, you get random modifiers. So like for instance, you would get delirium, or you would get like ritual or something maybe that you didn't want. But the cool thing is that with this, you can essentially irradiate every single map, and you can still get access to like your triple breaches or your triple abysses or whatever it is you're trying to do. Because previously, if you did triple abysses, you wouldn't get the +1 level that irradiated provides. So you would have a lower level map, which was not good. He does all sorts of cool things like more revivals. He gives you like 1 more revival on your maps. He increases the modifiers of the maps. He also can give you like a giant explosive or turn strong boxes into mechanical guardians. There's a bunch of crazy stuff that you can get here. And then the Hilda seems to be more around hunting bosses, and Jado is, I believe, around finding unique items. Specifically, he's more of like a treasure hunter sort of a character that's specifically looking for uniques. In fact, I think a lot of people have been using Jado for like pinnacle bosses to try and get those extra drop chances for the unique items that they're, like really gunning for. Expedition is kind of like its own thing off into the distance where you actually are like on a ship, like going island to island and actually like finding like, treasure. It's actually kind of neat. There's expeditions and there's grand expeditions and they're both pretty cool. Overall, the campaign has really kind of sucked me in this season, and the end game has really kind of sucked me in this season. Like, I really like the changes they did to the campaign. The campaign is still just as fun to go through as it was before, but the end game has also been very fun to go through and has honestly felt like an extension of the campaign. They also added in the challenge window. So the challenge window essentially gives you like a list of challenges that you can go through, and you get access to, like a cosmetic set. But it's kind of a cool way to like tick off the boxes and, like say, okay, I've done everything essentially, right? Like one of them is to do all your Atlas points. Another one is to kill the three major bosses that were added this season, which is the Vessel of Kulamak at full strength, the Bodak, and the Tang Mazu. Another one is to do all the Ascendancy trials. There's also the one where you basically get to kill all the campaign bosses. And then, like the Rune Seeker, this has to do with the expedition because there's basically each expedition has the runes in it, so you can get lots of cool stuff. Um, I'm kind of blown away with this season. I made my original character, which is a Fangs of the Frost character. I also made a block bow character with this new block bow that they added, which I should talk about as well is the upgrading uniques. So the upgrading of uniques. This is actually a big thing that they added in this season, which basically using the Verisium Anvil, you can actually upgrade a unique into a higher version. So you put the item in here, and once you put the item in here, you can upgrade it to a Rune Mastered version, which I already actually have the Rune Mastered Legion Strides, which it gave it movement speed. And I'm using the Rune Mastered Ironbound Bow, which increased the damage. It was pretty nice. In fact, you can take just about any Ezomite or Kalgurin unique, and you can throw it in there and see if you can upgrade it. I believe Silver Tongue can be upgraded. Let me put it in there and show you what it looks like. No, Silver Tongue cannot be upgraded. Quillrain. I think Quillrain can be upgraded. Wait, no, this one's corrupted, so no, you can't. You can't upgrade corrupted items. That is unfortunate. There's probably a pair of Legion Strides in here I can use, or any other pair of booties. Like here's some Bushwhacks. And when you put them in there, you get to preview the new version and essentially see what has been upgraded and what hasn't. Sometimes it has fundamental changes. Sometimes all it does is add Runic Ward and upgrade the evasion by a little bit. A lot of the times it will upgrade the base. In fact, some of them can actually be upgraded twice, which is pretty cool. So like, for instance, some of the weapons and whatnot have actually 2 upgrades that you can do to them. One in particular is the spear. There's a couple Ezomite spears. Well, the Tangle Tongue can be upgraded too. That one's pretty good. But one of the ones I used early on actually could be upgraded twice into a much higher form, and it's actually kind of a crazy one. What do I got in my shop?
It's your lucky day.
Oh, my 11 divs. Okay. It's always nice to come home to 11 divs. In the general, though, the upgrading of the uniques has made a lot of the uniques more useful. And also, some of the newer uniques have been really fun to play around with. Like this one particularly that builds damage based on block chance and also gives the arrows the ability to come back, which is pretty cool. I built a whole character around this and had fun with it. It's a strong bow. It also is only level 11, so you can literally use this at level 11 when you first start, and then you can actually level up your whole character with this. It's kind of a crazy leveling bow. Um, I've also made several other characters, like for instance, a character entirely designed around Bone Cage, which was actually kind of really fun and very well set up. I made a Resonating Shield character, completely built around Resonating Shield, and he kind of just like absolutely demolishes. Then I also decided to make a Infinite Lances character around like the Glacial Lance, which was really cool. And then I also made an attack speed character. Specifically, I just wanted to try and see like how fast I could make an attack speed character go, and kind of a crazy level of attack speed actually. This isn't even like the maximum attack speed. It's not even my final form. You can really hit some absolutely crazy attack speed numbers with like specific equipment, and the werewolf is probably one of the more fun melee characters too. So. Just absolutely insane. I've been having tons of fun playing around with all sorts of things on the new patches. One of the things that's really grabbed my attention the most is the Gemling Legionnaire's additional quality benefits for skills. So the Gemling Legionnaire basically has the ability to get an extra quality benefit, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but an extra quality benefit for essentially every single that's breach, right? Every single skill. So every single skill in the game, with some exceptions, has an extra quality bonus, right? So like you can just sit there for hours just looking at them. Like for instance, Tornado. Let's put Tornado on my bar real quick just for fun, right? You can't see the extra quality bonus unless you actually equip it. Which is kind of unfortunate. But as you can see here, it says +2 limit to tornadoes. So the extra quality bonus that the Jumbling Legionnaire gets for Tornado is just more tornadoes. And you can sit there and play around with tons of abilities. Like, let me go ahead and just pull out a bunch of abilities and just start plopping them in. So we've got Entangle is +4 to fissure limits. We've got Comet, comes with the 52% increased damage with hits against frozen enemies, which is pretty good. So that's a huge benefit for frozen ability. Frost Darts gets +2 additional forks. The companions get more minion attack speed, 20% more minion attack speed, which is pretty cool. Eye of Winter gets projectiles have 65% chance to return to you, which is actually really neat. They actually do return to you. I was playing around with it and just like messing around with the return. It doesn't happen every single time, of course, but maybe if you stacked enough quality, you could potentially force it to be almost every single time. But when it does return to you, it's kind of funny to watch the
Need more time.
to watch it just like come back. It goes like all the way across the room though before it comes back, so it'll like stop somewhere over there and then it'll just start coming back. I don't know exactly why 65% chance still equates to not coming back all the time, but there you go. It bounced that time. Okay. I think it might have to actually hit something for it to come back. Is that what it is? Yeah, it actually has to hit something, so I was firing it off into the distance of nowhere. Which is actually a very cool, a very interesting way to add on an additional quality bonus onto the skill. It's actually really neat. And everything has this. Like, I was sitting there going through, like, tons of abilities and just looking at the bonuses, like chance not to remove charges on use. So this is actually really crazy. When you're dealing with a lot of these abilities, like specifically ones that have charges on them, a lot of these abilities can actually get to the point where they're almost never removing charges. In fact, it's actually not that difficult to reach 100% chance not to remove charges, which essentially means that you can build like power charges, frenzy charges, endurance charges, and a lot of these abilities on the Jumbling Legionnaire can get to the point where they're just not pulling the charge. So you have infinite frenzy charges or infinite endurance charges or infinite power charges. It's actually a really cool way to build characters. But overall, the Gemling Legionnaire is definitely one of the more interesting characters for me this season because of all the crazy ways that the skills have changed, giving you essentially a lot of different ways to look at builds, which is pretty neat. Then on top of that, they also added in the Kalgurin skills. So the Kalgurin skills are absolutely nutty. And if you have been sleeping on the Kalgurin skills, I don't know what to tell you. There's so many really fun Kalgurin skills. Um, like, for instance, they added an ice volcano. It's called Fragments of the Past. That one's really cool. It's literally just the fire volcano, but it's ice. And instead of shooting out fire, it shoots out ice explosions, which is pretty dang neat. And you can build a whole character around Fragments of the Past as well. And lo and behold, if you look, yep, the Calgarin skills also get extra benefits. So we get duration 0.3 extra seconds. For quality, it goes up to like 1 second. Of course, you can stack past that. There's also things like Grim Pillars, which are pretty darn cool. Grim Pillars can be destroyed, and they explode. They pop up all over the place. A lot of people have been using Grim Pillars tied together with totems. Just absolutely fun stuff. The main thing about these Calgurin skills that you have to understand is that unlike regular skills that are tied to a specific thing, like for instance, if I wanted to go and I wanted to use something like a mace skill, right? Like if I wanted to use Bone Shatter, well, like I can't use Bone Shatter because it's an incorrect weapon type. A lot of skills are tied to a weapon, or they're tied to a shield type, or they're tied to something specific, and it's very difficult to be able to use every single ability, right? Well, the Calgurin skills are not tied to anything. So you can use them on whatever characters you want to use them on whatever builds you want to use them on, which makes them very universal and very fun to like put into your character. I'm currently using on this build, I'm using Refutation, which is absolutely insane. It's a buff that basically allows you to parry anything that you block, and it's really, really good. It's just really good. In general, the parry of debuff gives you extra damage, and you can also utilize the parry debuff for skills. I mean, I have an entire character essentially built around this parry buff, but on top of that, I can also just tap Refutation and get even more parry debuffs to utilize my skill with, which allows me to pretty much wipe entire screens, which is really cool. I'm also building into parry debuff magnitude, so like instead of 50% more attack damage, I'm getting 118% more attack damage, which is pretty beast. I'm trying to think, like, they also added some, like, trade window stuff, so you can actually price check things. So if you were to Shift-Alt click on an item, you can try and price check it. It's a little wonky, and it needs some work, and hopefully they do some patching on it, because it's just not quite as good as it could be. It tries to be too specific on things, and some of the stuff it just doesn't, like, get correct at all, unfortunately. Because it ends up running into a problem of like being too hyper specific. I've kind of gotten a handle on the process of price checking with this tool. Like there's some things that you have to remove, like you need to remove the sockets because not everything is socketed. Usually you want to rip out the quality and take out the item type as well. Down here, like some of the things that it messes up are, you know, things like the damage numbers. The damage numbers are wrong. So if you price check an item, like say you price check a ring, it'll put the damage numbers in there exactly as they're written, which is not correct. So for some reason or another, the game uses average damage, not damage like the actual damage that's written. So if you want to actually search for something that has the same damage as your ring, or you want to like price check your ring, you would have to do this, which is really easy. You just do 27 plus 41 divided by 2, which gives you 34. So you're going to delete this and you're going to put in 34. And then we're going to take the cold damage and do the same thing. So that's 20 plus 34. And then divided by 2, which is 27. And delete the maximum. And in general, like if you do this kind of stuff, you can sort of get it right. Take out the requirements. Let's also take out the ring type, and let's hit search. Still nothing. So let's pull out the dexterity because that's not important. And the crafted mod probably needs to be yanked out too. Still not finding anything, are we? Let's pull out the upper numbers on a bunch of these because the upper numbers can mess with it as well. And we're still not getting nothing. Let's take out the implicit. There we go. And let's add back in the increased attack speed. Add back in the desecration. Nope, we'll have to leave the desecration out. We'll have to add in pseudo chaos resistance and then put in 15 because this is a desecrated mod. So let's just take that down to 10. Okay, so the closest ring that we can find to ours is 88 divines. Okay, no big deal. Let's take out the resistance as well. So as you can see, my ring's pretty expensive. Like the closest match with the cheapest price that's not quite the same as my ring is 30 divs. And then it just kind of scales up from there. It's because this is a pretty smexy ring. It's got attack speed. It's got all sorts of beautiful damage modifiers on it. In fact, yeah, it's one of my best rings. I was thinking about actually mirroring this ring to the other side and just like not worrying about the other ring. What else is there to talk about this season? They added some new NPCs. You can see there's Hilda and there's Pharaoh. Pharaoh's to do with the rune stuff, and Hilda is to do with the hunting beasts. The Vrisium Anvil is new, of course, and I went over it briefly. But not only can you upgrade items, but there's also gambles in here. So it's not always a matter of getting the same thing is the problem. In fact, there is a unique amulet. There's a couple different items, actually. But there are items in the game that actually roll different things when you upgrade them in here. Let me see if I can pull up the particular amulet here. So I was actually messing around with some of these items, and that's when I found out that there were multiple different versions of them. So if you go to like amulets, for instance, what you'll find is there is a new amulet. It's a cold amulet. It's called Eventide Petals, I believe. Yeah, Eventide Petals. Eventide Petals is a veridical chain. But the cool thing about this is it can be upgraded with a couple different options. And if we go to the amulets section, like the base amulets, what you'll see down at the bottom here is there is a couple different versions of the amulets. Where? Yeah, here it is. All right, so this one here has the veridical chain, right? So this upgrade option with the Rune Master gives 15 to 20% increased maximum runic ward. There's another potential option that you can get, which is +1 to 2 cold skills and 30 to 40 maximum runic ward. And then there's another option that you can get, which is 30 to 40 maximum runic ward and 2 to 3 maximum cold resistance. In other words, upgrading this unique item has 3 different variable outputs, and one of them, as you can see, with the +2 cold skills, is definitely a lot better than the other 2. And a lot of items in the game that are upgradable actually do have multiple outputs, which means that there are different options that you can potentially upgrade them to, giving you more choices. I was actually spent like a whole day looking at the options for the unique items and like how they upgrade, because it was pretty cool. Stuff like the Olro Vasra, like when you put that in there, I believe you can upgrade that one. And it has a question mark. The question mark, I believe, is specifically for the items that you don't know what they're going to be, right? These are the ones that have variable outputs. Well, this particular one is a Torment Club, so if we go to the list here, we can take a look at the clubs. So let's go to One-Handed Maces, and let's go to the One-Handed Mace bases, and then we're going to scroll down to the Rune Forged Torment Club, specifically is what we're going to be looking for. Rune Forged Torment Club is... Let's just type in up here, Torment. Alright, so there we go. So we've got our Rune Master Torment Club, and there's 6 of them because there's actually 2 different Torment Clubs. There's 2 different unique items. And as you can see, there's different options for each one. One of them has Chaining Lightning, one of them has increased lightning damage, one of them has base cold damage, and then 100% of lightning damage is converted to cold. and so forth and so on. So basically, you can see that there's 3 options for this particular club, and there's also another club. I believe it's the Mjolnir one, the one that's like more like Thor's hammer, I believe, is also a Torment club, and that one has 3 output options as well. Which is pretty cool. Basically, what they've done is they've kind of added into the game, in a way, the old Diablo 2 upgrading system. Like, everybody was kind of talking about it, and I'm like, that's D2 upgrading. And I mean, that's great. It is great that they finally added D2 upgrading into the game, because it allows the uniques to be more useful. In a lot of cases, if you're trying to upgrade a specific item, like, it helps out tremendously to be able to upgrade that item into a higher base type. Let me see if I can do one of these upgrades for you here right now. We need a specific drink. It's probably the one with the highest physical DPS, I would assume. No, not Ed Series. Which one am I thinking of? It's the Iron. I think it's Iron Grasp. Yeah, no, Iron Grasp. Iron something. This is the one I know for a fact upgrades 2 times, not just once. It upgrades twice. Nas dos. And I don't remember the name of it, so let's just go look it up real quick. It's easier that way. So we'll go to Spears. And we're looking for Tyranny's Grip Iron Head Spear. Oh, I had the iron, right? So Tyranny's Grip Iron Head Spear. There we go. And since we're going to upgrade it, let's look for a good one. So we're going to look for one that has not been corrupted, because we can't upgrade corrupted ones. We're going to copy the stats, and well, one thing that we're going to do is we're going to look for one that has high physical damage. So cap on the physical damage percentage is 200. And then... Did I hit the wrong one? Wait. What did I do? Increased physical damage. Let's put like 190 in. Why does that not work? That's very strange. It's very strange indeed. We got the reduced attack speed we need to worry about too. We need the lowest reduced attack speed that we can get, which is, I believe it's 10. Is there like none on here that have low reduced attack speed? Well, it's okay. Let's just grab one and we'll just upgrade it. It doesn't really matter. I'll just waste it. Those are perfect exalts. What the hell? What the hell? No, I'm not paying 3 perfect exalts. You can suck it. I'll pay 20 exalts. That's what I'm gonna pay. 3 perfect exalts. That's some money right there. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and upgrade this real quick and show you how the process works. So you can see, like, essentially that it's the same as Diablo 2 upgrading. One of the things about the way that this functions is essentially what it's doing is it's giving you a different base type, is what it seems like. So right now it starts out as an Iron Head Spear, and it has relatively low damage. Let's go ahead and juice it real quick too. Why not? Let's give it a little bit of juice before we upgrade it, because that's usually how you're supposed to do it. Got juice it. All right. And we throw this in here, and it tells us what we need. We need 225 Verisium, and we need Medved's Crest Circle. And as you can see, it upgrades the damage, like, considerably. It goes from an Iron Head Spear to a Rune-forged Iron Head Spear, which is essentially 1 tier higher. And the damage goes from 30 to 40 to 134 to 181, which is a pretty massive jump. Then when we upgrade that one, we get another upgrade. So you can upgrade the Rune-forged version to the Rune Mastered version. Now, if this doesn't make any sense, it should, because in Diablo 2, the order is normal to exceptional to elite, right? And the order in this game is normal to, what was it? Rune forged to rune mastered, right? No difference whatsoever at all from Diablo 2. You're literally taking a normal unique item, upgrading it to a exceptional unique item, and then you're taking the exceptional unique item and upgrading it to the elite unique item. It's actually a pretty cool system. And of course, you need the specific materials, which is no different than Diablo 2. You need the specific runes and gems, and then you get the final version, which is the rune mastered version. As you can see, it has 316 to 427 damage, which is a lot higher than the original 30 to 40 damage, allowing you to basically take a low level unique and turn it into a high level item that you can utilize on your character. This one actually has a lot of usefulness this season because, believe it or not, it has one of the highest like damage of the all the items, and the Spirit Walker specifically has a passive that transfers the damage of the weapon to your minions, and it doesn't care about the attack speed of the weapon. It only cares about the damage of the weapon. And even though the DPS on this weapon is low because of the reduced attack speed on it, the actual physical damage on the weapon is extremely high. And in fact, if you quality it, put a iron rune in there, you corrupt it and get an extra socket, put another iron rune in there, it can actually get like absolutely crazy in terms of damage output, especially for the Spirit Walker build. And there you go, I got an extra 18% increase to, what did I get? I got nothing? No, I got nothing. So in this particular case, like, this is just one of many uniques that you can now utilize across the board. I kind of wish they would give this touch to just about everything, but some uniques are just simply being upgraded the damage, so they're just simply tiering up the base type, similar to Diablo 2, and then other uniques, as I showed you earlier, are actually randomizing the effects or adding new modifiers entirely to the items, which is pretty cool. Overall, I've been pretty impressed with the Resim Anvil, like a lot of the new stuff that they've added this season, and it's got a big thumbs up for me. I spent about like an entire month playing the .5 update, and I finally kind of like broke down and decided that I needed to like make some videos. But other than that, like, I've been having a blast. I think I've done just about everything there is to do, and honestly, like, I'm still making characters. I still got ideas on stuff that I want to do, like characters I want to design. There's still other characters that I want to play too, and like, I don't know, like a lot of them have to do with the Gemling Legionnaire, and I do have a Gemling Legionnaire which is leveled up, which I could potentially start doing testing on. So that might be my next step, is literally just play around one of the Gemling Legionnaire, try different builds, and like mess around with all the different stuff that they've added. Another cool thing that they added this season is the split personality gems. The split personality gems allow you to start from a different starting location. So in previous seasons, when you picked a character, you kind of just were stuck with whatever your character started as, right? There's multiple starting locations. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's multiple classes. And depending on what class you choose, you start at different locations. Well, the thing is that this season they've added these split personality gems. And the split personality gems essentially allow you to start from different locations. So in this particular case, can allocate passive skills from the mercenary starting point. You can also find ones that activate from like the sorceress or the oracle, you know, well, the druid essentially. Like you can start from a lot of different places. And if I just type in can allocate passive skills from there you go. So we've got the mercenary, the Templar, the ranger, the warrior, the shadows, and the sorceresses. So as you can see, there's a lot of different potential options here for you to like choose and start your character from different locations, and they're not even that expensive. And what this has done is it's really opened up more options in terms of how you can set up your character. Like if you'd like to do a Gemling Legionnaire but you want to do a spellcasting Gemling Legionnaire, well, now you can just simply get the appropriate gem and start over here. Or if you want to do like a monk but you want to do like a werewolf monk or something, and like all the werewolf stuff is over here, well, then you can literally just pick your monk ascendancy and then use the split personality gem to hop over. It's making it a lot easier to build characters and to actually get around the map than it was before, and it's making the ascendancies a lot less restrictive. The Titan, for instance, which is one of the more powerful ascendancies because he has the ability to increase the passives of essentially all the small passives on the board. And I do have a Titan around here somewhere. I'm sure I've got a Titan. That's a Warbringer, Chronomancer, Deadeye, Invoker, Stormweaver. Where's my Titan at? Mr. Titan, bring me a Titan. There he is. This league is ended. You cannot create characters anymore. Wait, what? He needs to be migrated or something? That's weird. I think he was in like the Stalathon League. I was completely unaware that. Yeah, he's in the Stalathon League. Is the Stalathon League not over yet? Interesting. The individual like micro leagues that they put out are pretty cool. I've participated in 2 of the private leagues so far, and I'm pretty excited. Apparently, there's supposed to be another private league coming up. So that could be interesting as well. But the Titan has a specific passive. I guess I can't log into him. But basically, it just increases the effectiveness of all small nodes and makes him extremely powerful for increasing passives on the board that are otherwise limited. Like, for instance, he works really good with the Thorns build because there's not very many Thorns passives on the actual passive tray. So if you're trying to increase the Thorns passives, one of the best ways to do that is to grab the Titan. Well, now you can grab the Titan and get those benefits, and then just like go over here and do whatever you want to do, like on the absolute other side of the tree, which has opened up a lot of really fun ways to build characters. The Gemling, for instance, with all of his crazy bonuses, like wouldn't be as powerful if you couldn't just simply hop to the other side of the board and pretend to be a sorceress, right? Like, you know, getting access to some of these cool benefits on the spells, like say the Comet bonus, which gives you, you know, a huge amount of increased damage to frozen targets, like wouldn't really matter if you couldn't go over to the spell side of the tree and actually get access to the spell stuff you needed to make the build work. Overall, I've just had lots of fun. I feel like I could talk for hours on this season, but if you haven't had fun with Path of Exile 2 in the previous seasons, all I can say is that this season is definitely worth giving a try. Huge improvements to the game overall. The game feels better. It plays better. The campaign is more fun. The end game is more fun. The frickin' crafting system has gotten more fun. The Verisium Anvil has made the uniques more useful and more fun. I'm actually building more characters around the uniques. You can use the uniques at lower levels. And you can actually take those uniques and level with them all the way to the end without having to buy multiple versions. There's tons of ways that you can like strip unique powers off and you can actually utilize them on items. One of the ways is one of the new currencies that essentially allows you to just like rip a unique item off of or power off of an item. I can't remember which one it is actually, but basically it just allows you to take a unique item and turn it into a gem or a rune essentially that you can then socket into another piece of equipment, which is actually pretty cool too, because not only can you upgrade the uniques now and make them more useful, not only can you make the uniques more useful by just simply being able to use them at lower levels, but they've also added in the ability to essentially turn the unique power into a rune, which you can then socket into a piece of equipment, which makes the uniques even more useful, essentially allowing you to utilize them a third way in your build, right? Let me know what you guys think about the new season. Let me know what you guys think about the patches. They've actually come out with multiple patches. Like there was the 0.5 patch, then there was the 0.51, then there was the 0.52, and then there was the 0.53, and then there was the 0.54, and then there was the 0.54b. And they've actually been steadily adding tons of stuff into the game with each patch. Like the expedition, this expedition wheel was added like mid-season. Which is crazy. Like we were thinking it was going to take several patches before they got to the expedition wheel, but no, they added the expedition wheel like mid-season, which was pretty darn cool. They also expanded the Atlas tree several times during the season, and more. I'm pretty impressed. The future of Path of Exile 2 is looking bright. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching. Alright, I finished recording that video. Hopefully it doesn't suck. I recorded a video on this program before and it came out doo-doo. It came out doo-doo. Let me do a quick skim through it to make sure it's not doo-doo this time. Would be nice if it wasn't doo-doo. That'd be great if it wasn't doo-doo. Alright. And I've also made average damage to frozen targets. The expedition. Okay. Yep, looks good. Let's go ahead and upload that one, and then we will start on the next one. So I want to get into some more specific videos, like on specific skills and things like that. Less broad and like a dwarven chest. Broad. Dwarven shields are broad. Cody, what are you doing all the way over there? What if I do that? What if I do that and what if I do that? Hmm? You're gonna fall. He's falling. He's falling. Oh no, he's gonna fall. Oh no. Oh no, he's falling. I love messing with him. He's so fun to mess with. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's get this thing set up and so that it's uploading. And let's get it, let's get it, go, get it, go. Alright. Binkity binkity bink bink bink. Hit the button, press the thing. Nextity, nextity. Hit the doojang, get port from video. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, thank you for the jewels, Burlissimo. I think I was right in the middle of recording, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Pink, pink. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bom 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 bom. Okay, that one is done and that one is uploading. It's currently at 64%. My internet connection may not be stable, but it certainly is fast. Listen, you can have the stable or you can have the fast, but you cannot have both. Cody, would you like a limited time offer? Just a limited time offer. Would you like a fighting beef'em stick? Now there's very angry and they's gonna fight back. But if you would like a fighting beef'em stick, I will give you limited time offer. I will give you a fighting beef'em stick. Would you like A fighting beefum stick. Actually, this is a porkum stick. I'm sorry, I lied to you. This is a fighting porkum stick, okay? This is a Duke's. That's a Duke's fighting porkum stick, and that's gonna fight you. Are you ready? Are you ready to get fought? Are you ready? Oh no, that's gonna beat you up. Oh no, that's a fighting beefum stick. Oh no, the fighting beefum stick gonna get you. Oh no, it's a fighting one. Oh no, it's gonna get you. Oh no. He said, yeah, I win. He said, I win, sucker. Ugh, all that drool. That's a lot of drool, buddy. He said, well, I was fighting the stick. Look at your face. You just, all you want is snackums. That's all day long, snackum boy. Snackums, snackums, snackums. All he wants is snackums. He said, give me snackums. I want some more snackums. If you don't got some snackums, then I'll not be your friend, because you know not a snackum boy and I'm not gonna snackums. Okay. Cody, intermission is over. The intermission. Alright, so the first skill I want to do a video on is actually one that I've worked on for a while. It's Fangs of Frost. I think we'll do a video on Fangs of Frost, and we'll do a video on Parry. Both of them together are pretty amazing, and yeah, I've fallen in love with Parry. I think Parry's amazing. Sting, 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 ding, 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 ding. Bong, 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 bong. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. I mean, it's okay. I'm live recording, but I mean, I'm not live recording right this second. I just finished a video though. We're gonna be recording some more. We gonna be recording some more. I think, what do I do first? I don't even know. Do I do Parry first? Or do I do Fangs of the Frost first and then do Parry? Parry, then Fangs of Frost, Fangs of Frost, then Parry. I don't know. I guess if we're going to show off Parry, we need a map. So let's go ahead and get a blandish map so that we can just show off Fangs of Fury. We just need something that's not like ridiculous, so we can stand around and talk about stuff. Let's check out this map real quick. Yeah, this one will do. This'll do just fine. Bing 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 bing. Alrighty. Let me see if this one's finished uploading. Okay, it's finished uploading, so we can start recording the next video. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Path of Exile 2 Skills. We're going to be going over a specific skill today that I've done a lot of work with, and it is Fangs of the Frost. Fangs of the Frost is one that I originally picked up back in, like, I don't even know, like the Huntress season? What was that, like 0.2 or 0.3 or something? And I tried it, and I didn't really like it, and then I kind of like put it down for a little while and picked it back up, and eventually it kind of clicked with me, and I've actually had a lot of fun with it. Let's just talk about the gem itself before we get started with anything else, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty. So Fangs of the Frost is an attack, first off, which is important because it works with attack-based stuff. It is an AoE, a melee strike cold skill. Strike is a very important thing here because strike allows it to do some pretty fun stuff, and we'll talk about that. It does have some pretty decent damage, as you can see, 532% attack damage. It is a dex-based skill, so at level 90 it requires 157 dex, which is a lot. The stab itself is pretty simple. It's just conversion of 80% of your physical damage to cold. You don't necessarily have to have a physical damage weapon here. A lot of people get really confused about this, and they think that they need a physical damage weapon because it converts physical damage to cold. But the fact of the matter is no, you don't need a physical weapon. You can utilize a cold weapon just as easily as you can utilize a physical weapon. Like, for instance, my weapon right here has basically no physical damage on it whatsoever. If you look at it, it is essentially primarily cold damage. It's a T1 cold mod, a T1 cold mod, increased elemental damage with attacks, which is nothing to do with physical, and it has only the base physical damage on the spear, which is only 55 to 92, and as you can clearly see, despite the fact that it has only the base damage of the spear, I'm still dishing out like 68k damage explosions here, right? So don't think that just because it says conversion of physical to an elemental that you have to have physical. This is just a way for the game to give you the ability to use an elemental damage attack with a physical weapon. You can still use a physical weapon, or you can use an elemental damage weapon. I could utilize a fire damage spear or a lightning damage spear, and I could convert Fangs of Frost into almost entirely lightning or fire if that's what I want to do. Now, there are some disadvantages to doing that specifically, and we'll talk about those as well as we go. So as you see, it says 190% more magnitude of chill inflicted, and it has 190% more freeze buildup. So freeze buildup would not apply to lightning or fire damage, right? So if you did utilize a fire or a lightning weapon with this ability, although you can convert the elemental damage to whatever you want, you cannot convert this to a different like effect, right? You're not going to change the freeze buildup to something else. Now, Fangs of the Frost has increased melee strike range as well, and the extra benefit from the Gemini Legionnaire is even more melee strike range, which gives it plus 1.3 and plus 0.4, which you can also get more melee strike range in the form of the board, and you can also get melee strike range on your weapon. It's kind of insane, actually. There's also a chance to not consume the parry debuff, which is the mechanic of how the ability works. So we're going to talk about that as well. So perform an icy stab that exploits the enemies who are already off balance. Hitting a parried enemy target consumes the debuff and causes an explosion of frost and leaving chilled ground. Chilled ground is also really cool with this. So not only can you utilize Fangs of Frost as a like an effect to get damage, right? So like just as a damaging effect, you can also utilize it as a way to get massive amounts of chilled ground. Now, you can utilize it for the damage portion, in which case you probably want to use things like Elemental Armament 2, Close Combat. Concentrated Area actually works surprisingly well with this ability. Cold Attunement and Ancestral Call is actually one that I use for a specific reason, and we'll talk about why I use Ancestral Call later. The explosion portion of it is 100% physical damage to cold, so there's no physical damage left. It has the same 380% more magnitude of chill and 380% more freeze buildup, so it's designed around freezing and chilling enemies. It also has the explosion and chilled ground radius is 2.2 meters, so it tells you how big the chilled ground is. Overall, the skill itself is kind of mediocre if you're not utilizing the parry debuff. I actually have built a character around this without the parry debuff, and it was okay. It wasn't the most amazing thing in the world, but it was alright. As you play and you actually mess around with this ability, you'll get a better understanding of how it functions. Now, parry itself, which was a mechanic that was separate from Fangs of Frost, and I'll probably do an entire video on parry as well, so look out for that. But parry requires that you parry a target. So if we have any target that comes nearby, we obviously want to parry them first, which gives the parry debuff, but it doesn't last very long, as you can see. It only lasts like a couple seconds. But when you utilize Fangs of the Frost with the parry debuff, you get a very nice explosion. Now, if you don't have the parry debuff active, it just does the hits. So you're just doing the generic hits. That's why when you look at Fangs of the Frost with the advanced panel, you're going to see the stab, which is a separate damage. As you can see, average damage per use 27,000, and then the explosion, which is average damage per use is 57,000, right? So the explosion is much higher damage than the stab, and the stab only hits one target. Now, the stab is what consumes the parry debuff, though, and this is important in basically making this function the way that you want it to function, right? So the reason why I'm using Ancestral Call, and I promise to talk about this, is because the Ancestral Call gives me the ability to have two identical versions of myself essentially pop up, and they also attack. You can see them right here. It only happens once every certain number of seconds, but these identical versions will also use Fangs of the Frost on the target. On top of this, I'm also utilizing an ability called Tribal Fury. Tribal Fury allows strikes, as you can see specifically, and for Fangs of the Frost is a strike, that deal splash damage, which allows them to hit multiple targets. Now, this allows me to do some very interesting things with Fangs of the Frost that you would otherwise not be able to do, because you need to be able to pull the parry debuff, and you also need to be able to dish out the damage, right? So if you get into a large pack of monsters like this, and let me see if I can find a nice juicy pack, and you parry all the monsters, you want all the explosions to happen at the same time. And that's what Ancestral Call and Strike's Tribal Fury does for me, is it allows me to essentially pull every single parry debuff simultaneously, allowing me to dish out massive amounts of damage to entire pack, as opposed to just simply pulling one parry debuff. Now, to get the parry debuff on multiple targets the way that I'm currently getting it, it took me a little bit of work as well. And I'll dive into this in more detail in the actual parry video, but let's talk about it briefly in this video, because it does have to do with the mechanics of how Fangs of the Frost works. So if you take a look at the passive tree, and you just search for the word parry, you'll come up with a couple parry clusters. There's parry clusters all over the place, in fact. Some of them are more or less important than others. Some of them specifically state increased parry hit area of effect. Now, these are the most important for when it comes to trying to parry and hit multiple targets. Think about parry as a cone, right? And it goes out like this. Well, it only hits a small number of targets to begin with. In fact, if you just use the base parry with no bonuses, one thing you're going to notice is that, yeah, you hit a couple targets, but you're not going to hit the amount that I hit. When I go into a pack, because of the way that I've built parry, and I've actually built into those nodes specifically that build the parry debuff, I can go into a pack of monsters, parry one target, and everything is parried at the same time. This allows me to get a massive amount of damage increase, and also obviously get all my explosions off. Now, it's not just the damage, the actual explosions, and here's a really good place to show this off, so let's do it here. Let me just kind of like stand here for a second and let them crowd around me. See how large the influence of my parry debuff is by comparison to like what a normal player might have? I can parry essentially a very large number of monsters at the same time, allowing me to get a large number of explosions as a result. On top of this, I've also realized that you can parry inanimate objects, like for instance a shield wall, which allows me to utilize monsters to gain a parry debuff on the inanimate sources, giving me a much larger ability to do more explosions. So the way that Fangs of Frost works is actually quite beautiful in that it allows you to get, obviously, the chilled ground. It also allows you to get the explosions, which do massive amounts of AoE damage. You can utilize the strikes to pull multiple parry debuffs. You get the parry debuff damage increase, which is also really nice, by the way. I have mine beefed up, but if you take a look at my buff debuff magnitudes, more attack damage taken inflicted 118% on any target that has a parry debuff. So the amount of damage that I'm actually doing with Fangs of Frost is kind of convoluted, because when you look at the actual tree and you see the Fangs of Frost damage number, like for instance that I can do up to 68,145 damage, that's not even true. Because when I parry debuff a target, I'm getting a huge bonus to that damage via the parry debuff, so that when the explosion goes off, you're getting a much larger amount of damage. Now, if you didn't want to utilize Fangs of the Frost specifically for its damage output, you could utilize it for its chilled ground. And there's a lot of really interesting support gems that you can utilize for chilled ground to make it into a very powerful ability. For instance, if I were to pull up these support gems real quick for Fangs of the Frost, and you just type in ground, there's several that you can utilize. One is encroaching ground, which causes supported ground surfaces to increase in size every second up to 100% of its maximum size, which is actually really cool, giving you essentially a much larger chilled ground that you can utilize. And there's also persistent ground 3, which basically makes it so that you get increased duration of all of your ground sources, so you have to do it less. And then there's also Frost Nexus, which makes it so whenever you freeze an enemy, you get chilled ground as well. So you can basically double up on your chilled ground, which is actually kind of cool. Fangs of the Frost can definitely be a very powerful source for chilled ground. And if you utilized encroaching ground with persistent ground and also Frost Nexus, and then probably you would want to throw in freeze as well. So you'd probably throw in the 50% more freeze buildup as well, because that would probably help with getting the Frost Nexus to go off. If you did all that just as a support ability, you can definitely make Fangs of the Frost put some absolutely crazy chilled ground out, where like the whole ground will just be covered with chilled ground for as far as the eye can see. Overall, it's one of my favorite abilities on the Spirit Tree so far. It's an amazing melee ability. It's really good in combination with parry, and just really fun. I think that I've probably built like 3 different characters, but this is definitely the culmination of all of that. And the amount of damage that I can put out with this character is kind of dirty. Especially when you go to like a boss or something and you really like see the actual damage output. This is just like a tier 15 map, but let me go run to the boss real quick, and let's get a visual representation of my current damage output on like a boss. I actually have a slightly better weapon than this that I'm currently using. The only reason I'm using this weapon is because I'm trying to do like a hybridized build, and I wanted plus attack skills instead of plus melee skills, because I was trying to do a couple projectile skills as well. But let's go play with Big Boy over here. So we're going to hit him with the Frost Bomb first. We're going to put 2 walls down, boom, boom, and then we're going to let him parry us, and then we're going to pop him. As you can see, I did 1.7 million with a bleed immediately, and he's dead. Very fun build, very fun way to make a character. I think it's like literally one of my favorite characters so far, for sure. But I think that's pretty much it. If you have any questions about Fangs of the Frost or anything specific that you want to know about it, I'm pretty much an expert at it at this point, because I've been messing around with it for like multiple seasons. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching. Alright, boom, another video recorded. Fangs of the Frost. We'll do the parry video next. Parry. Fangs of the Frost. Boom. Bang, 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 bang. I'm gonna have to like thumbnail and post all these. It's gonna take me a while. First things first is just get them uploaded unlisted style, and I'll figure it out later. Da 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 Dun 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 dun. Boom boom dum 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 boom boom dum 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 boom boom dum 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 dum. Okay, HD. All right. Sounds like we published that one. Boom. Yeah. I mean, he was taking stuff from the stash. He just like ganked 360 exalts out of there like it was nothing, and then he's like, eh. Why have I been kicked? I literally said it on stream too. I was like, here, let me put 360 exalts in here. Let me see if somebody takes it like an idiot.
Speak.
Welcome. What do you think?
Burnt. Ah, farted. Farted, bombarded. I farted, hearted, barded. I farted, bombarded.
Carry on.
I mean, look at the guild stash now. There's divs in there. There's exalts. There's chaos orbs. Like, hey, look, and like people are taking them and using them like as a matter of their course, but like they're not just stealing everything in the guild stash. Like, it's almost as if we found the person who was just janking everything. Gankety gankety gank gank gank. Okay. Next video. We want to do one on Parry. Parry is kind of complicated and it's going to take a little while to finish, but hopefully by the time I finish this video, people will get a very solid understanding of how Parry works and how to build it properly and yada 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 blah 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 blah. That's right. I said don't tell me what the if I want to. Alright, I need to see. That video was small, so it's probably already finished uploading. Yes, it is. Alright, so we're ready to go. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Yes, right. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So today we're going to cover a topic which I've been exploring in detail, which is the parry mechanic. It's a skill, but it's also tied to a shield, or rather a buckler. As I found out, bucklers are not the same as shields, and they're in a different classification on their own, so it's important to know the difference. Parry is actually really complicated. There's a lot of unique items for it. There's a lot of mechanics to it. Let's go over it together and we'll talk about how parry works, how you can leverage it to your advantage, and why parry is absolutely amazing. It's kind of crazy for me to, just simply say that parry is absolutely amazing, and then a lot of people have used it and like were absolutely disgusted by it. But as I played more and more and more, and I started to realize like what parry was, one of the things that really kind of stood out to me was just how amazing parry could actually be in terms of just locking down bosses. So let's cover like the basic mechanics of what parry is, and then we'll get into the nitty and gritty of how you can exploit it. So I'm going to bring up the parry window here, and we're just going to read what it says, right? So it's a melee, physical, duration, channeling. Channeling is actually really important here because it'll help you out a lot. Pay attention to the channeling part of this. On top of this, it has no mana cost at all because it's basically a basic ability. And basic abilities don't have mana costs for the most part, which is really cool because that means you can spam it a lot. And you want to spam it a lot, actually. We'll talk about why. It has base crit chance of 5%. Attack damage is rather low. It's not a very high attack damage ability. As it says, ready your buckler to parry the next hit that you would take, blocking the hit and retaliating with a quick sweep that leaves enemies off balance, causing them to take massively increased attack damage for a short duration. Now, that massive increase of attack damage is actually really good, by the way. Parrying causes you to accumulate heavy stun buildup, and you cannot evade a hit that you could parry, but evasion instead grants an equal chance to avoid this heavy stun buildup. Now, the interesting thing here is that you can't evade while you're using parry, but evasion works to avoid the heavy stun buildup, which will otherwise cause problems. So, when you're dealing with parry, one of the main issues is that you will often come into problems where you will eventually run out of heavy stun buildup. So your heavy stun bar is right here. It's above your potions, and as you build heavy stun, you will essentially take damage to that bar. And when the bar fills completely, you will get knocked down. In most cases, it's actually very difficult to hit the heavy stun bonus if you've built the character correctly. But you will find that if you have not built your character correctly, you will get heavy stunned all the time. Now, for the purposes of this video, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get heavy stunned, I think I might just have to, like, run around in a pack of monsters and let them, like, hit me or something. Yeah, it might be impossible here, actually. The reason why I came here specifically is because I wanted to show you a specific boss. And I want to show you how parry can be utilized to lock down bosses. Because not only is parry an ability that gives you a debuff, not only is parry an ability that can be utilized to, like, augment abilities, like Fangs of Frost can utilize the parry debuff to get more damage. But in general, you can also utilize the parry debuff to lock down targets and prevent them from doing things that they would otherwise normally do. You can parry things that you would probably not believe that you could parry. In fact, a lot of the times when people... let me turn this off real quick, because he's getting in my way, killing stuff.
No, what are you doing here?
And let's find Mr. Shark. He's our test subject for the day. So what I'm going to be showing you with the shark is I'm going to be showing you how you can essentially lock him down out of his mechanics. And it has to do with the way that parry interrupts even bosses. And he's going to try jumping under the ground. He's going to try getting away from me, and I'm going to parry his attempt to go under the ground, which is pretty cool. And he should be like... No, that's Singing Caverns. I find everything else except for the shark. Parry. This character is completely designed around parry. He's pretty OP. He uses Fangs of the Frost, which is one of the abilities that you can utilize in combination with parry. So he actually parries the target and then Fangs of the Frost to get the explosion, which he gets a lot of explosions, by the way. Alright, so here we are at the shark. Now, when you fight the shark, he does this really annoying thing where he goes under the ground and he does this whole mechanic system right here. I'm just going to show you the mechanic first. So he goes under the ground, he does this whole thing where he's just messing around. He does these little, like, shark piranha-nado things and whatnot, like, whatever. You can essentially prevent him from doing that mechanic entirely just by simply parrying him. So when he jumps up into the air to do the mechanic, which let's see if we can get him to jump up in the air and do the mechanic again. What you would do is you would just simply parry him. It stops the mechanic entirely. Of course, I was drinking water at that particular moment. And prevents him from being able to go back under the ground. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna accidentally kill him. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's just wait for him to do it so we can parry him so I can show off the boss manipulation mechanics. And I missed the chance. This is terrible. This is a terrible video. It's doing an awful job here showing off the mechanics. No, I don't want to fight you. You're mean. Run around you in circles. There you go. He knocked me down. That's what happens when you hit the heavy stun bar. There you go. And see, I stopped him from going underneath the ground. And there are a lot of mechanics on bosses where the bosses will do specific, very annoying things. And not only can you parry those really annoying specific things, but you can stop the boss from doing mechanics entirely with parry, which is actually kind of insane. It also has really good stun as well, as you can see, as I just stunned the boss just by parrying him a couple times, which is really nice. So I've stopped him again from going underneath the ground. This is just one of the many things that you can do with parry, which is really, really freaking cool. Because not only does it work as a defensive mechanic by allowing you to block everything in sight, and yes, it does count as a block. So when you parry a target, it does count as a block for anything that requires a count as block, right? So if you're on the board and you look at various things, there's a lot of like block related nodes. Like there's a node right here that gives you 10 life when you block. Well, every time you parry, that counts as a block. So you do gain 10 life when you block. You can also utilize things like dazing blocks, which is 100% chance to daze enemies who hit you when you block when you raise your shield, because it counts as a raised shield. You can also utilize things like apply debilitate to monsters in front of you when you raise your shield. There's a lot of various mechanics that you can utilize because parry does count as a block. Now, one of the best ways to make parry into an ability that is usable on any monster, and not just like baby monsters, is you have to deal with the heavy stun gauge. Now, I've dealt with it entirely, and I'm going to explain to you how I dealt with it so that you understand how you can deal with it, right? So one of the best ways to deal with heavy stun is this line right here, which says, parrying causes you to accumulate heavy stun buildup. You cannot evade a hit that you could parry, but evasion instead grants an equal chance to avoid the heavy stun buildup. This means that building evasion is a very good way to build a parry character. Another good way to build a parry character is armor. So I suggest that if you want to build a parry character, you most likely need to go with a armor evasion layer. The reason for this is because evasion will give you a chance to avoid the heavy stun buildup, but armor will give you a very high probability of reducing the heavy stun buildup that comes in. Think of it like a twofold defense system. One will give you a chance to avoid the heavy stun buildup entirely, and the other one will reduce the heavy stun buildup that would come in if it does land on your target, essentially giving you double defense against that particular mechanic. Now, parry actually is not the greatest unbuilt. There's a lot of potential benefits that you can get to make it more powerful. One of the ways that you can potentially build parry is to just get more parry size, like being able to parry more targets. As you can see, I can parry almost everything on the screen at a given time because I can just parry everything, right? I can go into a big room full of monsters and I can parry all the monsters that are in front of me because I have a larger parry than normal. Now you can get some pretty good damage out of parry. You can utilize it for mechanics. You can break armor with it. You can do all sorts of things with it. It does scale based off of your shield. So if you pay attention to the writing on parry, which I didn't go over the bottom part of parry, but if you take a look at it, it says can't be evaded, 400% more stun buildup, which means it's designed around stunning. As I said earlier, it stuns the bosses relatively easily. Can block damage from enemies within 1 meter. Now this can be increased, so we'll talk about that later. Can block all projectile damage from enemies within 1.5 meters. This can also be increased. Parry debuff makes the targets 50% more attack damage. This can be increased massively. Mine is currently at 118% more, which is kind of ridiculous. More is a multiplier, right? It is not a simple thing. It's a multiplier. So if you take a look at my current Fangs of the Frost, which is doing a rather massive amount of damage, it's doing 68,145 without any of my buffs, right? This means that even just without my buffs, without anything else that's going on my character, if I take that 68,145 and I multiply that by my current 118% more, that means I'm dishing out 148,556 per explosion because of the parry debuff. And the parry debuff is just a massive increase in damage that anybody can take advantage of even if you're in a group, which makes parry very effective for group play as well, because you just parry the monster and they get a huge damage bonus on them. Now, the damage of parry itself is kind of interesting. It is based on your shield, or your buckler rather. So the more evasion your buckler has, the more damage your parry gets. It has 3 to 4 added physical damage per 5 evasion on a buckler. So if you were to take a look at my current buckler, which is 1,333 evasion, we can take that and we can multiply that out into damage, right? So 1,333 divided by 333 divided by 5 gives us 266, and we know that on the skill that is per 5 evasion rating gives us 4 added damage, so we multiply that by 4, which means that our shield essentially is giving us 1,066 physical damage to our parry ability, right? Which the parry ability is also getting other benefits as well. There's a lot of ways you can potentially set it up. I have mine currently set up as support, utilizing Rage 3 to get Rage bonus. I'm utilizing Stern's Mountain to get more damage for other skills. So melee skills that don't raise a shield deal 20% more damage if you've blocked while using a supported skill recently, which essentially works really good with parry, so that brings me up from 118% more to 138% more, which is crazy, right? So it's even higher damage than I said. It also gives you more stun threshold, which is really good. You can also utilize things like Uruk's Smelting, so when you block armor, you get increased physical damage, and so forth and so on. I'm actually using it to leech mana as well at this particular moment. If you want to set it up for damage, there's definitely ways to do that, but in my particular way of looking at it, it doesn't seem like a damage ability, more so a support ability, right? And there's a lot of abilities that you can potentially utilize with this ability in support. Not only does it increase every single attack damage skill, right? So if just the debuff is the only thing that's important to you, you can increase every attack damage skill by basically 118% or higher, depending on how far you want to push it. There's also a unique parry buckler that allows you to apply that to any spell as well. It's called Nocturne. It's a wooden buckler, and instead of it being more attack damage, it changes into more spell damage. So you can set up a spell-based character that's utilizing parry to get a huge bonus as well. Now, in the most recent patch, they added an ability called Refutation, and I'm currently using Refutation. It is a Calgurin skill, and it allows you to parry debuff anything that you have blocked, which means that you don't even necessarily even need a parry buckler to utilize the parry debuff now, because you can use Refutation and set up a blocking character and get parry debuffs every time you block a target, which is actually also pretty powerful. This ability is new this season and can be used in combination with the parry ability, which is actually really good. I actually use this on my parry character because why not? Every single time I hold down my button to right click and parry, I'm also blocking, and so it counts as Refutation parry debuffs as well. So it just gets me more parry debuffs on the screen, and it's absolutely amazing. It's like honestly one of the best new abilities that they added in the Calgurin skills, and there's a lot of good ones, but this one's like really powerful. They actually had to nerf it already because it's too powerful. One of the things they did was it was essentially, it had like 100% uptime previously, and they made it so that the uptime was not 100%. That was the nerf they did to it. Now, parry has a lot of ways that it can be buffed up. There's a lot of parry nodes. So if you take a look at parry, and you just type in parry on the board, you'll come up with a lot of cool things. One in particular that I recommend getting if you're trying to do a parry build is this one right here, consistent intake. This helps a lot with your heavy stun intake as well, because heavy stun is based on the damage that you take, and a critical hit does more damage, and therefore a critical hit also stuns you more. So this one, consistent intake, makes it so that you cannot be critically hit while parrying, which prevents essentially any monster from being able to like massively hit you with a huge heavy stun, right? Because you're not going to get crit. It's a really, really, really good way of doing the character. You can also, it also has 15% increased parry debuff magnitude. Now, parry debuff magnitude is how I'm getting up to 118%. There's a lot of ways you can stack parry debuff magnitude all over the board. You can get parry debuff magnitude here. You can get parry debuff magnitude in various places around the board. You can also get parry debuff magnitude by utilizing this Ancient Rune of Dueling. And if you really want to go full in, there is a specific shield. It's called Dunkelholt, which I don't know if I have a Dunkelholt in here. But Dunkelholt is a shield that has a 50% parry debuff on it as well. And it's actually a really powerful shield, but it also comes with a severe drawback, which is it basically makes you take damage from 50% of any blocked hit. I believe I'm using a Dunkelholt on Infinite Lances. I believe he has a Dunkelholt on. Yeah, there it is right there. Dunkelholt is one of the more powerful uniques for the parry debuffs, and there's tons of parry debuff uniques in the lists. Some of them allow you to parry at infinite range. This one in particular, as you can see, allows you to get 50% increased parry debuff magnitude, and also has it so that you take 50% of damage from blocked hits. It's actually really, really strong. It's also going to make you a lot weaker because your blocks are going to actually take damage. But very high damage output with Dunkelholt. And you could put that Ancient Rune of Dueling in there, bringing it from 50% to 60, 70, 80. And then you can also grab the ones on the board, which means you can push the parry debuff magnitude even higher than what I'm currently pushing it. Now, on the board, there's even more parry debuff stuff. And taking a look at some of it, some of them are things like parry area of effect, right? So when you parry a target, most of the time you really don't parry more than like 1 or 2 targets. It is kind of like a small little AoE, but it's not really the biggest. If you grab the parry hit area of effect bonuses on the board, like these here, you can increase the size of the parry, which allows you to parry more monsters. And the more monsters you can parry, the better you can utilize the parry debuff to your advantage. Of course, if you're only fighting one monster, it doesn't really matter, but things like parry debuff magnitude help out a lot. There's also parry range. Now, parry range has to do with how far away the monster is from you that can be parried, which can sometimes get a little wonky. However, I have noticed that you really don't have to build the parry range too much. You really just have to build the parry hit area of effect. That's the thing that you're really interested in. And you honestly want to stack as much parry hit area of effect as you can. I did try to check and see if parry hit area of effect could be manipulated with things like magnified area support gems, and it did not seem like it would support those. So keep that in mind. There is a good support gem that you can use early on that'll help you with heavy stun stuff, and that's the Steadfast 2, which gives you 100% more ailment threshold while channeling supported spells or skills, and 50% more stun threshold while channeling supported skills. It'll help out massively. So stacking armor, stacking stun threshold, stacking evasion, all of which will help your parry, and eventually you get to the point where you can parry basically anything. And not really have to worry about it all that much. In fact, most of my character that's based around parrying, he can go into a pack of monsters, literally hundreds of monsters deep, and he can hold down the parry button and never have any issues at all. In fact, we can go into a map real quick, and I can kind of show you this. Certainly doesn't hurt anything. And let me go to my hideout real quick. I think I still have a map active, which could easily show off the parry ability. No, of course I don't. And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a taste of how parry functions, like in an actual map. Get my Elon map tab, and let's just grab something. I don't really care. What's a good map to show off our parry ability in? Boy, I like the mountain maps. The mountain maps are fun. I don't particularly like the Delirium, though. Delirium can go to the poopies. It can go to the poopies. I do not like you. What is this? Asmary Spirits? Poopy Asmary Spirits. Let's do this one. That looks like fun. So some of the skills, I forgot to talk about some of the skills that you can utilize parry with. Fangs of the Frost is one of them. I just did a video on Fangs of the Frost. If you want to check that out, I highly recommend it. I'm going to be using Fangs of the Frost. There's also another ability that you can utilize. It's called Disengage. Disengage is actually really good for building Frenzy charges. I would highly recommend you check that out if you want to get Frenzy charges. Both of which allow you to consume the parry debuff and get essentially something for it. In this particular case, I'm just going to find a nice big pack of monsters to show off my ridiculous parry ability. So, parry, boom, haha, die. What's up, parry, boom. Now, you can parry monsters, but interestingly enough, you can also parry inanimate objects, like walls and bells and other things. And you wouldn't necessarily think it when you first, realize it, but you can actually parry lots of things, including like inanimate objects, which is weird, but it works. So if I place down a wall, for instance, and I drop down 2 walls, you'll notice that the parry debuff appears on the walls. And I can essentially grab more parry debuffs, which also means more explosions in that particular regard. So I'm able to essentially just line up the damage. This is an essence, for instance, and like one of the things that I would do with essences, which was kind of funny, is I would throw down the walls in advance, pop the essence, and you can literally just like blow them up, which is always fun. You can also parry them and then blow them up, but this particular case, they were too weak. They were the little babies. I've actually really fallen in love with parry ever since they made the adjustments to it, and they've adjusted it several times since launch. So if you used it originally in like the Huntress season, it's nowhere near that. Like that, it's like a completely different skill almost now than what it was before. But as you can see, like when I'm in here and I'm parrying, like my parry bar like barely even goes up. I've got it set up enough. I have enough defenses. I have enough evasion. I've got myself set up to a point where the parry is not only like never generating heavy stun, but just absolutely annihilating packs of monsters. And of course you can utilize it for many different things. Fangs of the Frost is just one of the many abilities that you can utilize it for. And as I said earlier, Refutation also works. So if I go into a pack of monsters and I toggle Refutation, like this, you'll see that the parry debuff appears on the monsters too, without me having to hold up my parry shield at all, which is pretty cool. So being able to get the parry debuff on monsters even without the parry shield is pretty darn neat. I've been messing around with a lot of the uniques, and I feel like we should probably go over all the parry uniques and talk about each one of the parry uniques, because I've definitely been messing around with tons of the parry uniques, and I can give you my thoughts on them and what they're useful for. So let's just go to armor and we'll type in parry, and we're going to look at some of these. So the Dunkelholt leather buckler is the one I talked about earlier. It has the huge parry magnitude increase, which is actually massive. It's a very strong offensive shield, just not a very good defensive shield. A lot of these can be upgraded now, believe it or not, through the new Verisium Anvil thing, which is pretty cool. Nocturne is pretty much mandatory if you're trying to do spells. So if you're trying to make your parry debuff work against spells, this is going to be really good for you. It also has 100% increased parry debuff duration on it, which is also really nice, because that's going to make it obviously last longer for you to cast your spells, which works really well. Rondel de Ezo. This is one of the ones that's an Ezomite buckler that can be upgraded. It has 100% increased block chance against projectiles. Not really sure why this matters. So one of the interesting things that I actually encountered when it came to parry is that parry, when you hold up the shield, is 100% block chance. There's no, like, will I block or won't I block? Like, is it a 50% block chance? There's no percent chance. You will always block when you have your shield, your parry shield raised. So this 100% increased block chance against projectiles would only affect essentially just when you're not parrying. It also curses enemies with Enfeeble on block, which is kind of interesting. Enfeeble is a debuff essentially that causes the monsters to deal less damage, and it's pretty nice. It's 10% on unique targets and 20% on other targets. So basically, just it acts as a defensive layer. This is more of a defensive parry shield, and it does work fairly well for defensive. One of the main issues with a lot of these, though, is they have relatively low evasion rating, and you need evasion rating to avoid the heavy stun buildup. So keep that in mind. Blood Barrier is an interesting one that's designed entirely around corrupted blood, which is essentially a damage over time. And it's basically designed around your maximum life. So it deals 50% of your maximum life as physical damage per second. So it works as a HP stacking build. So you can essentially just parry, and then every time you parry, you block, because every time you parry, it is a block counted. And then every time you block, you're basically inflicting corrupted blood on the targets. It works quite well. I've actually seen some people do some builds on it. You do have to stack your maximum life to the moon, though, to make it function, but it's there. Colton Halt is an interesting one. Colton Halt is designed around the idea of essentially modifying the stun buildup into freeze buildup, and it also converts all of the physical parry damage into cold parry damage. It's an interesting shield, but it fails on a very simple way. So because the damage of parry is almost entirely decided by the shield. And the more evasion you have, as I showed you earlier, the more damage you get. The problem with Colton Halt is that because it doesn't have much evasion on it, it doesn't have much damage. And even though you convert the physical damage into cold damage and the stun buildup into freeze buildup, it doesn't really do anything at higher levels because there's no damage there to do anything with. Because the damage comes from the shield, you basically have no damage. And because freeze buildup is essentially almost entirely decided by the amount of damage that you put out, you're not putting out enough cold damage with the Colton Halt to actually freeze anything. So unfortunately, it kind of fails in what it's designed to do. It works fairly well in early levels, like if you're using it as a low-level character, because at low levels, the evasion on the shield is okay. But as you start to level up higher and you need more damage, and Colton Halt doesn't have it, well, it just doesn't work. Silverthorn is an interesting one that's designed around parrying, applying 10 stacks of critical weakness, which goes as high as 20 stacks. So every time you parry, you get to put critical weakness on the target. Critical weakness essentially just gives you more critical hit chance, which is actually really nice, by the way. And it's really good if you're trying to do a crit build. So you can essentially have Silverthorn working together with you as a crit bonus, situation. So if you're trying to run a full crit build, it works really nicely. There's also a gem or a rune or an idol, I can't remember. Here, let me just type in parry. It's called Ulamon's Gaze. It has gloves. Critical hit chance is lucky against a parried enemy. So if an enemy has a parried debuff on them, critical hit chance rolls twice and always takes the better result. And then you have that shield, Silverthorn Buckler, which also gives you the critical weakness, which in turn also increases your crit. So there definitely is an interesting idea for a critical damage build there with Silverthorn and the other. It also has 100% increased parry damage, though, which is kind of stupid because it doesn't have any damage. It's the same problem with Colton Halt. The damage bonus is nice, but since the damage is based on the evasion of the shield, and Silverthorn has no evasion, it tends to basically give you no bonus, which is de poopies. Kalgira's Arc is another one that has infinite parry range. I tried this out, and I just didn't really know what to think about it. Yes, it does allow you to parry at infinite range, and you can parry basically anything. But it doesn't really work that way. To put it into perspective, when you parry and you basically propel a parry debuff in front of you, right? Well, if you parry at infinite range, you're still putting the debuff in front of you. And you get it applies the parry debuff to that one monster way off in the distance, but it doesn't actually do the parry debuff on that monster in a cone and hit all the monsters nearby. And it's not it even matters because the monster's so far away most of the time. It's a very odd thing. I'm not exactly sure what I feel how I feel about this one. You should probably play around with this one yourself and see how you feel about it. I felt like it was unnecessary, and that eventually, when I came to the conclusion of my character and decided exactly how my character would work, that this was just not needed. There's also the Sun Splitter. The Sun Splitter is basically just a bunch of plus the skills. It has +1 fire, +2 cold, and +3 lightning skills. Actually, might work really well on my build now that I think about it, although I would lose all the damage on parry and all the evasion. But Sun Splitter would give me +2 to cold skills, so I guess it could be a very offensive choice. It also has +3 to lightning skills as well, which could also be an interesting combination. Overall, all of the unique bucklers have some interesting effects. But in the end, as you can see, I usually end up choosing just a rare buckler. And the reason why I choose the rare buckler is because it has much higher evasion, and it's much easier to avoid the parry or the heavy stun buildup if you have high evasion, right? And yeah, it works quite well. You get some very good evasion bonus, and you just get to avoid all of the heavy stun buildup. You also get to stack actual stats on your shield instead of just having a shield that does basically nothing. I think for leveling, a lot of these shields or these bucklers are fun-ish, but for the most part, they just kind of fail on many points. I may do videos individually on each one of these. The only one I would consider using in my current build, or rather two, would be Dunkelholt for the massive amount of increased parry debuff magnitude. I was considering that because you could also socket to 30% in there, and then you could get 80% parry debuff magnitude, which is massive. I had also considered trying to make a Nocturne spell-based character, but it would never be on this character. Like, I would never consider it for this character. It would be for like a spell-specific character. And then, of course, Sun Splitter for the plus the skills is always nice. Just having massive amounts of plus the skills is always amazing. In fact, if you were to utilize this with a lightning character, you could obviously get +3, which is kind of crazy, considering you can get +4 on your spear, and that's 4, 5, 6, 7. You could potentially sanctify for, what, 8, which is a massive amount of plus the skills that you can potentially get for a lightning skill. Not exactly sure what lightning skill I would use, but there is one spear skill specifically that could be fun with that. It would be I think it's called Primal Strikes. Primal Strikes is a lightning skill. It's about like attacking really fast and getting like the final strike. Could be kind of a fun character to like mess around with parry. I could see it. Overall, parry has definitely come a long way from its origins. It's definitely a much better ability than it was to begin with. I actually have considered at this point adding parry into just about any character. The crazy way that you can just like manhandle bosses with parry is kind of nuts. I did my like first campaign with the new parry system, and I was messing around with like specific bosses and the way they work. To give you some examples, Geonor. That has all those like ice spikes that come down, like the orbital laser beams. Essentially, you can parry those. You can parry freaking orbital laser beams. The plants, like when you're out in a map and you have those like volatile plants that come after you, and the volatile plants just like come, they just keep coming and they keep coming. This one could potentially have volatile plants. Let's check this one. Chaos barrages, not quite what I was looking for. Let's see if we can find any monster that has them. But you would be surprised at the things that you can parry, because I was. I started getting into the nitty-gritty of it and testing out every single monster. And of course, there was a little bit of a learning curve there, like learning each individual ability that you can parry and learning the abilities that you can't parry, right? And eventually you get to the point where you start to figure out all the abilities that can and cannot be parried. But like, you're going to be surprised at some of the stuff that you can parry. You can parry volatile plants. You can parry the volatile crags. You can parry like pretty much any like ranged ability or melee attack that's not special. The damage increase, of course, is massive, but like you can parry orbital lasers. You can parry flamethrowers. Like if a boss has like a flamethrower, you can parry the flamethrower. Not only do you parry the flamethrower, but you could just lock it down. Like when you parry the flamethrower, essentially what happens is the monster just stops using it. You can also parry things like multi-combo attacks. So if you fight a monster that has like multiple combo attacks in a row, which is something that it's kind of hard to explain. Like when a monster attacks and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And their attacks are basically in a sequence. Well, if you attack or parry the monster at the beginning of the sequence, you can interrupt the way that the sequence functions. And by interrupting the sequence, you can stop the entire sequence from happening. So, in other words, the monster will go from like, oh my god, I'm going to do this big giant attack sequence on you, to only doing 1 or 2 of the attacks, at which point you're basically interrupting the sequence. And when you interrupt the sequence, you're essentially forcing the monster out of that attack sequence entirely. Which can cause a monster that has like big, ridiculous attack animations to only do like 1 of the attacks or 2 of the attacks instead of the entire rotation, which is pretty darn cool. Let's see what boss this is real quick, and we'll see if we can lock him down. So this one in particular, he doesn't have a lot of like skills that can be locked down, but he can be parried. And you basically just wait for him to hit you, parry him, and just do massive amounts of damage to him. It really trivializes a lot of the bosses, because if you learn the mechanics of the way that the bosses work, and like I said, it takes a little bit of time, you can essentially parry like almost like 90% of the abilities that the bosses do. There are a couple bosses that have like very bad parry windows. The skeleton that's in that center of that thing, he kind of sucks. There's like a handful of them, but like the majority of the bosses, not only can you parry them, but you can literally lock them down in most cases. On top of that, the parry is, like I said before, very good at stunning things. So if you have an actual shield that has damage on it, and you actually build the parry properly, you can use the parry to stun pretty much anything that you want to stun, and it stuns bosses very well. It's extremely good at stunning bosses, in fact. Overall, just an amazing addition to the game, and I would highly recommend that you check out parry, or check out some of the abilities that go with it, like Fangs of the Frost or Disengage, or even just utilize it for your specific build. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. If you have any specific questions about parry, feel free to put them down in the comments. I'll try to answer. I've been testing around with the ability for a while, so I can probably give you an answer on mechanics. And as always, keep watching. "40-minute video on parry." Definitely did have a lot to say. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, next on the video list. Alright, so that one is uploading. Let's go ahead and post some of these, or the state of the end game, not state of the end game. I don't know. Copy. Hit the button. Alright, so parry is going up. So what are we working on next? What do we do when you have to poo? Boopy doopy boopity doo. Tell you what I know for you. Boopity boopity doopity doo. Gon' do boop doop boopity doo. Frostbomb could be a fun one. I've done a lot of video. I've done a lot of testing and like stuff on Frostbomb. I like frosty bombs. Bombs of the frost and the frosty bombs.
Not yet.
It's such a fun ability.
Need a sec.
Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we can take a quick restroom break and I'll be right back and we'll start the next video. What do we do next? Kind of want some chips. We've been at this for like 2.5 hours. I'm hungry. I did an hour state of the video, and then I did the Fangs of the Frost, which wasn't very long, and then I did the Perry video, which was like 40 minutes. Frost bomb. We need to do a little bit of research before we make the video. So much to do with infusions. Okay. That should be plenty of information we need. Let's go. Always get the chip stuck in my tooth. I don't know what it is about Lay's. It's like Lay's specifically. It's like the chips are so thin that they just like turn into glue and stick straight to your teeth. Other chips don't do that. I only got Lay's because I picked up one of them big boxes that has like a bunch of chip bags in it. Ain't mad at it. They taste good at least. Alright. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Path of Exile 2 Skills. So today we're going to be looking at a spell, specifically one that I've used a lot in a lot of different characters. I'm trying to get some of the abilities that I've really experimented with myself out of the way. This one in particular is a skill known as Frost Bomb. Let me empty out my inventory real quick because I'm going to need the space.
Don't spend it all at once.
Poopies.
Carry on.
Bing, 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 bing. Alright, so when you use Frost Bomb is really simple. In fact, let me take out Spell Cascade and Spell Echo so that you can see it in its raw form. So when you use Frost Bomb, It creates a bomb which pulses multiple times. Now, it's important to note that it doesn't do any damage. It does no damage whatsoever when it is pulsing. It only does damage upon the final explosion. I actually have built an entire character around this ability, and the ability that I built was kind of fun. I basically set it up so I could just have like multiple frost bombs exploding like in rapid succession. That was really cool. They has since, unfortunately, put a limit on frost bomb, made it a lot harder to spam. Probably my fault. But you know, it is what it is. When it comes to Frostbomb, however, on the Jumbling Legionnaire, you can actually get some special bonuses. So the Jumbling Legionnaire has a passive that allows him to get extra quality bonuses. And one of the extra quality bonuses he gets is, you guessed it, Limit Frostbomb. Which is really freaking cool. So you can essentially get more of a limit to the number of frost bombs that you can put out at any given time period, which means I can put out 3 frost bombs. However, it has a cooldown on it, which makes it more difficult to put out those frost bombs. Let's take a look at the ability. Let's read it real quick. Let's talk about it, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of how you can take advantage of this ability to 100%. So it's an AoE skill, which means it does scale with AoE damage multiplier modifiers. It is cold, it's duration, it is a orb, and it is also a remnant skill because it creates elemental remnants called cold infusions, which are really cool. And I'll talk about what you can do with those later. It has mainly intelligence as its requirement, so if you don't have high intelligence, it will not work. Another thing that they changed about this ability is that if you are using a lower level version of the skill, it will not work because the elemental exposure only works if the monster is within a certain number of levels. It's actually written right here. It says exposure is a type of debuff that lowers the affected enemy's total enemy resistance. By default, it lowers resistance by negative 20% and lasts for 4 seconds. Though some sources of exposure can override these values, like most sources of lowering resistances, this can cause the enemy's resistance to become negative. Higher rarity enemies are less affected by exposure. 15% less exposure on magic monsters, 30% less on rare monsters, and 50% less on unique. Also, if the monster is not within a certain number of levels of the skill, it will unfortunately not work on the target either. So if you're using a low-level version of Frostbomb on high-level monsters, it just will not apply. It just won't apply at all, so keep that in mind. Now, elemental exposure is one of the main reasons why you come to Frostbomb because it stacks ridiculously. You can stack elemental exposure using things like potent exposure, which gives you 20% increased effective exposure. You can utilize, obviously, the level of the ability, which gives you more and more every single time. In fact, you can see here it says initially applies 20% elemental exposure and 2% exposure per pulse, up to a maximum of 50%. However, you'll see that mine is going a lot higher than 50. You can also get more elemental exposure on the board if you take a look at it. So, like, there's a bunch of exposure nodes that you can take to increase the amount of exposure. Right here is a 5% additional resistance. There's also 10% increased exposure effect, 10% increased exposure effect. You can also come up here, and there's 30%, 10%, and 10%, all of which will give you even more exposure on your character. So if you stack these exposure effects, you essentially get more and more negative res, which of course negative res is increased damage, because as you know from Diablo 2, as the monster's resistance drops, especially below 0 into the negative numbers, it's essentially just free multiplicative damage on your character. Like if you were doing 10,000 damage and you have negative 100% resistance, well now you're doing 20,000 damage because it's a 100% increase on what you had before. That's one of the main reasons why you come to Frostbomb. Now, a second reason that you would come to Frostbomb is, of course, its ability to create these elemental infusions, which, in this particular case, it creates a cold infusion. Every time you use Frostbomb and it successfully explodes, it will create one of these little ditties on the ground. And when you walk close to it, it will collect it and give you the cold infusion. The cold infusion is going to give you a nice buff on a particular skill that you would use it on. So depending on what you are using the cold infusion for, which there's a lot of fun things that you can use it on, we'll go over that in a minute. You can stack these, you can also stack more of them, and you can also create more of them. So Frostbomb is an ability that is cascadable, it is echoable, and if you have a plus to the limit on the maximum number of frost bomb, and this is only works if you have plus limit, by the way, you can do things like echo it. So if you echo frost bomb, what happens is you get a second frost bomb that casts at the same time as the original, and you see I got 2 explosions and I get 2 infusions. If you utilize spell Cascade, Cascade will make 2 smaller versions of frost bomb on the left and the right, and those will also create infusions, which means that you can potentially get a total of 3 infusions from frost bomb at that particular time period. And you can combine together spell Echo and spell Cascade for a total of 4 frost bombs, which essentially allows you to get 4 infusions any single time you're using it. This also means that you get a lot more pulses, which means you can stack up that exposure much faster on a monster than you would otherwise normally be able to. In fact, if we go into a map real quick and see if we can find any monster, doesn't really matter, and I utilize frost bomb on these monsters, you'll notice that the exposure, which is right here at the top, is stacking up extremely fast, and now I have 75% exposure on these particular targets, which is a pretty massive amount of exposure, and then I can hit them with a very large cold attack, which does a massive amount of damage, right? So frost bomb is really good for a lot of reasons. Number one, it's very easy to add into builds for exposure. If you have the intelligence requirement to actually utilize the high-level version, then you can put this into basically any character. Another way that you can potentially satisfy the intelligence requirement is utilize things like this. Adaptive capability on the Jumping Legionnaire gives you attribute requirements of gems can be satisfied by your highest attribute. You notice that my character has 228 strength, but I only have 36 intelligence, which means that when you look at this gem and it says it requires 147 intelligence, well, I don't have 147 intelligence. It's being satisfied by my strength requirement, so I can find ways around the intelligence requirement, and I can also, of course, have the intelligence requirement one way or the other. Now, Frost Bomb has an exposure limit of 8 seconds, so you do want to make sure you refresh it before it finishes. The cooldown on it is only 6 seconds, so spamming it is pretty easy. You can get maximum exposure basically with this setup by just simply having multiple bombs explode. You can also get the maximum number of infusions. So what can you spend your infusions on? Well, there's a lot of various things that you can spend infusions on. In fact, if you go and you take a look at PoE2DB elemental infusions, you can come up with a list of various things. Spark can consume a cold infusion to fire many sparks in a circle. You can also get lightning warp. In fact, let's just type in cold infusion so we can light these up for us. So Frost Bomb, of course, makes cold infusions. Orb of Storms makes a lightning infusion. You can potentially utilize it on frost darts to cause if each possible projectile to lodge into the enemy and explode. That one's actually really good. I tested that one for a while. Ice Nova consumes a cold infusion to leave patches of chilled ground, which is pretty powerful for specific abilities. Basically just gives you the ability to get a bunch of chilled ground, extra damage on spark, extra damage on frost darts, and so forth and so on. And you can also use elemental infusions to just gain damage. So like there are abilities like on the passive tree that have to do with infusions. If you just type in infusion, and you'll see different ones that will give you like increased elemental infusion duration. There's also ones that give you damage while an infusion is active. Yeah, 15% increased spell damage if you've consumed an infusion recently. 15, 10. Skills have 5% chance not to remove elemental infusions, can count as consuming them. So you can basically set up your character around infusions, get more cold infusion like bonuses, and also this one in particular is pretty cool. Gain a power charge whenever you consume an elemental infusion. That one's actually really cool. Infusions are remnants. They're technically in the remnant category. Remnants have a lot of various things that you can do with them. So if you search for remnants, there's another couple up here. This one allows you to create fire infusions instead of cold infusions. So you could make Frost Bomb generate fire infusions with elemental equilibrium. That's rather interesting. But if you type in remnants, I think it's remnants. I can't remember exactly how to spell it. Remnants. There it is, remnants. And remnants are basically the same thing, essentially, as infusions. So they count as infusions. And so there's a lot of buffs on here that you could potentially get, like 15% chance for remnants you create to grant their effects twice. That one's kind of cool. You can also get a bunch of them that allow you to collect them from further away. I'm not exactly sure how many of these you would actually build into with this, though. Because the more you build into, like, being able to collect them from further away and stuff, like, the less you're building into damage. But there's also things like recover 3% maximum life whenever you collect a remnant, recover 3% maximum mana whenever you collect a remnant. And there's more, of course, than just infusions. Like, there's remnants that you can get all over the place for various different classes. A lot of things classify as remnants. I wonder if it actually specifically states, if I click on it. Remnants are lingering objects in the world which are generally created by players. Walking over remnant collects it, grabs bonuses. It doesn't specifically state everything that classifies as remnant. Overall, Frostbomb is an amazing addition to, honestly, just about any build. Not only does it add a huge amount of exposure, which is multiplicative damage to basically any elemental build, you can utilize it for infusions, to get the cold infusions. You can also use it for the actual damage, too. I actually set it up for damage once, and the damage isn't actually half bad. You can set up the different nodes on it to give you longer or shorter explosions. If you're going specifically for exposure, one of the support gems that I would recommend is Long Fuse. Long Fuse essentially makes it so that the detonation time is 70% longer, but at the same time it deals more damage. You don't necessarily care too much about the damage part of it, as you do the fact that when you use it, if you use the Long Fuse, you get more pulses. So the more pulses that you get, the more times it's applying that exposure. And essentially just allows you to make sure that you're applying as much exposure as you can during the duration of the ability. Short Fuse would probably be better if you were trying to use it for damage, because the skill doesn't do any damage while it's applying exposure. It only does damage on the actual explosion. So if you use the Short Fuse version is going to give you a much better damage output, because you're going to be able to get a lot more detonations off in that time period, which means just more damage in general. So if we use Short Fuse, you'll notice it's just going to go off really quickly, and we can get the explosions almost instantaneously, right? Which is way, way faster than the long detonation. And there's a lot of various ways that you can potentially manipulate this to your benefits, either increasing or decreasing the time, increasing or decreasing the exposure amount, and just using it for your benefit. The size of it can also be manipulated as well. So if you use things like magnified area will give you a pretty big explosion. In fact, this is just magnified area 1. But let's put magnified area in here so you can see how much larger it looks as a result. As you can see, it covers most of the screen when you use magnified area. If you're going for damage, you would probably go for the opposite, which is concentrated area. Concentrated area makes the entire thing obviously much smaller and less, obviously exposure, way less, as you can clearly see. It's much smaller bombs, but they're going to do more damage, right? So in general, when you're talking about like the damage output of Frostbomb, if you want to try and build that, there definitely are some very interesting ways you can get a lot of damage out of Frostbomb. And of course, spamming it gets you tons of infusions. Another good reason for you to use the Short Fuse instead of the Long Fuse is for the infusions, right? So if I'm trying to get infusions quickly and I just want my infusions on the table right now, obviously the Short Fuse is going to get me the most infusions the quickest, and I can just have like basically an infinite number of infusions for my spells. To give you an idea of what it looks like when you use one of the infusions, let's do that real quick. I do believe I have a Nova spell here. I was playing around with Nova at some point. Nova is a good one to show it off with. So let's go ahead and throw Nova in here for a second. So we generate our infusions, and when you generate the infusions, you'll notice down here in the bottom that the ability has this like purple kind of circle on it, indicating that it is infused. And then when you use it, you'll see that it's a much different version than the regular version because it's infused. right? So like that's the infused version, and this is the non-infused version. So let's go over here so you can see the non-infused version. It's a much smaller ability. It doesn't have the chilling ground attached to it. Like it's far less impactful, right? But when we use the infusions on the ability, and let's go ahead and grab some infusions again, you can clearly see that we have a much larger explosion. And not only do we have a much larger explosion, but we get the chilled ground in it as well. And you could utilize abilities that make that chilled ground much larger, like encroaching ground or persistent ground are two support gems that come to mind that would be very effective here. So like if you were to utilize I believe encroaching ground, let's just type in ground. And we're looking for, yeah, encroaching ground is really interesting. It basically makes the ground surfaces grow. So in this particular case, you could obviously grab your infusions and you could utilize your effects, which is of course going to put your ground down. And notice that the ground is actually growing now and it's covering like almost the entire battlefield. So I hope I've impressed upon you the crazy things that you can do with Frostbomb. Make sure that you actually have Frostbomb leveled up to the appropriate level, otherwise the exposure will not affect the target. This is something that you do have to keep in mind with Frostbomb, is make sure that you keep the level of the ability increased so that the exposure actually does apply to the targets. Otherwise it's not going to apply at all. Customize it to the way that you need it, otherwise it's not going to be very useful. Like, don't just use basic Frostbomb. Get it customized to how you're trying to set it up. Do you want infusions? We'll set it up for infusions. Do you want to set it up for, you know, like exposure? Then set it up for exposure. Are you trying to use it for damage? Then use it for damage. There's a lot of ways that you can potentially customize the way that Frostbomb works and, you know, like mold it into your build, essentially. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching. Alright, one more recorded. Ba 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 la 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 la. What is the tree that Frostbomb is in? I can't even remember. I gotta start getting these things organized in the appropriate trees and whatnot. It's the elemental tree. Okay, so elemental. I'll spend some time and get these set up and posted later. Bow 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 wow wow bow 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 bow. Fart fart farty farty fart. Farty 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 fart. Man, I'm like starving. I should have ate before I came on here. I'm starving. I need a sandwich or something. Sandwich, bobamich. While I'm making my sandwich, let me think about like what I actually want to do for the next video. Shield wall could be a good option. I do particularly like shield wall. Have done a lot of builds on shield wall. Resonating shield could be an interesting option too. I think shield wall and resonating shield are both very powerful abilities. Shield charge is really good too. I've done videos on a lot of them. Or I've done characters on a lot of them, I meant to say. Not videos, characters. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. So resonating shield probably, shield wall most likely. Shield charge would probably make a good choice too. What else? I mean, freezing mark is an easy one. Some of the werewolf skills I've done a lot of work into too. Those are kind of interesting. Like Lunar Assault, I actually have a couple of the characters already built. Probably focus on the characters that I actually have already built right now. That way I can very easily like talk about the character that I'm currently working on. Hmm. Could have just waiting in the rings. He's like, I like sandwiches. Sandwiches, sandwiches, dirty, dirty sandwiches, 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 all the dirty sandwiches. Alright, I think my restless tummy is under control. Huh. was thinking about making a build around Raid Shield. Kind of broken. I think it has like the best damage scaling out of just about any ability in the game. Like, to put it in perspective, if you look at Shield Wall says 7 damage added per 15 armor. Right? Ray Shield says 4 damage added per 5. Which was kind of just dirty. Like, my shield on this character is pretty OP. It's not the best in the world, but it's not the worst. I can't believe I'm doing almost 8k damage with this ability and I have no support gems in it. No multipliers. Shield Bash always light to stuns. Shield Bash dazes if holding a tower shield. Kind of cool. I messed around with it a little bit, like when I was leveling. It's kind of OP. You can like just kill whole swaths of monsters with it. Look at my hideout, just like ruined by all the frost bombs that I cast here. Permanent ground deformation. All right, let's do shield wall next, since I'm on a character that has shield wall. And then we'll follow up with Resonating Shield next. It's a good play. Okay. It was a good lunch. I'm trying to think out of all of my characters, is this the best one to show it off on? But I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with showing it off on this character. I think I'll be fine. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today we're going to be talking about Path of Exile 2 skills, and we're going to be talking about one in particular, which is Shield Wall. Shield Wall is a pretty powerful ability, and it does require some specific setup, but overall it's just a really fun ability. Let's talk about Shield Wall. Boom. Boom. And why Shield Wall is super effective, and how you can get the most out of it. Boom. So first off, let's look at the ability. So Shield Wall is a AoE, melee physical duration. This means it can be modified with any of those tags, essentially. AoE is a really good way to build damage with Shield Wall, because you can build AoE damage with other skills that are AoE. It says, ram your shield into the ground, throwing up a wall of earth. Enemies that can attack your wall segments and your slams and war cries, and also your shield charge will instantly shatter them all. The segments explode when shattered, damaging enemies in front of and around them. It says it has 152 to 228 base offhand physical damage, which is just the baby number. And then it has a bonus of 5 to 7 added physical damage per 15 armor on your shield, which is actually pretty massive because you can have a shield that's up to like 2,200 armor. And let's just divide that out. So if you divide that by 15, you get about 146, and you multiply that by 7, you get a total damage on your shield of like 1,026, which is pretty crazy. Like, you basically build damage with shield wall by building a really tanky shield, getting the highest armor value on your shield that you could possibly get. And that's how you do things. Your weapon's actually kind of pointless with shield wall, and in fact your weapon actually becomes a buff stick for shield wall as opposed to your actual weapon, which is kind of interesting. So like, this is my shield wall weapon that I'm currently using with shield wall, and as you can see, it has some interesting buffs. It has the 100% elemental damage with attacks, because that does apply to shield wall. I'm also utilizing the gain 15% damage as extra cold, because that also applies to shield wall. +4 melee skills, because of course this is a melee skill, and that does apply to shield wall, and the attack speed does not apply to shield wall at all. So this particular weapon is offering some buffs, as well as the gain 5% damage as extra all elements, that I can utilize with shield wall. In fact, if you look at my current shield wall damage of 56,702, and I take off this spear, you'll notice that my damage goes down significantly to 37,366, because the extra damage as numbers and the plus skills and the various things that I'm utilizing are going to increase that damage massively. In fact, I think it's actually utilizing my other spear at the moment when I take it off, so it's not even showing you the right number. So here we go. So if I take that off, you notice that I go down to 29,664 without the offhand buff stick. The buff stick is just offering me plus skills, elemental damage, extra damage and various other things, but the physical damage on the spear is meaningless for as far as that is concerned. So it's a glorified buff stick for shield wall, which is what you pretty much want if you're running a shield wall build. Two-hander is actually really good too, because the two-hander can offer you more plus skills and more extra damage and more sockets. But of course, to do that, you need access to the crazy node on the tree, known as Giant's Blood. Is that what it's called? I can't remember. It's right down here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Giant's Blood, which you can wield two-handed axes, weapons, maces, swords in one hand. Triple attribute requirements of martial weapons. Inherent life granted by strength is halved. So it does have a pretty big penalty, but it will actually beef up your shield wall even more if you want to go that route. Now, it says 80% less damage if it is destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. So this means that if your shield wall is destroyed very quickly, then you don't get the extra damage. You do, however, get 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills, which multiplies the overall damage output of the skill pretty tremendously. So the damage number that you see on the screen here of 56,000 isn't really the damage number that I'm getting, because most of the time I'm the one that's destroying the wall, and most of the time I'm the one that's getting the 100% bonus. So that 63,000 average damage use is actually more like 126,000 or something, or 127,000 damage, because I'm getting 100% more damage every single time I destroy the ability myself, right? Now, it does have an explosion length of 4 meters. You can only have 2 walls active, and the wall only lasts for 6 seconds. So a lot of the times with shield wall, I like to put in prolonged duration. It really depends on how you're currently set up, but it depends. The wall segments have 23,000 life. The quality effect is 40% more damage if destroyed by your skills. So instead of 100% more, it's 140% more. And I have more quality above that, so mine is currently 152% more than the normal. Right, and I also have 26% of physical damage given as extra fire. So you can see my breakdown here. I have a pretty large amount of fire, 8,321, which is coming a lot from the extra damage as modifiers, which is going to be a pretty tremendous amount. Overall, shield wall is an absolutely amazing ability for a lot of reasons. Number one is you can utilize it for support. Number two, you can utilize it for damage. And number three, you can utilize it just to block monsters and get them out of your way. I'm currently utilizing Stern's Ferocity, which is support skills crush targets they hit for 8 seconds. This basically allows me to lower the physical damage reduction of a monster by 15%, which is really nice. On top of that, I also get the hits against crushed armor, break more armor. I'm using elemental armament on this because I'm getting a lot of elemental damage. As you can see, I go from 49,313 to 56,000 just by putting that in. I'm also using cold attunement to convert more of the damage to cold. So as you can see, I have a rather large amount of fire, which is 16,000 fire damage. And then I have 19,200 cold and 5,628 lightning, right? Well, if I put cold attunement in, it lowers the cold and the fire, but increases the, or that lowers the fire and the lightning, but increases the cold, and gives me a lot more cold damage. So I go from 19,200 cold damage to 36,000 cold damage. This actually might not be the best option. I don't even know. The better option might actually be to utilize Embitter here. I'd have to like double check the difference between the two, because I am getting a lot of gain as, and I can convert all the gain as into cold if I want to. I'm using concentrated area, which increases the damage rather tremendously, but also reduces the radius. So as you can see, the explosion length is 5 meters, but I'm bringing it down to 3.5. But in the process, I'm getting a large damage bonus from 56,000 total damage to 72,000 total damage, which is a pretty huge increase. And then efficiency. Efficiency is kind of required for Shield Wall because it requires so much mana per cast. In fact, the higher level it gets and the more support gems you put on it, it can literally suck away all your mana almost instantaneously. So I usually end up using efficiency on there just to kind of like curtail some of the mana cost problems that it has. Now, Shield Wall is actually pretty amazing. Let's go into a map real quick and I'll show you how Shield Wall functions. You can get a better idea. So if you go up to a pack of monsters or an elite, for instance, let's get one of these elite monsters, and you cast your shield wall down, you can then attack the shield wall and blow the shield wall up for a pretty massive amount of damage. And this guy's got proximal tangibility, so he's not taking any damage unless I get close. But as you can see, I can very easily kill monsters with the shield wall. The shield wall is defensive because it stops attacks from coming towards you. It's also offensive because it does massive amounts of damage to anything nearby when it explodes. And it's also a support ability. In the case, like for instance, with my parry ability, I can actually parry the shield wall and get more explosions. So if I put the wall down and then I parry an attack, I can parry the wall and then cause the wall to explode as a result, giving myself even more damage by utilizing the wall in another fashion. So not only is the shield wall ability really good physical damage, really good fire damage, you can convert it into things like cold and whatnot. But on top of that, it also works very well as a support skill, supporting other abilities. You can use it to generate rage, because it is technically a melee skill. So you can use it as a rage generator. You can use it as a support for parry. You can use it to break armor. You can use it for exposure. Like, it's actually kind of crazy just how useful Shield Wall is, and all it really takes is for you to have a decent shield. My shield that I'm currently using on this character is not the greatest in the world. It's because I'm not using it as my primary ability, although I should have a better shield. I'm only using a 1400 armor shield. I could definitely get way better than a 1400 armor shield. That's actually something that I probably need to invest in. But I have a much better shield on another character, like a 1800 plus, that is way better damage. And as you can see, I'm still getting really good damage even with just a 1400 damage shield. And once I start stacking in things like my rage bonuses, my individual buffs that only come from, you know, like killing monsters and whatnot, you can see the damage on the skill starts to skyrocket. I was like, what, like 80,000 there for a second? Just from having a little bit of rage added to my bar and killing a couple monsters here or there. There you go, I'm at 83,000, and of course I'm getting the more damage as well, so that's 83,000 plus 156%, which is the more damage that I'm running. In fact, that ability right now is currently doing some absolutely crazy damage if you wanted to calculate it out, which is like 83,000 damage plus 156%, which ends up being like 212%, 1,000, and then I'm getting even more than that because I'm currently applying my parry debuff, which gives me another multiplier of 118% more, which probably ends up applying on top of that because it's on the monster, which means I'm probably doing somewhere around like 500,000 damage per shield wall explosion, which is kind of nutty, right? All in all, like, it's not even really a hard one to build as a character. You essentially, all you do is you just try to get the highest armor shield you can as you're leveling up, and you can easily level as a shield wall character with no problems whatsoever. The support gems that you need for it are pretty easy to come by. They're not really that big of a deal. Technically, you can make different forms for shield wall as well. There is a fortress support gem, which is kind of neat, but it's also kind of not neat because it lowers the damage so much. But if you utilize the support gem fortress, you basically get like a circle shield wall instead, which could also have other utilization. There's Fortress 2. Yeah, here it is. Let's put Fortress 2 in here real quick so we can show it off. So in this particular case, you can essentially have the fortress around you in a circle, essentially using it as a defensive mechanic. And of course, it explodes in all directions, so it's nice. The problem is with it is that it really kind of lowers the damage tremendously. As you can see here, without fortress, I have 56,700 on the sheet. And with Fortress, I'm at 39,691. So a pretty large drop in damage for the ability to cast it in a circle. I actually prefer it this way because you can very tactically use it to your advantage. You can easily circle yourself because you get 2 as a limit, right? So you can easily just do this and then this, and you're inside of a wall. Like, it doesn't really matter all that much. It just kind of like unifies it into one move. My favorite way to use shield wall, honestly, against bosses is like this, which is the X. And then you explode the entire X in their face, which is really nice. I don't recommend utilizing it on top of each other like this, like directly on top of each other in the same exact place, because I noticed that when you do it like this, it doesn't spawn all of the segments for both walls. And you can clearly see this if I stagger them a little bit, and when the first wall disintegrates, you'll see holes in the second wall, where the second wall basically wasn't putting its segments down. And this is kind of important when you're out in the wild and you're actually fighting things, is to note that like you can block your own segments, right? So like if I put my shield wall up against the wall like this, you notice half of the segments are missing, which means I'm basically losing half my damage. If I'm too close to the wall, you'll notice that sometimes it won't even put any segments down at all because there's nowhere for the segments to go. And the smaller the area is that you're in, the less segments that you get, as you can see here. So you just get less and less segments, which means you get less and less damage. There's really not a lot more to Shield Wall. It's an amazing ability. It can be used in combination with tons of other abilities. You don't have to hit it to break it. You can break it with abilities that are designed to break it. In fact, some abilities literally break it as a matter of course. When you look at the ability, it specifically states slams, war cries, and shield charge will instantly shatter them all. So basically, if you utilize any war cries, any slams, it just breaks the entire wall. There's also another interesting gem which I've always wanted to try. Maybe we try it today. It is a lineage support, I believe. I cannot remember exactly which one it is. I think it has to do with fissures. Let's type in fissure. There it is. Walls from supported skills are created along a fissure instead. It's kind of interesting. I don't know how that works. There are only 17 exiles.
I'll post it right away.
Let's put it in there and let's see how it works. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if you can modify that with, like, the fissure abilities. So it basically converts it from a wall into a line. Huh.
Out of mana.
It's kind of interesting. Not really sure what to think about that. Can I still break the whole wall? Can still break the whole wall.
Out of mana.
Pretty cheap. On's Citadel. I'm curious whether you can get like increased number of fissures, maybe. Could be kind of interesting. I think, isn't there a support gem that actually gives you more fissures? Let's check that real quick. Let's do fissures, branching fissures. Supported skills fissures branch 2 times. Let's try that. Let's see if that works with the ability. Yeah. So it looks like it basically turns your shield wall into a fissure ability, which you can then manipulate, just like you manipulate fissures with the fissure support gems, and probably also the fissure passives as well. Sounds kind of interesting. Might be something fun to play around with for a build at some point. It fundamentally, however, changes the way that the ability works, so I'm not entirely sure that I want to use it with this particular character, but it could be fun for a future build. Overall, shield wall's actually kind of amazing, and it works very well with the other shield skills. If you haven't taken a look at the other shield skills, there's a bunch of shield skills that work in combination with it. Of course, if you already have a really high armor shield, right, and, well, you know, you don't necessarily have to worry about trying to build other stuff. So some of the other abilities that it works really well with are Shield Charge, which is a very nice movement ability that essentially has the same kind of scaling based on shields. Resonating Shield works extremely well with it as well because it breaks armor for you, and you utilize Resonating Shield and Shield Wall together. That's actually really nice. Another really good one that you can utilize is Fortifying Cry. Fortifying Cry allows you to perform War Cry that grants guard and triggers a shield wave when subsequent shield attacks deal damage. So if you have a shield ability, like Shield Wall, you can potentially utilize Fortifying Cry with it, and when you utilize your Shield Wall, Fortifying Cry also does damage, which works really well. And you can utilize Endurance Charges with that. Endurance charges are actually pretty big with the entire like setup for shield stuff. You can use endurance charges on all your cries, and you can also build endurance charges with something like Magma Barrier. Magma Barrier is a pretty interesting one for generating charges, and I can pull that up real quick. It basically works by blocking. Well, when you raise your shield to do like the abilities, like when you go to shield charge, you're technically raising your shield. When you use resonating shield, you're technically raising your shield. When you use, you know, like a lot of the abilities, they technically count as raising your shield, and so you block. And every time you block, you trigger Magma Barrier, and so Magma Barrier generates endurance charges for you as a matter of course. So if you're utilizing a build with Shield Wall and you're trying to utilize Fortifying Cry or some of the other abilities, the cries that have essentially, you know, like a endurance charge component, this would allow you to generate nearly infinite charges and also give you some block chance as a result, which is pretty nice. In general, Shield Wall's probably been one of my like favorite abilities in the game, alongside of like Fangs of Frost and Resonating Shield. In fact, I'm not a big fan of the mace skills, but I'm a big fan of the shield skills. And the funny thing is the shield skills don't require a mace. You don't have to have a mace on to use the shield skills because they don't technically require a mace. They require a armored shield. That's their requirement. So it just requires that you have an armored shield on. A buckler does not count as an armored shield, so I thought maybe it might have, but it does not, unfortunately. You can utilize Shield Wall with things like the new Refutation, which allows you to basically have the parry debuff on monsters for free while you're blocking, which I would highly recommend if you're running a shield build, because then you can get free parry debuffs, and that's just 50% more damage, which is insane. All in all, like, they go really well in combination with each other. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching. Alright, another one bites the dust. Ooh, another one bites the dust. Ooh, another one bites the dust. Ooh, another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Ooh. I'm stupid. I'm not a very smart man, but I never said that I was. I'm not a very smart man, but I never said that I was. Bum 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 brum bum 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 brum bum bum. Brum bum 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 bum. It's okay to be a dummy as long as you're willing to learn. It's okay to be stupid as long as you're willing to get better. But if you're dumb and you just want to stay dumb, then you can get out my house. And if a Cody shows his butt cheeks, I'm gonna smack him. Smacking them booty cheeks. Booty cheek smacking, booty cheek smacking, booty cheek smacking. Booty cheek zones. Booty cheek zones. There's a flea crawling across your butt crack. That's grody. How you feel about that, Cody? You got a flea crawling in your butt crack. He's like, I do not like that very much at all. He said, this is not what I like. I do not like butt crack crawling fleas. He's just upside down. Just upside down. Look at him. Look at him. Upside down. Oh, he rolled over. Okay. He was upside down. He likes to sleep upside down. Alright. For the Resonating Shield character, or build, we should probably go to the Resonating Shield character. Alright, so let's go to Ring My Bell. Ring my bell, ring my bell, ring, ring, ring my bell, goddamn, ring, ring, ringing my bell. Rhythmic beat of the drum, gonna hit it, can't tell me what to do, gonna smack that poo. Come on down, gonna hit that shield, got the big old beat, gonna hit that field. Don't care what you say about me, gonna bang my shield all day long. Gonna hit my shield and I sing my song, gonna bang, 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 bang. Don't tell me what to do, gonna bang my shield for you. Gonna hit and bang it, yo, gonna bang, 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 gonna slang a dang. Got that beat, gonna hit it, yeah. Got that beat, gonna smack it, yeah. Okay. What? I like singing. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Path of Exile Skills. Today we're going to be taking a look at a Path of Exile skill that I've had a lot of fun with, and I think a lot of people, once they actually learn how to use it, have had a lot of fun with, and that is the beautiful Resonating Shield. It makes a nice drum beat that you can beat. Gonna move your feet and tell you deep. Got that drum beat coming, okay. Gonna hit it and a beat it and a hit smack do. Gonna punch you right in your daggum poo. Sorry, I can't help but sing when I'm playing with Resonating Shield. It's got a nice beat. It's like a metronome. Now, Resonating Shield is an interesting skill. It's actually really useful. And we're going to go over it together and we're going to talk about it. So Resonating Shield is an AoE melee sustained physical and channeling ability. And it allows you to dish out damage and move at the same time, which is very unique in Path of Exile 2. There's not a lot of abilities that allow you to dish out damage and move simultaneously, as well as keep your shield raised and block stuff as well, which is also kind of nutty. It does have a mana cost per second, which is actually kind of a lie because it's a mana cost per attack, which is not the same thing as mana cost per second, and attack speed can basically modify that. As you can see here, it says modifiers to attack speed also affect the skill's cost, because of course if you attack faster, then you're using the ability faster and costing more mana faster and blah blah blah. So more attack speed means more mana cost per second, essentially, which is silly because it's actually mana cost per drum beat. And the faster you beat your drum, the faster you burn mana. It is a repeatedly hammer your shield with your weapon, causing damage in shockwaves in the area around you. Enemies hit by the shockwave lose armor for a duration, and while channeling Resonating Shield, your shield is raised, and you will block all incoming blockable hits. Hits break 2,396 armor, which is a pretty high amount of armor, and it has 170 to 250 base offhand physical damage. However, it also scales damage based on the armor on your shield. So if your armor on your shield is really high, then you get some really high numbers. My shield, for instance, on this particular character is 1847. So let's run the math on that, and let's see how much damage we're getting from our 1847 shield. So if we divide that by 15, we get 123.11, and then we multiply that by 7, we get a total damage of 861.93 on our top end, plus, of course, the 256 base, which means we're at 1,117 for our total physical damage for this skill. It's pretty OP. It cannot be empowered by War Cries, which is a poopy, but it can be empowered by Fortifying Cry, which is a War Cry. Don't ask me. It does say it can't be powered by War Cries, but it does get powered by Fortifying Cry, because Fortifying Cry powers any skill which is a shield skill, and doesn't. It's complicated, but it does work. Trust me. It also breaks armor, 20% increased armor if you have the quality effect, and I'm not sure what the Gemling Legionnaire bonus is for Resonating Shield. Let's go take a look at the Gemling Legionnaire bonus real quick before we go forward. I have not actually taken a look at the Gemling Legionnaire bonus, and I'm kind of upset that I haven't, because it could be really good. So let's grab Resonating Shield, and let's put that on my bar real quick so I can see the bonus. And that is 100% increased stun threshold while chanting. I actually did look at this. It's really good. 100% increased stun threshold while chanting is a massive bonus for essentially any character that's trying not to fall down and get murdered, which is sort of an issue with this skill, but it also has to do with how I built the character. I could probably fix it if I really wanted to. I think I need to build more evasion, honestly. So, Resonating Shield. It's a support ability. It's not really meant to be a main damage ability, at least as far as I can tell. It's really meant to break armor, is what its main goal is, and it's very good at breaking armor. In fact, it's so good at breaking armor that I have it currently set up to break armor in, like, quick succession, utilizing the Uruk Smelting, which gives me 5% increased physical damage up to 20% per monster that has broken armor, per time I break their armor. So I can easily break their armor 4 times quickly in succession and get 20% bonus physical damage to them. I'm also utilizing Stern's Ferocity, which gives me the Crush, which allows me to crush targets and get more negative physical resistance. And of course, I'm using Heft and Close Combat and Armor Explosion. Now, Armor Explosion is a really interesting one. It basically makes it so that whenever I break a monster's armor, I get an explosion, which allows me to essentially get a fire damage hit to the target, right? And this fire damage hit to the target happens every single time I break the monster's armor. Now, since my character is built specifically around breaking and unbreaking armor, I can get some pretty crazy damage bonuses popping in and out with this particular setup. It basically just involves me holding down the button, which is very fun, by the way, and just utilizing that extra damage that's being created. Let's go ahead and click on one of these boxes real quick. And we can utilize the box monsters.
Prepare yourself. Barely broke a sweat.
So in this particular case, you can see I break the monster's armor. They explode. I'm using repulsion at the moment to pull... I got murdered. To pull that explosion, to pull that armor break. And when I pull that armor break, it gets reapplied in another explosion. So I'm essentially able to just keep popping their HP like over and over and over again by going back and forth between these mods. Now, as I break their armor, they get the 20% increased damage. Of course, I couldn't stand there because I was lit on fire. I wanted to show you the 20% increased damage on the monster before I kill them, which is not always easy to do when the monster is trying to kill you. But as you can see, Resonating Shield does actually work surprisingly well, despite the fact that my character sucks. The Resonating Shield allows you to break the armor. It allows you to dish out damage in armor explosions. It also allows you to move at the same time while you're dishing out this damage. And I'm not even really utilizing the other abilities. So if I were to utilize Fortifying Cry increases my damage quite a bit. This allows me to apply the explosions like per attack from Fortifying Cry with each one of the shield pulses, allowing me to get a large amount of pulse damage on top of everything. I currently have like 3 explosions going on at the moment between the Fortifying Cry, the Armor Break explosion, and also the Repulsion explosion, all going basically back to back. So utilizing them all together, you get a picture of how the character functions, and you start to see the amount of damage that I can put out and how many empowerments I can get via my bonus. So I currently have like 4 empowerments at the moment, and I can War Cry again in a second for more empowerments, and I can pretty much clear like most of the monsters with no problem. Now, Resonating Shield doesn't always have to be a damage ability. You can just utilize it to break armor. It actually breaks armor really well. The fact that you can move while you're breaking armor is just amazing. You also get the ability to block while you're breaking armor, which allows you to have somewhat of a defensive function. Now, the problem with the blocking while you're breaking the armor is that you can get heavy stunned. So do keep in mind that as you raise your shield, you can only get hit a certain number of times before eventually you will get knocked down, right? So even just having it up like this, you will start to build heavy stun gauge. If you look down in the bottom left-hand corner, basically where my HP bar is, you can see the heavy stun bar filling up, and it's only a small amount at the moment, but I have started building heavy stun. Now, when you release it, you can release that heavy stun from your character. Let's go ahead and activate this guy so we can get our butts kicked real quick, and I can see if I can show you what it looks like when I lose heavy stun completely. Well, okay, there you go. So I almost got heavy stunned, but I also died in the process, so regardless. Meanwhile, the easiest way to deal with this is just simply to don't keep your shield raised. Keeping moving is also very crucial with this particular ability. Like, it is a ability that allows you to move, so move. Like, don't stand still and get murdered with it. Like, it helps tremendously if you stay moving. Now, one of the problems with this, though, is that by default, it has a very slow move speed. Resonating Shield does lower your move speed rather tremendously while you're channeling it, and that penalty is kind of nasty. Now, I've countered this in a couple ways. So one way I tried to counter this was utilizing the Pathfinder Running Assault, which is, or not Running Assault, it's Relentless Pursuit. Or, no, which one is it? Yeah, it is Running Assault. 30% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. There's also some other things on the board that you can grab, like over here. You can utilize 5% reduced movement speed penalty while actively blocking, 10% reduced movement speed penalty while actively blocking, 10% reduced. Basically, all this does is it allows you to avoid the movement speed penalty to try and get your character back up to full speed so you can run around and actually utilize it. Now, obviously, this ability is designed around armor break. It is very good at breaking armor. So one of the things that you definitely want to do with this ability is you want to utilize things like damage versus broken enemies. 20% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. Enemies you fully armor break cannot regenerate. Enemies you fully break are maimed, which gives you 30% slower movement speed on them and reduced evasion rating. You also get things like 30% increased effectiveness of fully broken armor. So broken armor increases damage by a specific amount. And the more you break armor with this ability, the more buffs that you get like this, the more effective broken armor is at increasing your overall damage output. They're all over the board. There's ways that you can increase broken armor in various ways. You can also grab things like this, which make your broken armor work against fire damage. So fully broken armor you inflict also increases fire damage from hits, which essentially allows things like my armor explosion, which is fire damage, to function very well because I'm increasing the damage of the fire damage hits as well, right? And you can do this across the board. You can increase the damage of tons of things with armor break. You can also, of course, as I showed you, increase the physical damage that the monster takes every time their armor is broken. You can also make it so that they lose physical resistance as well. And all of this stuff ties together very nicely to make a very fun character. You can also get a lot of endurance charges by using Magma Barrier. So in this particular case, I'm using Fortifying Cry to beef up my shield ability because it allows me to get more explosions with my shield ability, right? Well, the thing is that as a shield ability, it is very effective with Magma Barrier, because Magma Barrier allows me to generate endurance charges that bypass the cooldown on Fortifying Cry, allowing me to make sure Fortifying Cry is up all the time. Also gives me more block chance and allows me to spray fire at enemies that attack me, which is also kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, the fire spraying at enemies that attack me is pretty hilarious. Overall, I think Resonating Shield works very well as both a main ability and also a support ability, just simply to break armor with. It's probably the best armor break ability in the game, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's so good that it breaks basically every single monster's armor almost instantaneously when it's set up properly, and on top of that can be utilized to add explosions, support abilities. You can utilize it for specific things like reducing resistances, exposure, all sorts of crazy stuff. It's just a really good ability. In fact, I think if you utilize Resonating Shield in some of your setups, I think you'll find that you will absolutely love it. The only real main component of Resonating Shield that you have to make sure that you utilize is a high armor shield. Obviously, armor break is a lot of the times based on how much damage an ability does. All this one does have like its own specific armor break built in, but you can always add in more armor break. And if you add in more armor break into the occasion, you can basically set it up where Resonating Shield will break the armor instantaneously on essentially any target. And since it's AoE, it will break that on any target within range, which means that most of the time, all you have to do with Resonating Shield, if you're just using it as a support ability, is walk into a pack of monsters and tap like 1 or 2 times, and everything around you will be instantly broken. And then you can just do whatever you need to do after that point. It works surprisingly well with Shield Wall. It works surprisingly well with Fortifying Cry. It even works really well with Refutation as well, because you can add in the parry debuff to the monsters that you're attacking as well, which is really cool. So, like, as you go forward and you're messing around with, you know, like the blocking, well, every time you hold your shield up, you're blocking, right? And so Refutation allows you to apply a parry debuff to any monster that you're blocking, which is another 50% increased damage on any monster that is parried. That has a parry debuff, essentially, right? So, like, it all functions together really fun, and like, whether you're using it as a support ability, or whether you're using it as a main ability, or whether you're using it as your primary armor break, I find that it just works extremely well. Poor monster. Get wrecked. I didn't think there was anything left on the map. I was running around just trying to murder things. Let's talk about the supports real quick, what you would potentially use in it. So, if you're going to use it as an armor break ability, there are some specific supports that you can obviously use to enhance the armor breakness of it. Armor break. So if we just type in armor, armor break 3 gives you a 20% chance to gain an endurance charge every single time you break armor, which means that your armor break ability can also be transformed into a way to gain endurance charges for your spamming of war cries, which is actually really effective. It also has break armor 20% of the physical damage dealt by the supported skill, which means that the Resonating Shield will break more armor than the original amount that it was intended. You can also utilize Exploit Weakness, which will cause it to consume armor break, if that's what you want to do. And that's actually really good as well, because even though it is designed to break armor, since it is an AoE attack that hits basically everything on the field, you can also use it to consume the armor break as well if you'd like to. Although I prefer using Repulsion to consume the armor break. You can also use some of the war cries and various other things. Like, there's definitely a lot of ways that you can consume the armor break besides Resonating Shield. You can also get the armor explosion, which is really good with this. It's actually surprisingly good with Resonating Shield because it's so good at breaking armor. And you can also pull that armor break and then just put it right back on almost instantaneously. You can easily get multiple explosions with armor explosion, and you can do massive amounts of damage. Also, Armor Demolisher, which increases the amount of armor break that you deal, is also good with this. There's also a much better one that I showed you earlier This is actually Armor Demolisher lineage support. So the lineage support allows you to fully break armor, causing targets to take permanently 5% more physical damage, up to a total of 20% if you're breaking back and forth. And it also includes the 70% more break. So you get the 70% more break and you get the additional physical bonus, which is really, really nice. You can also utilize things that Raise Shield works with. So Magma Barrier is one of them, but there's also a couple support gems that function with essentially raising your shield. I'm trying to remember which one. I think it's called Retaliate. Is that the one? No, that's not the one. Trying to remember exactly which one it is, but there's a really fun one where when you raise your shield, it just does damage to basically everything in front of you. That one also can potentially work with it, but it would only work when you raise the shield initially. There's also a lot of stun buildup tied with Resonating Shield too, so you could potentially set it up for stunning as well, which is pretty convenient. It does gain damage from weapons, so but only in a specific way. So it's not a weapon-based skill, and in fact, most of the damage that it gains is not from the weapon. However, if you take a look at my weapon and I take it off, you'll notice that the damage goes down by about 8,000 when I take off my weapon. And this is because I can still get some benefits that will help out the ability. If you take a look at this, I have things like elemental damage with attacks, and this is because elemental damage provided by things like rings or gloves does actually apply to the shield. So in this particular case, if I were to take off this ring, you notice I have 3,695 lightning damage, and when I take that off, the lightning damage does go down. So elemental damage with attacks does apply to elemental damage that you get from basically any source. And also applies to the shield. So things like this ring that have fizz, fire, and cold damage are applying all of those things to the shield. So elemental damage with attacks will help increase any elemental damage that you get that comes from rings or gloves or even some other sources that will then apply to the shield. You can also get +4 melee skills, of course, which is also going to give you more skill levels on your ability. You can clearly see when I take off the mace, I go down to 24 from 28. So Resonating Shield is definitely one of those abilities that you want more plus the skills on. And then gain as. So you can see here I have gain set 18% of damage as extra lightning. And I also have gain 5% of extra damage of all elements, which means I'm getting 15% gain as there. So when you see me take off the weapon, one of the things you're going to notice is I'm going to lose that gain as lightning. I'm going to lose the gain as all elements. So my lightning is going to drop tremendously because a lot of the gain as is also applying to my shield. This is what you would call a shield buff stick, essentially. It's not set up for the physical damage because the physical damage on the weapon does not affect the shield, but it is set up specifically to enhance the shield skill. And in fact, if you were going to use any of the shield skills, this is the kind of weapon that you would want for a shield. In fact, two-handed versions of this are also really good, but you have to use the Giant's Blood, which does come with some pretty severe penalties. But you can get more plus the skills, and you can get more gain as, and you also get an extra socket too, which is also nice. So you get like a pretty good bonus for going with the +5, the big two-hander, but you also lose a lot from going with the two-hander as well. Like, for instance, your strength bonus gives you much less life, which is a pretty big hit to your life pool, and there's some other like simple problems. Overall, just a really fun ability, and there's a lot of fun ways that you could potentially utilize it to your advantage. I was actually thinking about another ability, a unique item specifically, that allows you to crit every single time you have an endurance charge. And you can build some crazy endurance charges with like shield skills. Between Magma Barrier, between the Armor Break bonus, where you basically build endurance charges from breaking armor, there's just a lot of fun ways that you can potentially utilize it to your advantage. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you are enjoying the content. And as always, keep watching. One more video on the list. One more video. Your mom's a video. Rezo Resonating shield. A resonating shield. Resonating shield. Resonating shield. Gonna hit him with that resonation. I hit him with the big old big nation. Resonating shield. A resonating shield. Resonating shield. Resonating shield. Must tickle doggo between videos. Must tickle doggo. Cody, what is this? A toe? What if I take this toe and rip it off? What if I just go, give me that toe? He said, you bet not. That's some bullcrap, man. Don't be ripping nobody's toes. And that's where I was ripping your toes. How about that? Alright. What do we do next? We just keep on chugging. We got like 1,000 videos, man. We got chug, chug, chug. Chug, chug, chug. Gotta chuggy boogie bug. Gotta chug a lug a bug a lug a chug a lug a dug. Chug a lug a bug a lug a chug a lug a dug. Fortifying Cry is probably a good one to cover. Probably is. I do like a Fortifying Cry. Magma Barrier also could be a good one to cover. Boom, 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 boom. Magma Barrier should be an easy one. It's not even really that complicated. Yeah. Yeah. I want to do that on. Beep 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 beep. Let's do that on the Gemling Legionnaire. On the Gemling, where you can meet your fellow man in the Gemling. There's many Gemling mans in the Gemling. Oh, come on, baby, down to the Gemling. One little Gemling you can see. Come on down and play with me. One little Gemling, baby, yeah. One little Gemling, ho, 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 ho. I got this Tangle Tongue and I didn't even identify it.
Yes.
Is this any good? 7.72 on the crit. That's pretty high. That's a very high crit. I think 7.72 is actually, like, worth something. A 7.72, a 7.72, yes, a 7.72. That's a 7.72. It's not worth nothing. It's not worth nothing, and I cannot lie. Gonna hit you right in your stuffing. Muffin. Stuffing muffin, come on down. Hit that stuffing muffin brown. Wow, it really ain't worth nothing, is it? I know that there's the whole, like, upgrading it and, like, you gotta upgrade it. And then after you upgrade it, you gotta
Have an order?
do some other things to it, and then you gotta socket it and do the thing of things, and then
I'll post it right away.
once you get it socketed, then You gotta upgrade it. I know you gotta upgrade it. That's a upgrade. Gotta do the upgrade. Don't remember what the paid. Gotta do the upgrade. Gonna hit the up paid. Uppity buppity buppity grade. Oh man, it's 30 exceptional doojanks. 30 exceptional. How much are exceptionals going for now?
What's new?
Exceptional Verisium, and that's what we need. Exceptional Verisium, and
your
that could
order
be
is
your
registered.
greed. It literally said that it was like in stock, and now it's not in stock. Why you got to do this to
Oh, it's
me?
you.
Why you got to do this now? Why you got to do this to me? Just 'cause I want one more instead of one less. Why you got
Alright,
to do
your
this
order
to
is
me? Your mama is a freaking ho, whoa, whoa. I need Olroth's crest. Olroth. How much is Olroth's crest? In exalts. 140? So it's like 2
I'll
chaos.
fill that in as soon as I can.
Boom, 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 boom. There, Tangle Tongue has been upgraded. It's been upgraded. And now we cast it. Ah! What did it even do? I don't know what it did at all. I don't think it did anything at all. I don't know what it did. Didn't do nothing here. Gotta do nothing here. I don't even think it did anything. Oh my god, I freaking hate this bullcrap. Stop. I accidentally hit Alt Enter and it just starts messing with my freaking game. Keep changes. Save. Thank you. Stop it before I punch you in the butthole. Right in the eye of the butt. Right in the eye of the butt. Right in the butt of the eye. I'm gonna punch you right in the eye of the butt. Don't tell me what to do, tell you what. Alright, I'll put these back in there before I forget. I don't have a lot of the Olroth ones. How much were the Olroth there? Like 140 a pop? It's like the only one that's expensive. I'm so stupid. Alright, let's do Magma Barrier. Magma Barrier is easy. We can get that out of the way. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today we're going to be going over one of the spirit gem skills, which is known as Magma Barrier. Magma is the Magma Barrier. Magma Barrier is actually a really interesting ability. I played around with it a lot, and it can do some pretty significant damage, but it is based on your shield. So as you can see here, it says 5 to 7 added fire damage per 15 armor, or 5 to 7 fire damage added per 15 evasion. It also has a base of 96 to 144 fire damage. So it's basically designed around the entire prospect of getting your your damage, but it also has other aspects too. So not only does it do like a really cool little fire spray thing, it also has the ability to generate endurance charges when you do that. It only requires 30 spirit. It's not really that bad. It is a strength skill though, so it's going to require like a decent amount of strength for you to use it. It is attack, persistent, AoE, melee, trigger, fire. While active, increases your block chance passively, so you get a nice little block chance increase of 25%. And it also, when qualityed, gives you another 5%, so it's basically 30% increased block chance. It's not flat, it's just percentage increase. And then, when fully imbued, your next block with your shield raise will expend the lava to trigger the magma spray skill and grant you an endurance charge. Now, you can build this a couple different ways, and you can get additional endurance charges. You can set it up to possibly get you other charges as well. But in general, like I find that Magma Berry is a very consistent way to not only give you a defensive mechanic by increasing your block chance, but on the Gemling Legionary, you can also get a buff that increases your maximum block chance by 5%. So that's really nice. And the maximum block chance that you get will give you obviously more cap, which is going to help you. You can get up to like 75% cap. It's 50% cap by default. So with this skill on the Gemling, you're basically at 55% cap immediately. Now, how do you know that you're ready to spray forth the evil fires of Gehenna? Well, it's really simple. If you look at your shield, you can clearly see that it has this glowing red outline on it. And once it has that glowing red outline, you will, of course, initiate that, like, fire explosion. Let's just go somewhere easy real quick so I can show you what the fire explosion looks like. And you can see how the endurance charges are generated. Now, it works with anything that is technically a raised shield. You can utilize it with shield charge. You can utilize it with resonating shield. You can utilize it with parry. You can utilize it with raised shield, the regular skill. It doesn't really matter. Anything that technically counts as a raised shield will technically work with magma spray and cause it to do its little spraying effect. So in this particular case, we're just going to hold down our shield, and as you can see, as soon as we get hit, we spray a magma barrel like spray. It takes a little while for it to recharge, as you can see here, and then once it's recharged, the next time we attack, we get another magma spray. Every time we do this, we get access to the endurance charge, right? So we're getting an endurance charge every time. You can set it up for a chance to get 2 endurance charges per magma spray. You can also utilize other things like the ones that give you a chance to generate other charges, and you can utilize other like passives and whatnot, which can give you a chance to generate an additional charge on utilizing the ability. But in general, magma spray is just a really effective shield-based skill that gives you endurance charges. Now, what can you spend your endurance charges on? Well, you can use it to bypass cooldowns on war cries. There's a bunch of different things that you can potentially use endurance charges for. There's even unique items that allow you to crit every single time as long as you have an endurance charge active. But if you were to take a look at some of the skills, let's take a look at some skills together here. And, boop. Tab list went away. We can look at some of the base skills. For instance, with Fortifying Cry, which is really good one to use this with, you can clearly see it says, this skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. So basically, you can just use the endurance charges to get almost infinite war cries, which is really nice. Utilizing Magma Spray with things like Shield Wall, I don't think you can use it with Shield Wall, but you can use it with Resonating Shield, Shield Charge. You can also utilize it with Parry. You can utilize it with the basic Shield Raise ability. And you can easily get the explosions happening all the time. Shield Charge is a movement ability too, so you can like squeeze that in just about any ability just to move around faster. Now, the damage on the ability is actually quite significant. I've spent some time trying to build the damage on the ability, and like if you have a good shield that scales the damage according to the numbers here, you can clearly see that it specifically states 5 to 7 added fire damage per 15 armor on shield, and 5 to 7 added fire damage per 15 evasion on shield, right? So in general, when you're talking about like the damage of this ability, I have like a 1,800 like defense shield divided by 15 times 7, that's like 881 plus the 144 means it's doing like about 1,025 base damage
like just from the shield alone, right? Before you start adding in any multipliers and any other things that you could potentially do to increase the damage. So it works very well as a subsequent damage thing that you can add in to your shield-based abilities. Just gives you an extra attack, gives you something that you can utilize to do things with. Like, for instance, with Magma Spray, you could potentially utilize this to pull armor break or to support abilities in specific ways. Like, for instance, you could, well, you can't use it to break armor because it's fire damage, but you could use it to ignite, and then you could use other abilities to pull that ignite off of the target. There's definitely a lot of fun ways that this ability can work into a build, but the question is always going to be postured is, do you have enough spirits to fit it in, to squeeze it in, right? And also, do you need the block chance that it offers? Because there's a lot going on here. You get the block chance, you get the cap block chance, you get the damage, you get the ability to use it as a support for endurance charges to bypass Warcry cooldowns, and then finally at the very end, you can also just simply utilize it for support abilities to do specific things like ignite or pull specific modifiers. Overall, it's a very good spirit gem that you could utilize in certain builds. And another thing that you could potentially do with this, which is something that people might not consider, is that it's very good at building endurance charges, right? Well, if you utilize this key passive up here, it's called Resonance. It says gain power charges instead of frenzy charges, gain frenzy charges instead of endurance charges. So in this particular case, if you were to utilize this as a shield ability, you can easily use Resonance to change the endurance charges into frenzy charges. So in this particular case, you could basically use a shield ability to gain frenzy charges for whatever ability that you're trying to utilize, which is also really nice. Overall, just a very multifunction and powerful ability that can get you a lot of charges, a lot of damage, and also a lot of block chance. There might be something better that you can use for your specific character, but it's definitely a fun one. As always, do appreciate you guys and gals watching. Let me know what you guys think about Magma Barrier. If you have any questions, be sure to ask in the comments. And as always, keep watching. Hey, a short one for once. It was only 8 minutes. See, I can do short videos. I can do short videos, guys. You can do short videos. I can do short videos. Do 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 do. I can do short videos. Boo 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 boo. Magma. I always get the name of this skill wrong. Like every single time I tell somebody about it, like I never get it right. I call it like magma spray or like magma spit or something, or like I never call it magma barrier. I always call it something else. Like, hey, you should use that magma spit ability, that one that spews live fire on everybody. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, the magma hawk tour. Yeah, you got to get that magma hawk tour. Like, what about the magma hawk tour? Yeah, the magma hawk tour. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I could do combat frenzy too. That one would probably be a fast one as well. And charge regulation. Those are all like really good ones to do videos on that actually wouldn't take very long at all to mess with. Hmm. Wow, big Titan Quest post. Titan Quest 2 Early Access Content Update 7. They had a big update for Titan Quest to Chapter 4 Wildlands. I've been meaning to hop over there and check it out. It is on my to-do list. My massive chongus to-do list. Ba-doo-dee-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Dick-a-dick-a-dick-a-dick-a-doo. Specified character does not exist. Yeah, I should just record the Combat Frenzy. Let's do Combat Frenzy. Bibbidi bobbidi bibbidi boo! Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today we're going to go over another skill. This is a Spirit Gem skill. This one is called a Combat Frenzy. Combat Frenzy's it kind of got nerfed into oblivion a couple patches ago, and it's not really as good as it used to be. But let's go over it. We'll talk about what you could potentially use it for and why you would potentially use it. So Combat Frenzy is a buff that essentially gives you kind of like a free frenzy charge whenever you freeze, electrocute, pin an enemy. It's basically a mobilization. So it has to actually immobilize the target, right? It says while active grants you a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy. This can only occur once every few seconds. And when it says once every few seconds, it's like once every 6 seconds. Now there is some quality that you can get from the Gemling Legionnaire buff, which is 1.3 seconds off of that delay, which would bring it down to 4.7 or something. 7, 8, 9, 10, yes, 4.7 seconds. So you can only get one frenzy charge every 4.7 seconds, but only when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy, which isn't really as easy as it would seem. Now, when you're out in the wild and you're just killing like random trash mobs, you'll get a frenzy charge once every 4.7 seconds, and then that's cool. But then when you fight like a boss or an elite monster that's all by himself, well, you'll notice that you're not going to get frenzy charges at anywhere near the same efficiency as you would before. And this really just comes down to the fact that, well, you know, you can only freeze a boss like once every certain number of seconds anyway. They go into this like anti-freeze thing after they've been frozen too, so you don't really get a lot from them. You can have it set up so that there's a, you know, pretty good chance that you'll gain an additional charge, so you can potentially gain 2. There's some stuff on the board that you can potentially use for this, and you can also have a 15% chance to gain an additional random charge, which is also nice if you're using any other charges in your build. Now, frenzy charges appear around your character very, you know, obviously. It's a green orb that floats around you in a circle, and it makes it very obvious that you have generated a frenzy charge. I could go into a pack of monsters right here, and I could just simply kill a bunch, and you'll see that I instantly gain a frenzy charge, and I can kill another pack, but I don't gain anything. And then I kill a second pack because it's been 4.7 seconds, and I get another charge. Now, as you're running through the map and you're just clearing, you'll notice that you'll get charges relatively effectively with Combat Frenzy. This is something that's pretty easy to do with Combat Frenzy because you just generally get a large amount of charges this way. However, whenever you fight, like I said, bosses or monsters that are harder to freeze or freeze more infrequently, you're going to notice that the Combat Frenzy kind of falls apart at that point. Very good for clear, not so great for bossing. Now, Combat Frenzy can be augmented in other ways to add frenzy charges from other sources. So if you want to get frenzy, like different charges, one thing that you can potentially do is you can utilize the resonance passive, which can turn gain power charges instead of frenzy charges. So this would allow you to turn the frenzy charges that you're gaining from Combat Frenzy into power charges for a different type of ability. Now, what can you potentially use these frenzy charges on? Why are you generating them at all? Like, what's the purpose of the whole entire endeavor? Well, it basically comes down to abilities that specifically use those power charges to get an added bonus. And there are some pretty nice ones in the panel. In fact, if you just grab a skill gem and you just type in the word frenzy into the panel, go to all gems, you're going to notice a bunch of skills come up. There's things like Wind Serpent's Fury, which allows you to consume all frenzy charges to perform a gigantic spear thrust that will knock back enemies. For each frenzy charge consumed, Wind Serpent will follow the spear's wake. Each serpent also damages and knocks back the enemy. Spiral Volley allows you to consume frenzy charges to cause arrows to deal more damage and to chain to other targets. Whirlwind Lance allows you to consume frenzy charges to increase the number of whirlwind stacks, essentially. So consume frenzy charges if possible to create whirlwind with one more than normal of its number stages. Rain of Arrow consumes frenzy charges to get more arrows. Sniper's Mark is a way that you can get frenzy charges in addition to Combat Frenzy, which gives you a frenzy charge whenever you critically hit a target. So it's definitely built around crits. Glacial Lance is really cool. It causes a big explosion when you have a frenzy charge. It's actually really powerful. You also get things like Ice Tip Arrows by expending a frenzy charge. You get to bypass the skill's cooldown. Barrage will allow you to attack multiple times with frenzy charges, allowing you to get like 3 or 4 or 5 like attacks off at the same time. In fact, the more frenzy charges you have, the more attacks you can get. Of course, it still costs mana, and it will burn every bit of the mana that you have, but it will do a large number of attacks at very fast rate. Lightning Spear also consumes a frenzy charge if possible to cause the main spear to split into multiple copies on impact, each of them when it bursts. Cull the Weak will actually grant you a frenzy charge, if I remember correctly, but only when you cull monsters. So it's a little bit more difficult to get this on essentially rare and unique monsters. Well, because, you don't really cull those very often because the cull percentage is usually pretty low. In fact, if you look at Culling Strike, it specifically states, Culling Strike is kill normal enemies if their life is at 35% or below, magic enemies 20% or below, rare monsters 10% or below, and unique monsters 5% or below. These thresholds are checked before the damage hits applied. Explosive Spear gets a really huge, like, 4-way explosion with frenzy charges. It's really beautiful. And Disengage is another way that you can potentially build frenzy charges using the parry debuff. Overall, there's more ways than that you can potentially spend and use frenzy charges, but frenzy charges are definitely useful, and so Combat Frenzy becomes useful as well. Unfortunately, due to the way that they've kind of like nerfed the poop out of it, where they prevent you from getting a frenzy charge like no more than once every 6 seconds, or even with the Gemling buff, no more than once every 4.7 seconds, it becomes very difficult to utilize Combat Frenzy in a way that helps your character like massively. My personal problem with this is that it really only functions very well on single targets, or sorry, big groups of monsters, and not single target, which causes Combat Frenzy to lose much of its effectiveness when you're actually dealing with bosses or like really tough like elite monsters that happen to be by themselves. Overall, though, it's effective for what it is, which is a very good clear tool to stack frenzy charges while you're clearing. If you have another solution for the single targets, of course, then you can combine them together and you can have 2 different ways or even 3 different ways of generating frenzy charges, which is probably going to be better than one anyway. Freeze, Electrocute, and Pin. You can essentially do any of those, or you can do all of them. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you do all of them because you don't get one for each type. Like you don't, if you freeze a target and get a frenzy charge, you can't electrocute the target and then get another frenzy charge because the delay is there. There were some pretty crazy builds back in previous seasons that were utilizing Combat Frenzy. And now, I'm not gonna lie, Combat Frenzy was pretty broken for a while, and that's probably why it got nerfed. But you know, we'll see. Maybe they'll unnerf it slightly later in the future. I think that pretty much covers it. Support gem wise, Charge Perfusion is a pretty good one for this. There's really not a lot you can throw in Combat Frenzy that makes it like better as far as support gems. Sometimes with Spirit Gems, there's really not a lot you can put in them to make them better. In fact, like things like charge regulation, I don't think there's anything I would put in there at all, because everything that you put in there is going to cost you support gems or spirit. A lot of the support gems that you put into spirit gems cost spirit. So unless you have something that doesn't cost spirit that you're going to put in there, like Charge Perfusion doesn't cost any spirit. So it doesn't cost me any spirit to throw that in there, and that's an absolutely excellent one to throw into Combat Frenzy. But a lot of the other ones that you would throw in there are just going to increase the spirit cost past the original 30 spirit and make it harder for you to like equip that item. And you only have a limited amount of spirit after all anyway, right? It's a finite resource and you want to spend it wisely. Unfortunately, a lot of the times I'm not sure that Combat Frenzy is worth the spend, because you might be better off going with a different way of generating your frenzy charges that's more reliable and works on single targets. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching. Wow, 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 wow. Combat Frenzy. Yo mama went into a frenzy. Combat Frenzy. A Combat Frenzy for you and me. On. Next. Button. Push. None. Go. Click. Next. Add. Poop. Save. Next. 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 Okay, got that one uploading. Want to get a bunch of these uploading so I have a bunch of these videos pushing out. Wah, 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 wah. Ba 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 ba. Alright, what ability do we do next? Charge regulation. Charge regulation's a pretty good one. Charge regulation. Charge regulation. Charge. That's a pretty good ability. Charge. It's a charge. Regulation charge. All right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Path of Exile Skills. Today we're going to be going over one of the spirit skills, which is called Charge Regulation. It's a buff. Not really a whole lot to show off here, but a lot to talk about. With this particular ability, while you have it active, you gain powerful buffs based on your character's active charges. However, maintaining the buff consumes a charge every few seconds. So this brings up an interesting thing about charges. So let's talk about charges for a second. So charges can be gained from any number of skills, passive or other effects. They do not grant any inherent benefits, but can be consumed to fuel many skills and other effects. Now, this is kind of the important thing about charges. Like, even if you have like 1,000 charges of frenzy, 1,000 charges of power, 1,000 charges of endurance, like, it doesn't matter. They don't do anything. They don't do anything for your character. They don't give you buffs. They don't increase your HP. They don't give you more damage. They don't do anything for you. So basically, the entire purpose of this particular ability is to remedy that by allowing you to gain buffs for having those things active, right? So there are 3 types of charges: endurance, frenzy, and power. By default, the player can have up to 3 of each. Of course, you can also increase the number. The buffs that you get for this ability are, number 1, 26% more critical hit chance while you have an active power charge, 20% more armor, evasion, and energy shield while you have an active endurance charge, 25% increased skill speed, which is really good because that increases the attack speed, cast speed, and warcry speed of your character, while you have an active frenzy charge. And it basically eats one of these charges every 10 seconds to keep the buff running. Now, the quality bonuses on this are consumes 1 charge every positive 3.12 seconds. As you can see, I have mine at 3.12, which makes mine 13.12 seconds. It's going to basically keep consuming 1 to maintain the buff. Also, my Gemling Legionnaire bonus, which is specific to the Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy, gives me buffs, grants 2% increased damage per charge as well, which means that, even if I just have the default charges at 3 charges apiece, that's 369 times 2, that's 18% increased damage, and I could potentially have more than that. So basically what charge regulation does is it turns those passive charges that are not in giving you any benefits other than using for abilities into something that will actually give you an active benefit. In fact, multiple active benefits. Not only do you get skill speed, armor, evasion, and energy shield, and critical hit chance, but you also get just more damage per charge. Right? So you can stack essentially the charges that you want and you can get damage from them. Now on the board, you can grab a lot of bonuses that will increase the number of charges. So if you type in charge, you'll find bonuses all over the board that have to do with like more power charges maximum, more endurance charges maximum. You can also get more endurance charges. You can get more frenzy charges maximum, and you can definitely stack your charges in a myriad of ways. There's a lot of ways that you can potentially get charges as well. So it would be amiss of me to talk about charge regulation and not talk about the ways that you can potentially generate those charges. So for frenzy charges, there's a lot of ways that you can potentially generate frenzy charges, and we'll talk about some of those ways right now. One of the easiest ways to do this is just simply to type in frenzy on the skill panel, and you're going to find a couple ways that you can generate frenzy charges. One is disengage. Disengage will generate a frenzy charge whenever consuming a parry debuff. Cull the Weak will generate frenzy charges whenever you finish off weak targets. You can also generate frenzy charges by critically hitting targets with Sniper's Mark. And this is just some of the ways. There's also a passive spirit gem that I just recently covered called Combat Frenzy, if you want to check that out, that also can generate charges whenever you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy, although it's rather limited. When it comes to power charges, there's a lot of ways that you can potentially generate power charges too. So if we go in here and we type in power, we can also generate power charges via things like Killing Palm, which is another culling effect. So when you cull targets, you get a power charge. You can generate power charges utilizing the I'm forgetting right off the top of my head. There's a bunch of ways that you can potentially generate them, and there's a lot of ways that you can spend them. You can also generate combo charges via combo points, utilizing specific lineage gems. Endurance charges can also be built with magma barrier. You can build endurance charges by breaking armor. And so forth and so on. There's a lot of ways that you can potentially generate charges, and you can utilize abilities to force more charges into those effects, right? So you can use things like charge profusion to get an additional charge, and also to generate random charges of other types. It's not impossible to have basically every charge on your character. It's a little bit more difficult to actually use them because the case scenarios of using the charges are more restrictive. But if you type in like endurance endurance, you'll see that endurance charges can be spent using fortifying cry and things like that, where you can bypass cooldowns of war cries. You can also utilize endurance charges with specific unique items that will allow you to crit every single time as long as you have endurance charges. Charge regulation basically comes into play on characters that just simply have many charges. Whether you're utilizing one aspect of it, like a character who has way too many endurance charges and just wants to get some benefit of like armor, evasion, energy shield, or whether you're a character that has a large number of different charges and just wants to get a benefit for all of them. Charge regulation does actually work quite well. I think that it's worth it in situations where you can generate a massive number, but not really so much in cases where the charges have become finite, where like you're desperately struggling to get that next charge to use your ability at its highest power level, right? Because this will actually consume those charges, one charge every 13 or so seconds. And if you're having trouble generating charges, well, this could be an issue. But for builds that don't have any trouble generating charges, this becomes essentially free damage, free tanking, free tankability, free speed. It's a very effective buff for your character. One negative on this one is the requirements. It does require dexterity and intelligence, which can sometimes be an issue, but I'm currently bypassing that by utilizing this passive, which allows me to use my highest attribute to satisfy the requirements of any gem. So I can essentially just use my strength to satisfy it. But under normal circumstances, if you were playing like a strength-based character, a intelligence-based character, or a dex-based character, and you didn't have the appropriate other stats, it could become a little bit difficult to hit the requirements for it, especially since you probably want a higher level version because it has more effectiveness, right? Overall, this particular ability has worked into quite a few of my builds, usually builds that have a large number of specific charges that I would like. You could also potentially convert charges into other types. So for instance, let's say you were generating endurance charges, but you would rather have a different type of charge. Well, there are ways that you can potentially convert charges into other types. So if you go up here and you look at this key passive, it's called Resonance. Resonance makes it so that when you gain a power charge, you instead gain a frenzy. When you gain a frenzy charge, you instead gain an endurance. And when you gain an endurance charge, you instead gain a power charge. This can allow you to essentially flip the table, so to speak, and get the bonus that you're actually looking for. Like maybe you have no problem generating power charges, but you would really like the skill speed bonus. Well, you can convert your power charges into frenzy charges in that particular case. And in this way, like especially with certain characters, it's very easy to generate a certain type of charge, but not the others, right? So like on a shield character, it's extremely easy to generate endurance charges, but I might not want endurance charges specifically for what I'm trying to do, and instead I might want my endurance charges to be frenzy charges, right? Well, frenzy charges, endurance charges instead of power charges. We want gain power charges, gain frenzy charges instead of endurance charges. So if I wanted to switch, I could change my endurance charges into frenzy charges, and I could get skill speed instead of armor evasion, right? Which would allow me to use those endurance charges for a more productive purpose. Of course, with all spirit gem skills cost spirit. And this one is a 30 spirit. It's relatively low, but it's still one of those ones that you're going to ask yourself, do I want this on my bar? Is it worth the spirit that I'm going to be using for it, right? Like, do I want to utilize that specific ability? And that's a question that you're going to have to ask yourself, but if you do have a surplus of charges, it seems like a no-brainer because you get a lot of active buffs from it in the process for essentially something that you're not using. And that's kind of the most important thing about charge regulation is just to remember the fact that if you're not utilizing the charges for something, then they're doing nothing. Because charges don't do anything by default, right? So charge regulation is just the way that you can make the charges useful in a situation where you might be generating them but not using them. or you're generating more than enough and you just can't spend them quickly enough, right? This becomes another way that you can potentially get benefit out of them. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching. Boom, 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 boom. Another one bites the dust. Don't boom. Another one bites the dust. Boom, boom. Your mama looks like a hoe. Boom, boom. Come on, don't you know? Boom, boom. Charge regulation. Dee 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 do da do da dee do dee 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 do ba la la. All right, charge regulation is out of the way. Do I have a wolfies? Do I have a wolfie, wolfie, wolfie? Do I have a wolfie? Yes, I do. Do you have a wolfie, wolfie, wolfie? Do you have a wolfie? Yes, I do. A wolfie, wolfie, wolf. A wolfie, wolfie, wolf. A wolfie, do you just got a wolfie, wolfie, wolfie?
Cross.
Dee 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 wolfie. Shinga dinga boom 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 boom. Dee 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 wolfie, wolfie, wolf.
Have an order?
Boobs. I don't know about Tentacle Girl there. Tentacles, tentacles, she got so many tentacles. Tentacles, tentacles, lots of tentacles. Tentacles, 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 tentacles. God, he attacks so fast. I can't even see him. He's just a blur. Time to pick on Cody in between videos. Picking on Cody, that's what we do. Picking on the Cody, picking on you. Picky, 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 pick, picky, picky, pick. Picky, 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 pick, 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 pick. I'm gonna get them toes. I'm gonna get them toesies. Give me them toesies. I'm gonna get them and I'll rip them off. Give me them toesies. And I'll smack that butt. Gonna smack that butt. He's looking at me out of his side eye like, boy, if you don't stop messing with me. If you hate it so much, why you lift your leg up, huh? Why you lift them leg up? Gotta lift them leg up, leg up. Gotta lift them leg up. You just flip over on your back. He's like, go to it. He's like, get in there. He's like, give me some scritches. Give me them scritches. Yeah. Messing with Cody's so much fun. I'm messing with a Cody is the best of West. I'm messing with a Cody is so much fun. A boom, 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 boom. Alright, so we got Parry done, we got Frostbomb done, Shield Bolt done, Resonating Shield done, Magma Barrier done, Combat Frenzy done, Rare Charge Regulation done, State of the Video is done, 5, 6, 7, 8. We like 8 videos done. That's not bad. Let's keep on pushing. Cause we gotta push it. Push it to the limit. When the song is on, oh, we gotta push it to the limit, push it to the limit. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about another one of the Path of Exile skills, and we're going to talk about a pretty easy one today. This one is an ability called Freezing Mark. Freezing Mark is pretty cool. It is an ability that allows you to just simply mark a target, and once you mark the target, it makes them more susceptible to being frozen. When the marked target is frozen, the mark activates, and granting you a buff, which gives extra cold damage and consuming the mark. Marking another target while you have the buff active removes the buff, because you can only have one active marked target at a time. Now, there's a lot of ways you can potentially use this. You can cast it yourself, or you can potentially have something else cast it for you. And there's a couple abilities that will actually cast marks for you, believe it or not. One of them is Pounce. So whenever you pounce onto a target, you can potentially cause that mark to hit the target as well when you pounce them. So it's an auto-marking skill, essentially, which is really cool. Pounce, however, will mark the target, but and then you have to still activate the effect, right? It is a Dex Intelligence-based gem, and this one's actually a little low level for my character. I guess I never beefed it up. Let's hit that with a little beefcake, shall we? Let's hit it with a little beefcake. Let's put a little bit on a quake. Let's get it, let's put it on a bake. Let's get it, let's go. Freezing Mark. Freezing Mark is in, actually, isn't it in like a couple trees? I know it's in the quarterstaff tree, but I thought it was in another tree too. So there's our upgraded version, level 18. So you can say it says limit 1 mark per target, 1 mark to target. Hits against the marked target cause 34% more freeze buildup. So this is really cool. So if you're a cold character, this will help you freeze targets easier. Marked enemies become frozen when hit while primed for freeze. So basically you can obviously, if they have the prime for freeze thing on, it means that essentially when you hit them at that particular magic moment, they'll automatically freeze. Mark duration is 8 seconds, which is why I usually end up putting something like prolonged duration in there to increase the duration. And then you have buffs, grant 30% damage as extra cold. This is a really nice buff, and the buff duration lasts for 10 seconds. Another reason why you probably want to throw like the extra duration on it. Hits against marked enemies cause 20% more freeze buildup. And let's check real quick on my gemling to see what the gemling specific bonus is. I know there's a gemling specific bonus. So let's go take a look at that. So the gemling specific bonus is reduced mana cost of up to 50%, and mine's at 65 because I actually have more quality than the 20% base. Now, when it comes to Freezing Mark, you can either apply it manually or you can use a skill to do it. It really doesn't matter which way you go. But you do have to fulfill the condition of the ability, which is to freeze the target. Now, you don't always have to fulfill the condition of the ability, though, which is actually something that I was going to show today. So if you are playing a character that is a cold damage character, you can essentially fulfill the condition without fulfilling the condition. And I'm going to show you kind of like how this looks. Because there is an ability on the werewolf known as cross slash. And I'll briefly read off cross slash to you so you can see what it states. It says shapeshift into a werewolf and leap backwards, and as you gouge the ground with both claws, enemies can be hit by separately with both gouges. Hitting a marked enemy with both gouges will activate the mark and cause an additional shockwave, which basically means that you can activate the mark without actually activating the mark. Which is pretty cool. So in this case, I'm going to leap onto some targets, and they're going to have the mark active, and then I'm going to cross slash, which causes the mark to become active immediately. And as you can see, I'm gaining the extra cold damage from the freezing mark immediately, because I pounce in and I'm using the ability. Pounce is a surprisingly good way to apply marks of any type, essentially, because you just socket the mark in, and then you can utilize cross slash to immediately gain the benefits of whatever the mark happens to be. In this particular case, gain as 30% extra cold is pretty massive. Now, the mark doesn't last very long, and so you do have to freeze the target in that particular time period. But in general, when it comes to freezing mark, it's good for two reasons. Number one, you don't necessarily have to activate it to get the benefit, right? Because it also comes with the more freeze buildup, the mark can also just simply be used as a way to gain additional freeze potential versus a rather tough monster. So using this on a boss, for instance, is a very good choice, because it's going to give you additional freeze buildup. And of course, if you manage to fulfill the requirement, you can get that 30% extra gain damage as cold, which is also nice as well. If you're utilizing the werewolf, however, you could basically just eat it with cross slash, and you don't even have to fulfill the requirement, which gives you the buff as well. Pounce is probably the best way to utilize this, and even if you're not a werewolf, sometimes putting a talisman on the other swap and just having Pounce as a ability that you can use is surprisingly good for not only applying the mark, but also just as a movement ability, because Pounce is a really good movement ability as well. It just is. It's just very nice for moving around the map. And so you can apply your mark, you can have your cake and eat it too, right? But this video isn't about Pounce, it's about the freezing mark itself, right? Now, freezing mark does have dex and intelligence as a requirement, so it might not be possible if you're running like an all strength build or something. It depends on how your character is set up, so do keep that in mind. Overall though, it's a pretty simple ability. You mark the target, they freeze faster. When you freeze them, you gain a huge amount of damage. Rinse, repeat. Now, there's some pretty good support gems you can utilize with this. One of them is the Eternal Mark, which is marks from supported skills are not consumed the first time they activate. I highly recommend that you utilize this when it comes to Freezing Mark, because Freezing Mark is designed around freezing. And so if you can have the mark stick around after the monster is unfrozen, then it will help toward the next freeze, although there usually is a little bit of a penalty there. But it definitely does help to build up more freeze on the target afterwards. And it also keeps the mark active on bosses more often, so you have to apply it less. There's also some other really interesting mark-related abilities that you can use, and let's pull this out for just a second so that I can put it into the support gem panel. And I'm going to kind of show you some of the crazy things that you can potentially do with these abilities. And we need a support gem, Tau 5. So if you take a look at the freezing mark, you get things like prolonged duration, which is really good. Having the mark stay longer on the target is very effective, because it's going to give you a longer period of time to actually activate the effect, right? Another one is the Mark of Siphoning, which is enemies marked by the supported skills cause you to leech mana equal to 8% of physical attack damage, and also leech life equal to 8% of physical attack damage. So basically, anytime the target is marked, you can actually leech from them. You can also utilize Charged Mark, which is really nice. Charged Mark is the ability where basically makes it when it's activated. You also get Shocked Ground on the ground, which is a good way if you're running specific builds that need Shocked Ground, you can get. And also Shocked Ground shocks targets, which if a target is shocked, that considers an ailment, and the targets take 20% increased damage, this lasting as long as they're standing in the shocked ground specifically. So basically you can get an additional damage bonus by utilizing this as well, which is really nice. It's actually a really good one to use with most abilities if you don't have your own form of shocking, because you can just add in shocking for free with your mark. And there's a lot of different marks out there that you can potentially use. Overall, though, there's a lot of fun things that you can do with it. I think that you'll find that adding a mark into your build of some type is pretty much always useful. In fact, if I take a look at some of the different marks that there are available, including the pounce mark, which is the one that summons wolves. If you type in mark in here, you get things like the bloodhound mark, which applies the bleed mark, which is kind of cool. The hand of Chinchilla will basically apply any mark that's socketed into the ability, similar to the way that pounce works, allowing you to essentially apply your mark in a more effective way. There's voltaic mark, which is designed around electrocution. There's freezing mark. There's also the sniper's mark, which is designed around critical hits and gives you frenzy charges. And then there's cross slash, which has its own mark pounce has its own mark in it. And pounce will summon wolves. It's actually every time you kill a monster, you can summon a wolf. Now, all of the marks can be socketed into pounce or hand of Chinchilla, and you can utilize them for that specific purposes. And all of them can be consumed with cross slash. So if you're trying to get the specific effect of those abilities, cross slash can definitely be an interesting choice for that. Overall, any mark is going to be good in your build, and you definitely should consider them for like specific types of builds, whether you're trying to get frenzy charges with critical mark or increase your critical damage, or whether you're trying to increase your freezing and get cold damage, or whether you're trying to increase your bleeding. There's like a mark out there for basically every build for the most part, and they're not particularly that difficult to work in if you do it properly. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to this ability. As always, do appreciate you guys and gals joining. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching. What's up, Leon?
Hello.
I'm making videos today.
I seen.
Making bacon videos. I'm making videos. Making bacon videos.
Bacon?
Making bacon.
Nobody wants my rod, man.
Nobody wants your rod, man. Isn't that always the way?
7 chaos to a divine.
Seven chaos to one do. I've been trading in chaos, and like it's really confusing. I'm pretty sure I'm getting ripped off on the change at like a lot of points. But it is much easier on my gold wallet, so there's that. I'm not like instantly running out of gold when I trade with the chaos.
Well, they do all this decimal listing, so you have to buy like in bulk to get the discount, essentially.
Yeah, and then
Like
half the time when I try and buy in bulk, it won't even sell. Like nobody will sell me like 32 such and suches for like one chaos. Like it just doesn't even work.
Did you sell your fragment last night? I sold mine overnight.
Yeah, 11. I sold it for 11. I just left it up there for 11, like it sold. I wasn't worried about it. Freezing mark doesn't show up on your gem list. Why would it not show up on your gem list? There's restrictions and stuff that are in place sometimes that mess with the way that you're able to see things.
Did you show them about the sections? Because it's in a separate section. Like freezing is in. Is it in the druid section now?
Well, every time I go, I always tell people to click on all gems because, like, each individual section, there's actually a freezing mark in multiple sections now. It's in the bow section. It's in the quarterstaff section. I think it's in the freaking primal section too, or something. Like I don't remember. Like they shoved it in a bunch of sections. But yeah, if you go to all gems and you type in freeze, it will pull up freezing mark right there. 5, 6, 7, freezing mark, boom. You may have like gem cutting restrictions on that could be messing with you, but yeah, it should be there. It's in the bow section, freezing mark. It's in the elemental, the quarterstaff section, freezing mark. I could have sworn it was in one other section too. I might be wrong.
If they're using a build file too, there's a tab that hides all the gems that are not in the build file.
You're using
sure
a
that's how that
controller and it doesn't show at all. I don't think a controller would have anything to do with it. So if you go to the options, in the options under, I believe it's game, there's a checkbox here. It's called gem cutting restrictions and equipping restrictions. These two are just annoying, and disabling these will like fix a lot of the problems. What they do is they hide stuff from you deliberately and prevent you from being able to see what you're looking at. Also, at the top of the screen, you'll notice that like if you click on a specific gem, actually that's support gems, but yeah, that's not really relevant.
No mana.
Shickadee, shickadoo, shickadee, dickadoo, dickadee, dickadoo, shickadee, dickadee, dickadoo. Cross slash seems like it could be really crazy with that bloodhound mark. Just do like a bleed fizz build. Set up for bloodhound. Bleed fizz, come on down. Bleed, bleed fizz, bleedy bleed. I didn't notice that different characters have different tablet storage. I don't know if you noticed that, but like, I was wondering where all my tablets were going. Like every new character, I'd get to the maps and I'd put tablets in, and then I'd go to the next character and the tablets would be gone, I guess. And I just didn't notice. And I went back to like this character and there was like 4 Abyss tablets in there, like in the map thing. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I was running Abyss on this guy.
Yeah, they have like a different UI for the map launching.
I thought the tablets would have been shared across characters, but I guess not. Hmm.
Two annulments. Greater Chaos. 3 Chaos. 5 random currency. Always go 5 random currency, baby.
Yeah, 5 mirrors. Let's go.
Guaranteed.
Every time, guaranteed 5 mirrors. Let's go.
Passion of Aldor.
Why even question it? It's always 5 mirrors.
I've never had it not be 5 mirrors, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's always 5 mirrors.
No mana.
I forgot how fun my character is with my speedy boy. Got a speedy wolf. Got a wolf of speed.
Proof of a prowess.
Come on down and bleed. Oh, a boss? Yeah, come get Rex, son.
Need a moment.
Guzal the Living Furnace. What the hell? Oh, he's making lava on the ground. Ow, lava hurt.
Ground is lava?
He brought his lava with him. Like, what the hell? You're not allowed to bring your lava with you. It's cheating.
Need
First
mana.
time I'm trying the giant Boombas in the Grand Expedition since the patch. Actually, covers a lot of ground. Not bad.
The what? Giant Goombas?
The giant Boombas.
What's that
The
boomba?
hunt is on.
Giant bump.
The boomba bum bum bum. Oh yeah, they said that was a change they said they made, so that was like 5 or something instead.
Yep. Yep. Works pretty good.
Yeah, it was really stupid before though. It was like 1. That's all you get.
One is the loneliest Goomba.
A clean kill.
Boom, 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 boom. No, I died. Oh Lord, can't believe I died. No, boom, 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 boom. What do I make a video about next? I don't even know. It's the my mama's a hoe. Cooldown is 1 second on the moonbeams. It really kind of sucks with the moonbeams. I feel like the moonbeams shouldn't be restricted by a cooldown. It should be just restricted by your attack speed. It's the poopies. I don't like it.
It's not that hard to reduce the cooldown.
I don't like it. This makes me feel sad inside. Like, sad man.
Money, money, money.
Money, money, honey, got the money, money, boy. Money, money, honey, got the money, money, toy. Money, 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 got the money, money, boy. Money, 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 got the money, honey, honey.
It's in the mines. I open up mines and check the mines.
Is ancestral boosting considered empowering?
No. I don't think so. I think empowerment's like shouting and the other thing you were doing on the other character. I forget what was generating. There's a couple ways to get empowerment. What's the one over here? I think ancestral boosted is ancestral, but like I think it's its own special jank because that gives you like more damage, area of effect on slams, on strikes. It gives you additional strikes. Like that, it's its own jank. Empowering is its other jank.
Hyper Doojank. The Doojank of Hyper.
I've no mana.
Lunar Assault. Lunar Assault. It's a freaking amazing. Lunar Assault.
It's not legitimate.
My minion's there just for haste. She's a freaky kind of fishy with multiple tentacles.
She's a brick. Ah.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. At the tentacles all work out. She got tentacles. Man, her leg tentacles are real beefy. She got beefy leg tentacles. And then her upper tentacles are all spindly. Spindly tentacles. It about to break out. Savage Fury is like broken. I love Savage Fury. It's such a broken ability.
So good. Especially the fact that they never patched the fact that you could run it on
So
your offhand.
stinking
Essentially have it
beast.
as a free order at the cost of an offhand slot. I thought that was definitely getting patched out.
Never. No.
A worthy foe.
I miss my Titan's Heraldric Cube when doing these expeditions with all this loot. Where's my Heraldric Cube?
Wait. Need mana.
I want the cube.
Everybody needs the cube. Take it away from the Titan.
Oh, it's a perfect start to a Desert Buckler. T1 evasion.
T1.
I've no mana.
Forgot how OP this character is. You attack so fast on this character, the monsters don't even have a chance to do anything after that. My main problem is survivability. But if everything's frozen, then I don't have to worry about that.
It-ish.
No, I'm frozen this time. How dare they freeze me? Ah, you did it.
I've no mana. That was
Ah, you did it
almost
too.
a challenge.
Super duper duper dead, gonna hit him in his head. Super duper duper. Ow! I wasn't running. Oh well. It's harder to see whether you're running on the wolf because the wolf literally doesn't have a.
Has its own animation.
Yeah, it's got its own animation. It's a little harder to see.
It's faster. It has its own special doujin.
Well, it's the same animation as the regular run. It's just slightly faster with like some wispy clouds.
What is it?
Back to basics.
Stop pressing the run button, Ginger.
These are our supplies. Gold is useless to me. Take it.
Gold is useless to me. Take it. How rich is Doriani? That's what we need to find out. What's his upper limit on richness? How much money does he have? How much freaking money? Is he rich as he can be? Is he got some money?
Welcome. Take your time. For now, we part.
Saga's getting up there.
Hmm?
Uhtred Saga is going up. 855 exalts. People are trying to farm that runic fork, tuning fork.
Oh yeah. What does that thing even do anyway?
It is essentially a 5-socket that can be corrupted to a 6-socket
Yeah, seen that.
item, and it gives you like 300% increased effect of the sockets and some other doojangs, and it can be upgraded to give you.
What does
So
it?
that you stack
What does
it.
it
You
count
stack
as? A
it.
wand?
Yeah, it's a wand. Sure.
A wandy bondy.
So people are using it for spell builds?
Yeah. Mana stacking.
Mana stacking spell builds.
Alright, time to chest out my heat sinks. I got heat sinks, Leon. I got some, like, aluminum things I poured, like, ages ago. Like, I've got, like, a snowman, and I got, like, an arrowhead and, like, a heart and stuff. I just put them in the refrigerator so they're all nice and cold. And now we just rest them inside of our shirt and absorb heat with them. Ah. Heat sinks. Human heat sinks. I got a bunch of them in there, too, so I can keep swapping them in and out. I'm gonna beat the heat, boys. They're pretty cool. They're like solid aluminum. I mean, I don't know if a different metal would work better technically. I don't know, like heat retention. I know about heat dissipation. I don't know about heat retention or like cold retention. Let's see. If using a metal block as a like cold like ice cube, basically ice cube to chill a drink, what metal would retain heat, or rather cold, the longest? For equal mass, aluminum retains cold the longest because it has the highest specific heat capacity. For equal volume, stainless steel wins out due to its high density and greater overall heat capacity. However, metal blocks lack the melting phase, so they will warm up relatively quickly in your drink. Aluminum has a specific heat capacity of roughly 0.9 joules. It's divided by G times C, meaning it requires more energy to warm up compared to other common metals. If you are comparing equal weights of metal, aluminum will absorb more heat before it reaches room temperature. Interesting.
All right. We done. Boom, 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 boom.
Interesting.
Research. Silly research. What's up, window? Hello, me. How you doing? Me. Yo, me. Why are you spamming my chat, Windows? Why you spamming damn a llama ding dong? Why you spamming llama pama llama whamma llama ping pong?
Stop messing up your patches, Windows.
Yeah, stop messing up your patches. I'm not looking at chat. I wasn't looking at chat. I was literally reading something on thing. If you're paying attention in the stream, I was reading about the efficiency of metal blocks to cool your body in a heat wave. He doesn't get the Windows joke. Windows is an operating system, you know, like Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 8, Windows 7, Windows XP, Windows 98, Windows 95, Windows 311, you know, like it was a Windows joke because your name has window in it. I think that's the kid that was playing now I'm forgetting the name of the game. See, you broke my brain. How dare you breaketh my brain?
That's not hard to do.
This is the only brain I got. That's the only one. I was born to be a brain, and I don't want it broken. I need my brain, I do. Gotta take my brain. Oh yeah, Arc Raiders, yeah. I still haven't played Arc Raiders since the last time we played, so yeah. That was a one-off, you know. Like, I'll be back to Arc Raiders eventually, I'm sure. Maybe the next months. I got other things to do. I got lists. I kind of want to check out the new chapter on Titanfall. Not Titanfall, Titan Quest. Titan Quest 2 released chapter 4. I also want to make videos, though. I need to get some videos made. Please play it. There's so much cool new stuff. You got me killed all the time. Why do I want to play with you, Mr. Get You Killed all the time? Got me murdered. Murdered.
You called over all the enemies, Windows. What are you doing?
You got me murdered, and that's the truth. Got me freaking murdered, and it's a booth.
T1 Fizz ain't worth that much? Alright. Gadoosh.
Recording for 5 straight hours sucks. I made it pretty good. It's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got 9 videos up. Oh, 10 videos up. I got 10 videos up. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, actually. Everyone has a defib. My lobbies will be great, and you can be one too. Looting and polluting is not the way. Hear what Captain Planet has to say. I can defib everything, and you can defib too. If you want to defib me, then I will defib you.
Oh, come on down and play Arc Raiders with me in the place, so I can get you killed and then laugh in your face. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Bro's going crazy. This is how I always am. Welcome to the normal everyday Ginger. This is not crazy Ginger. Crazy Ginger is much different than this Ginger. You're a silly person if you think this is crazy Ginger. Oh. Bow. Sing the chicken song? What's the chicken song? Talking about a buck buck buck, a buck buck buck, a buck buck buck, a buck 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 buck. That's Robot Chicken.
Additional abysses.
Can't remember what video this even came from. Just choose something random. Oh, chicken banana. That's not even no. No, I don't want to sing that song.
This chicken is bananas.
You can't make me. You can't make me. He got on my case about singing it wrong. He's the only person who ever like made fun of me. He's like, you know, you're not doing it right. Like it's literally 2 words, chicken and banana. He's like, no, but it's like 3 chickens and then 2 bananas. Like you can't just mess it up. You will go down in hell. Punch you in butthole, right in your butthole. It's 3 chickens. See, I told you. Now he's hitting all caps locks. He's hitting all caps locks. Man, these little things work pretty good. They got some good heat retention to them. They're sucking out the heat out of my soul in here. Put the cross right on my neck. Burn the devil out me while I'm also removing heat. Gotta burn the devil out of your soul. Chicken banana. Chicken banana. Ooh, that's cold. Feels good too. Chicken banana. Chicken banana. Yeah, I'll have to hit this up later. We can publish Omen of Light Jail. That one can go out tomorrow. Today is July the 3rd. I can't remember. Do people normally do the fireworks on July the 3rd and like wait till midnight on July the 3rd, or do they do it on July the 4th? I can't even remember. I thought it
I
was July
usually
the
go on 4th of July party on 4th of July. It's usually how
Yeah.
I.
Well, I think it became an issue because like apparently cities didn't want to have all their fireworks at the same time or something. And so they were like some of them were doing it on like the 3rd at 12 midnight or something, and other ones were doing it on 4th. Yeah, so like where I am here, apparently one of the cities is doing it on the 3rd, and one of them is doing it on the 4th. Am I still gonna play a new season of D4? I really don't want to. Are you guys gonna make me? I'm gonna have to like die before then, so I don't have to play another season of D4. That would be preferable. Death would be preferable to tyranny.
Need mana.
Alright, let's do another video and stop being lazy. Savage Fury is kind of like an invocation skill, isn't it?
I don't think so, right? Invocation's casting skills for you. Savage Fury skills just a buff, right?
Well, no, because you got to build it just like you do an invocation.
I mean, there's a component to like charging it up, but I wouldn't say that just makes it an invocation.
Well,
Mana
so
skills get charged up. Like there's
so the
there's
way
just a
but
system.
the way that invocation skills work is you build a resource, right? And then the resource reaches 100%, and then you can use that resource at 100%. But also the invocation skills usually let you use the resource at lower amounts. So if you're at like 75%, you can still use it. You just get lesser effect. Savage Fury is doing the same thing. It's like you gain Fury every time you hit a target, and then it stacks up on the top with a percentage, just like the invocation skills do, and you can use it at any percentage, giving you a lesser effect, or at 100% for full effect. I mean, it seems like it's an invocation skill. It's just like a roundabout invocation skill.
I mean, I think invocation has a very specific meaning, though. They may use same building, but I don't know if I would conflate the two.
I don't know. Like, when you use an invocation skill, you get a massive number of casts of the ability at once. It usually also
I'm not
increases
saying
the
there's not
damage of the
similar
ability.
behavior. I'm saying when you say invocation, that means a very specific thing. Like that means like there's some kind of skill coming.
I mean, it's not a spell. I didn't say it was a spell. Like, there's an invocation skill that works for non-spells, so not all invocation skills are spells. So that's not even a thing.
Hey, you call it what you want.
I'm gonna call it an invocation skill.
I wouldn't conflate the two, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm conflating. Oh, there's gonna be much conflating. What's up, Blaze? I'm about to record a video. Welcome to the party. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Path of Exile Skills. Today we're going to be looking at Savage Fury. Savage Fury is a powerful one. It's a very powerful ability. We're going to talk about like what you can potentially use it for, why it's so powerful, how to get the most out of it, and so forth and so on. So first off, it's a buff. Yep, that's it. It just says buff.
Nothing else, just a buff. While active, your Fury builds from attacking enemies, so anything that is an attack will build Fury. Using this skill releases your Fury to send you into a bestial frenzy, gaining damage and Onslaught, which Onslaught increases your skill speed by 20% and also your movement speed by 10%, lasting for 4 seconds unless otherwise specified, but constantly losing life and forcing you into an animal form. The frenzy ends immediately if you return to human form, and you cannot gain Fury while you are in frenzy. You gain 1 Fury on attack, hit no more than once per skill use, to a maximum of 20 Fury. The buff duration is 0.5 seconds per Fury used, which technically means that's a maximum of 20 times, so it's like 10 seconds, right? Buff grants Onslaught and 28% more damage, which is a multiplier, and then the buff causes you to lose 3% of your maximum life per second, which is not like a huge amount of life. 3% is like 1% of 100 is 1, 1% of 1,000 is 10, right? So 1% of 2,000 is 2, or 20, right? So you got like 40 HP per second draining from your character with this particular ability if you're running like 2K, maybe 60 if you're running 3K, and so forth and so on. It's pretty easy to counter that with regeneration and other abilities. Like you can easily get enough regeneration to completely counter the negative. You can also get a buff that grants 5% more damage. And you know what? Let's go take a look at the Jumbling Legionnaire and let's see what the Jumbling Legionnaire has for a buff on Savage Fury. Could be interesting. We might have to actually equip a talisman to see it, but well, let's check it nonetheless. Nonetheless. Less than none. Wait, where's the none? Savage Fury. Alright, so we can't see it unless we put it on our character, which it might not let us, but, well, no, it does. So gain 1 additional Fury on attack. Okay, so you can build the Fury faster with the quality from the Jumbling Legionnaire. That's pretty cool. Not that it's particularly difficult to build the quality Fury, but depending on your character and how they're built, it might be more or less difficult. This particular character I designed around attack speed, so technically I can build Fury much faster than like most other characters would. Let's hop into a map real quick and we'll just play with the Savage Fury so I can show you how it works. Now, in general, when you have your like damage output of your abilities, depending on, of course, like how much Fury or Rage you're running, or like your total damage output, you're going to see your damage output represented on the bar. Like for instance, right now I've got like 124,000, 134,000, etc. DPS. Well, when you utilize an ability like Savage Fury, which I can do right now, Savage Fury is going to multiply my damage rather tremendously, as you can see, to like 280k, 300,000, 324,000. Because during this particular time period, I'm able to attack much quicker than I otherwise would normally be able to attack. I'm also doing more damage. I'm getting multiplicative bonuses for damage output, as well as more attacks per second on top of that. Savage Fury is a nice little buff to have, like as a push button. And you can, of course, push it when it's not fully activated, but if you do so, then you get a lesser effect, less duration, and not quite as powerful, right, as the full version. Now, you can build it relatively quickly, though, like depending on the attack speed of your character. Like, for instance, my guy over here is just, like, absolutely demolishing targets with insane speed, and he can generate 100% within, like, not very many attacks, right, not very many seconds. He's already at 100 right now. The damage multiplication, though, that it offers is kind of ridiculously insane, especially when combined together with other multiplicative factors like rage bonuses and, well, whatever it is that your character's doing. It's attack-based, so getting Onslaught is very nice as well. Onslaught is the huge attack speed bonus. This character specifically already has, like, a crazy number of attacks per second. I can't remember my exact like limit on attacks per second, but when utilizing Onslaught, I'm down to like 0.11 or 0.10 attacks per second, or attacks time essentially, which is like it's like 10. It's almost 10 attacks per second, basically, if that makes any sense. And you can clearly see the difference between when I'm using it and when I'm not using it, because my damage almost doubles just by activating Savage Fury in most situations. In fact, if I can find the boss here real quick, let me go ahead and find Le Boss so we can show the difference in damage output between Savage Fury and no Savage Fury on this particular character. It's kind of broken, like, how good this particular ability is and how easy it is to, like, overcome the negative effects with basically just a modicum amount of regeneration. But here we go. Here's a boss. Let's go get our butts kicked. It's not a very tanky character, but he is a very offensive character, right? He's able to attack extremely quickly, which is his whole gag, right? So if I attack with my regular attacks, you can see I'm not doing as much damage. But I'm going to go ahead and trigger Savage Fury, and you can see we're doing, like, massive more amounts of damage to this particular target. Like, I was able to dish out, what, like 2 million there in less than a couple seconds? And that just has to do with how good Savage Fury works. And, of course, I instantly died because this boy is always freaking one-shotting. I'm just trying to show off DPS. I'm not trying to show off tankiness. This boy does need more tankiness, as always. And Savage Fury, and no, I don't want your cannon on my face. And as you can see, Savage Fury just works really well within a build. It's a buff that you press every now and then when you have the percentage. You can see it stacking up here. It says 25%. And you can see when you have enough of it to actually activate. And it costs some spirit. So it is a 30 spirit ability. It has strength and intelligence as its main. As a werewolf or a werebear or a werewyvern, like, you're going to be set up for this anyway. So it's kind of like a no-brainer for most, like, werewolf attacking builds, just simply because of how good it is. And yeah, there's really not much more to say other than that. It's amazing. There's really no reason not to run it on most shapeshifter builds. In fact, Leon was pointing out earlier that apparently it works on a swap set as well, so you can basically get it for free without even spending the spirit. Some sort of bug that they never fixed, which maybe eventually they will fix it, but yeah. It's actually kind of good to use this one in combination with other things that multiply as well. Like, I'm using Berserk as well, which increases my rage bonuses. So I get, like, an additional multiplier on my rage bonuses. So stacking my rage is really helpful for this build as well. Overall, just kind of like a really fun experiment of mine to see how fast I could potentially attack. And obviously activating Savage Fury increases the speed that I can attack even further because I gain Onslaught, which is really nice. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals watching. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching. All right, another one bites the dust, shall we? Do 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 boo 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 deedle 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 daddle loo. Okay. Savage Fury. All right, let's just go ahead and do the next one. We're going to do Berserk next.
Una, dos, tres, and cuatro, cinco, seis. Boop. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Path of Exile Skill Ability. It's the skill abilities, Skibilatrons. Today we're going to be looking at another spirit gem, and this one is known as Berserk. Berserk is a pretty simple ability. It doesn't really have much to it. It costs 30 spirit. It requires 137 strength. While active, strengthens your rage, but causes you to lose life while not losing rage. Lose 0.1% of your maximum life per rage per second while not losing rage. Grants 57% increased rage effect, and then gains an additional 10% increased rage effect from the quality. Let's go take a look at the Gemling Legionnaire real quick and see what the special quality bonus is for the rage ability. You know, let's just steal his. Be easier that way instead of constantly burning up gems for everything. We'll just thieve. We like to thieve. I like to thieve it, and we're going to thieve it. Now, there's not really a lot to talk about with the ability, but there is a lot to talk about with rage. And we'll talk about like how rage functions and how you can potentially get the most out of the ability, you know, like as a character, right? So like how do you get the most out of Berserk to get the most rage bonus that you can? So let's throw this in here and let's see what the additional effect is. So buff grants plus 10 to maximum rage. Wow, that's amazing. That is an amazing secondary effect. So it just gives you 10 more rage. Ooh, that's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. So Gemling Legionnaire wins again for Berserk. He wins again. So how can you get the most out of rage? What is rage? How does it work? Like, why would you want to increase the effectiveness of your rage in the first place? Like, what's the purpose of increasing the effectiveness of your rage? And like, how do you actually get the most benefit out of it, right? Well, let's take a look at rage real quick on the board. There's a lot of places that you can pick up rage on the board. Like, for instance, there's a really nice shapeshift cluster right here. Plus 12 to maximum rage. So rage grants 1% more attack damage. Notice the more there. More means multiplicative, which means it's an endgame multiplier. So it's going to increase your damage rather massively, depending on what your base damage is. So if you don't have any base, it's not going to multiply anything. You know, like 1 times 1,000 is just 1,000, but 1,000 times 1,000 is a lot more, right? So it gives you 1% more attack damage per 1 rage by default. You have 30 maximum rage by default, and you lose 1 rage every 0.2 seconds. Rage loss is paused for 4 seconds upon gaining rage or after taking damage. Only 1 hit every 0.5 seconds can cause you to gain rage. It's actually really easy to gain rage, and it's pretty easy to gain maximum rage. In fact, you can get a lot of maximum rage across the board, across a lot of sources. Depending on how you're building, it's pretty easy to get like upwards of almost like 100 rage, because you have sources like 3, 6, and then you got 12 over here, which is 6, 7, 8, so you got like 18. And then you can get more plus rage sources like around the board in various areas. There's even rage on melee hit nodes that you can snag, like over here. You can get rage on melee hit on jewels. You can get this cluster over here, which gives you 8 maximum, 2 maximum, and 2 maximum, and 2 maximum. You can also have things help you out with like how the rage degenerates. So there's a speed at which the rage regenerates, and the speed at which the rage regenerates can be made slower, so you lose your rage at a slower rate. Overall, like, rage can be used for tons of different things. You can use rage for increasing your spell damage. You can use rage for giving you your minions attack speed bonuses, which I believe is somewhere over here. Every 5 rage also grants you 2% increased minion attack speed, and every rage also grants you 1% increased minion damage. Like, overall, there's just a lot of ways that you can utilize rage. Consume all rage when shapeshifting to human form to recover 1% of maximum life per rage consumed. And by the time you're done, you can get your rage very high, which means you can easily get somewhere around like 100% more damage, right? Well, if I can increase the effect of my rage by 67%, then that means that, of course, I have something like
1, because it's 1% per, right? So 1 plus 67% means that I'm going to get 1.67% more damage per rage point instead of 1. And if I'm able to get 100 rage, which isn't impossible, I can multiply that by 100, which means that now I'm getting 167% more damage instead of 100% more damage. You see how this could potentially be beneficial. So increasing the effect of the rage on your character can essentially reward a strong character's ability to stack rage to a very high amount. Right? So if you were a rage stacker, if you're stacking rage to the limit for a specific reason, then Berserk just makes sense. Like, it's a good option. Now, there is a negative to this, which is the lose 0.1% of your maximum life per rage spent, and, you know, when you're not losing rage, right? So when you have full rage, you're going to be losing life during that particular time period. Well, how do you counter the loss of life? Well, you can counter the loss of life by using regeneration. You can counter the loss of life by using life leech and various other sources. There are ways. But 0.1% times 100 is still only like 10% of your maximum life per second, which is still a lot. It's a lot. But you can effectively remove most of this from the equation by stacking regeneration, using life leech, and various other sources, which is what I do. Right? And you don't necessarily have to have that much rage either. Like, you could potentially have a smaller amount of max pool rage, right? Maybe you're at 50 or 80 or whatever. Like, the further you stack it, of course, the more negative that lose rage per second is going to be. But if you're not stacking it to an extremely high degree, then it's less of a penalty, and you have more of an easy time bypassing it. I'm currently using lose lose health per second, and also this health per second loss as well. So I'm losing 2 percentage health per second at the time, and I'm still currently having not too much of an issue. Overall, it's a very good effective ability to add into a rage build, but if you're not building rage, then it kind of has no effectiveness whatsoever. There is a little bit of work that you need to do to counter, obviously, the problem of losing massive amounts of health per second. But with a moderate amount of effort, you can gain a certain amount of regeneration to overcome that, right? I mean, as it is right now, I currently have 2047, right? So 2047 is my current life, and if we subtract 90% from that, even if I was running 100 rage, right, which I'm not at the moment, but if I was running 100 rage, I would need about 204 regeneration to counter that. Well, I already have 28.4 right there, which is subtracting 176, and then I can, of course, life leech and try and overcome the rest in other ways. There's actually a large amount of regeneration you can get within the game. In fact, to give you an idea of just how high your regeneration can be, I actually do have a character, this one right here, which is specifically stacking regeneration over other things, and he currently has 1,074 regeneration per second with 2,000 maximum life, which basically means he's able to regenerate his entire life pool in 2 seconds. Which is pretty darn cool. I actually have a spell right now which currently costs 483 life. I have it converted to life cost from mana cost. And I literally cannot spam the spell fast enough to reduce my HP because my regeneration outpaces any damage I do to my own health. It's a pretty fun setup, having like massive amounts of regeneration. It was actually a really interesting character to develop. Overall, though, when it comes to that particular ability, like, it's useful to rage characters specifically. If you're not building rage, well, then it's pretty useless. Like, doesn't really have much purpose outside of a rage building character. Rage only really affects attack damage. So if you take a look at it specifically states attack damage. So unless you're actually building into it in a way that forces the rage to do other things, like, as an example, I talked about earlier, the Oracle, and also there's a passive up here that can convert some of your rage damage into spell damage, right? So this one allows you to take 2% increased spell damage for every rage that you have, which means if you had 100 rage, you would get like 200% increased spell damage, right? So it allows you to convert the rage into a different source. Now, I'm not entirely sure if Berserk actually affects this. I would assume it doesn't. So in that's something that would probably need to be tested. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals joining. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching. And another one bites the dust. Boo! Hopefully they're not all screwed. That one that I recorded that one time was terrible. What's up, Corbin? All right, 2 more videos down. Toot, 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 toot.
I work hard for my money.
Ba 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 ba. I work hard for my honey. Man, I'm hungry. Go get some hot dogs or something.
Hot dogs and hamburgers.
Yeah.
Welcome to America, boy. Are they on sale?
Probably for today. I would imagine so with 4th of July coming so close. Probably buns too. That might be a good purchase. Maybe I head over to the store and grab like a bunch of hot dogs. Get some butter. I usually saute them in butter. It's delicious.
If only you knew how to check for these prices and everything. If only you were good at that.
If I was good at checking for prices, I'm okay at it. I ain't amazing, but I'm okay. I ain't glazing. Got my batarang. 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 Pee-wee 2 needs to fix the character naming. I hate to have to try 20 different names. D4 figured it out. That's because D4 doesn't care like what you name your character, because your character name is meaningless. It's literally your account name. Like Pee-wee 2, your character name actually means something. Like it has a purpose. Like it's your character is invited via that. Like I don't know if I really agree. Like I don't like 17,000 characters all with the same name. I like people having unique names. It's cool. The unique names is part of the charm of games like this. Like in D2, when you name your character something and then you could literally sell your name because somebody was desperate for it. They were desperate.
I got a crazy base.
Should be account name and then character name, but then the character names are not unique. Like what you're talking about is the process by which they de-uniquenize. That's where it's a term I'm coining today. De-uniquenize something. It's where you make something completely unimportant. Like, what's my name? My name is Daniel, right? How many people in the world are named Daniel? What if only one person was allowed to be Daniel? What if I was the only Daniel? What if nobody else was allowed to have my name until I died? I would actually prefer that, to be honest. Because how many times have I walked into a room and there's like 10 Daniels? How many times have you walked into a room and there's like 10 Jacks? Like, it's not cool. It's not cool to have everybody has the same name. I love it. I love the fact that Path of Exile 2 is stuck with the old Diablo 2 method of forcing everybody to have different names. Come up with a cool name for your character. Oh, it's already taken? Think harder. I'm going to get this tail, and I was going to pinch it like this, and I was going to go, pinchums! Oh, no! Tail pinchums! I'm going to get the tail, and I'm going to pinch it. And I was going to pinch your tail. Oh, no! Pinchers! And I was going to get your toe pads. I'm going to pinch them too. Oh, no! Pinchums! Oh, no!
Check out this base.
What you got?
I just got that in Grand Expedition. Well, I slammed the fizz. It already rolled with the crit when I picked it up.
That's a beautiful base. It's very beautiful.
T1 crit, T1 fizz. There's none up there that are 82 plus. All the 81s up there are like 45, 60 div. So I just put mine up for 100 because it's 82 plus, so you get T1 fizz percent.
Oh yeah.
So mine has the chance of getting T1 fizz. The other ones don't.
Yep. Yep. It's beautiful.
Of course, that's the projectile speed base that all the Twister boys want.
Twister, Mister, Bister boys. Twister sister, what?
What's new?
Plunging and twisting the.
Wait a minute.
That's better. You may have been dreaming before.
You can't tell me what twist.
On your sister, I believe there are laws about that.
Can't tell me what to twist.
Price drop.
You can't tell me what to twist. Can't tell me what to twist. I can't believe nobody bought this from my shop. Well, wait, no, wait,
They
no.
ain't buying.
Wait, no. No, they did buy that other one. Well, no. I was thinking about the wrong one.
Let's see if that piques any interest.
Cody, the monster dog, him's a big old boy. Alright, I'm off to get the hot dogs. I will be back later.
All right.
Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been like 6 solid hours of recording videos. We got quite a bit done. And I hope to get more done. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always,